What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, guys, so we are actually going to do a full story video. A full story video is when I sit down, take a bunch of videos that tell one overarching storyline and combine them together into one big video. And today, guys, we're going to do a full story video over Norman Osborn being the leader of the Thunderbolts. Now remember, there have been different versions of the Thunderbolts over the years in Marvel Comics. But after Civil War, when America made a new law saying that if you're going to be a hero in America, you have to register and actually work for the American government to be a hero in America. If you don't, you're breaking the law. And so then the American government will then send in a team to come get you and basically arrest you. And so at the very beginning after Civil War, you had a new Thunderbolts team be formed. And of course, Norman Osborn was the person in charge of that team. And so these stories are technically about Norman Osborn being the leader of the Thunderbolts. Now, I do want to mention that we're going to see two different versions of this team in one big video, because halfway through his time being the leader of the Thunderbolts, Secret Invasion happened. And after Secret Invasion, you had Norman Osborn get upgraded to being the person in charge of Homeland Security. And with that happening, he technically left the Thunderbolts by themselves, but still somewhat ran it as he ran the Dark Avengers. But it's still Norman Osborn's Thunderbolts team. Either way, here is the full story video of the Thunderbolts being led by Norman Osborn after Civil War all the way up to Siege. Okay, what's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, guys, so we are going to cover Thunderbolts once again, except this time we pick up the team that comes after Civil War. What I mean is that we were covering New Thunderbolts, and that series took place before Civil War. But after Civil War, a lot of things had changed, where basically now you have the government putting together a Thunderbolts team that's being run by Norman Osborn to go after superheroes who are not registered under the new Superhero Act. Because remember, when it came to Civil War, which was a big storyline in Marvel Comics where Captain America fought against Iron Man against a law that basically said that superheroes must register under the new act that was made by the government. Now, of course, to Steve Rogers, he feels like that law should not be in effect. And so with that being said, at the end of Civil War, the law did go in effect, and heroes who are out there being heroes must tell the government who they are. But of course, you have some heroes all like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm still going to be a hero without telling you who I am. Now, with that being said, though, of course, the government did put together a team known as the Thunderbolts. And this picks up after Civil War because now you still have some heroes out there who are basically working against the law. And so now the new Thunderbolts are going to go out there and get those heroes who won't follow the law. And so that's why we're going to cover this series, because this team is being led by no other than Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin. Now, the reason why he's in charge is because they kind of believe that he is a changed man. On top of that, they gave him medicine as a way to help him control his Green Goblin side. So right now, Norman Osborn runs the Thunderbolts operation as a way to go after heroes who are not registered under the act of the new law. And so with that being said, let's go ahead and dive into Thunderbolts number 110 and 111. And so we actually do pick up with Bullseye being interviewed. Now, this is Norman Osborn kind of telling Bullseye, you're being forced on the team. of Thunderbolts. Like, you are a bad guy, you're a great killer, and I feel like you'll be a great asset for the team once the team is put together and they are sent out on different missions as a way to basically grab heroes who are not registered under the new law. Now, here comes the problem though. It's Bullseye. Bullseye is known for being a crazy dude. He's a daredevil villain, but he is a crazy dude. He's very unpredictable. And so for you to go after him and say, hey, you are going to work for me, it's kind of like, do you have any idea on how to control him? Because Bullseye could tell you yes, and then later on come back and try to kill you because he's just that crazy. He loves killing. But that is the moment you have Norman Osborn tell Bullseye, oh, don't worry, I have a way to control you. And that way to control you is what's in your bloodstream right now. These little nanobites in your body that can shock you if you try to go against any orders that were given to you. Now, of course, these shocks are not small shocks. They're very powerful shocks that could possibly leave you paralyzed. And so, of course, it's Norman Osborn kind of scaring Bullseye into joining the team. Like, listen, you don't have a choice here. You have to work for me. And on top of that, if you try to escape or go against orders, I will leave you in a bed paralyzed from the neck down. So if I was you, I would basically say yes and join my team. And of course, Bullseye really has no choice here. Now, that is the moment we actually do pick up with Jack Flag. Now, Jack Flag has been around for a very long time in Marvel Comics. And matter of fact, he was one of the many different heroes who was basically a sidekick to Steve Rogers. I mean, I know some fans out there say he wasn't, but at the same time, he kind of was like a sidekick to Steve Rogers, Captain America. But either way, though, we pick up with Jack Flag because right now he's at home with his wife. Now, of course, this is us learning that his wife wants him to leave the superhero life behind because Jack Flag did not register under the new law. And so with that being said, if he goes out there and tries to be a hero, this dude can be arrested and locked away forever. And of course, his wife, Lucy, doesn't want to lose her husband. And so she's telling her husband, you need to basically lock this outfit away. Do not put it on, because if you do, they will come and find you and lock you away, and I'll never see you again. Now, of course, for Jack Flag, because he believes in what Steve Rogers was trying to do in Civil War, which was fight against the law, he still believes that Steve Rogers is right, that this new law is ridiculous and he should not follow it. Now, of course, there are some thugs outside going after some random lady, and so you do have Rick Flag say, listen, I am going to put on the outfit, go out there, beat those thugs up, and I'll be up here for dinner. But of course, again, it's his wife's kind of like, this is your last time then, because I'm afraid if you out there being a hero and they find out, you're gone forever. Now, we do get some random news reports talking about what happened to the last team of Thunderbolts. Well, really, the last team we covered, the new Thunderbolts. Now, when I say they talk about them, I really mean that they mention that team and that is it. How apparently that team has changed completely, because we gone from that team right there over to this team right here that has been sent out to go grab different heroes who are basically not registered. And so, of course, for a lot of different news reports, they're surprised of the big change, because the last team of Thunderbolts were a bunch of villains who were trying to be good now. And now you get this book where, again, you have villains, but these guys are being forced to be good, forced to do work for the American government. But these guys are still bad guys. Now, not all of them are bad guys, but most of them are still bad guys. But that is the moment we come to find out where the new base of the Thunderbolts are going to be at. And of course, it is Thunderbolt Mountain. Now, this is the moment you have the book kind of explain how will the Thunderbolts travel to different locations across the world, where of course a hero who is not registered trying to be a hero and of course needs to be arrested. Well, we come to find out in their mountain, two planes will basically leave. And when these two planes leave, they will go to where the hero was at, who was trying to be a hero who's not registered under the law. And so, of course, these two planes are drones, really, are going to gather information for the Thunderbolt team to use as a way to take down that hero. Then you'll have a plane leave the mountain that will basically carry the Thunderbolts over to that location. Now, at this point, we have no idea who's on the team really besides Bullseye, but we do get a couple images to kind of tell us who's on the team. Starting off with Venom. Now, this is not Eddie Brock Venom. This is Mac Gargan, the Scorpion, who basically got the Venom suit. On top of that, we see Swordsman here. Now, this is not the Swordsman we saw in the Kree Skrull War or the Empire event. This was a second Swordsman that Marvel used in the early 2000s. And this is Andreas Strucker, who is a twin, but of course his twin sister is dead. And also he is a mutant, but his mutant ability only activates when he holds hands with his sister. The problem is though, she is dead. And so he's kind of became this swordsman character just because for different reasons. But he's also on the team as well. We also come to find out the radioactive man is also on the team again, because once again China had given him over to the Thunderbolt program to be used by them. And so right now we do have a somewhat good idea who's on the team, but not the complete roster yet. But either way, this team is going to be sent out to handle a hero who's basically not registered. Now, getting back onto the idea on how they travel, after that second plane leaves, there is a third plane, and that third plane is what's going to be used as a way to capture that hero who is not registered, but also hold some powerful weapons for the team to use as well. Now, we do jump back in time where we actually do learn about another team member on this new team. And of course, that character is Moonstone. Now, we have talked about Moonstone in our Dark Avengers book, where basically Norman Osborn will become even more powerful in the American government, and he forms his own Avengers team, and he had Moonstone pretend to be a Captain Marvel on that team. But before that happens, we have this book where Norman Osborn is just running the Thunderbolts program. But right now, we see him talking to Moonstone. Now, Moonstone is kind of like a bad version of Captain Marvel or Miss Marvel. But my point is this right here, though. Her powers comes from her Moonstone. If that stone is removed, she basically is going to be powerless. Now, in this interview, we actually do see in the past that Norman Osborn had asked Moonstone to be the new leader of the Thunderbolts. And also because if she doesn't, he is going to remove the Moonstone inside of her. So basically giving her no choice but to actually be part of this new team to help him out. And of course, she says yes. And so now she is the new leader of the Thunderbolts when they're out in the field. But we do jump back over to Jack Flag. And the reason why, because right now you have Jack Flag just trying to get home to his apartment. But when he looks up, that is the moment he does see some drones flying over his building. And this makes sense because remember what I said earlier. When it comes to the Thunderbolts team traveling, they sent out 2 drones first. And those 2 drones will fly over the area where a hero was trying to be a hero, but that hero was not registered under the new law yet. And so with that being said, of course, now you have these 2 drones flying over the apartment of Jack Flag because he was trying to be a hero. And of course, he's not registered under the new law because he's kind of like, no, I'm with Captain America. I believe that new law is ridiculous. And so now the Thunderbolts are going to come after him to basically arrest him. And so now he runs into his apartment to tell his wife, Lucy, they have to leave now. And so when we get into the second chapter of this storyline, we actually do pick up with an interview going on for Songbird. Now remember, Songbird has been part of the Thunderbolts for a very long time. But the last time we saw her, matter of fact, in our earlier videos of New Thunderbolts, she basically became the team leader of the Thunderbolts. But after a couple of different incidents here and there, of course, we now know she lost that leadership role, and now Norman Osborn is the one in charge of the Thunderbolts. Now, with that information right there, you do have Norman Osborn wanting to keep her on the team. And you do have Norman Osborn kind of tell Songbird that in reality, he does not trust her, because over the last couple storylines that we did not cover, she basically did some things to lose the trust with some people on her team. But of course, for Norman Osborn, he's kind of like, I can't trust you, but instead I can still use you because of your face, because of your image, because there are some team members left on his team who still trust you. But on top of that right there, the public still likes you. And so with the public still liking you, I want to use you as a way to gain the trust of the public with this new version of the Thunderbolts. And so we come to find out that Songbird is still part of the team, and she is going to play a very important role for later stories in this run. Now you do have the next chunk of pages just focusing on Rick Flag fighting against the Thunderbolts. And I like this fight for a lot of different reasons, especially for Rick Flag. And the reason why I say for Rick Flag, because he was a character that was made to be another sidekick for Captain America. And of course, as time moved on, he moved on. Now, with that being said, usually he's a character that most fans know of, but of course don't really care for. You don't have those hardcore fans out there like, yes, Rick Flag is back, he's cool, he's amazing. No, you don't have that. Instead, you have more fans kind of like, yeah, it's Rick Flag, he's cool. That's really it, right? But honestly, to see him fight against the Thunderbolts and to see him being able to go toe-to-toe with the Thunderbolts is actually pretty cool. Because at first, it does look like he is going to lose this fight because they're too strong, they're too fast. But of course, he's able to adapt because everything he remembered that Steve Rogers had taught him is helping him right now in this fight. And matter of fact, he's able to take down most of the Thunderbolts. Now, here's the key thing though. Even though you have Songbird, Moonstone, the Radioactive Man, you have Venom as well, and Swordsman, they're all there. And they're all able to fight against Rick Flag, but he's able to take them all out. The only person he was not able to take out was Pennis. Now, Pennis is a very interesting character, and the reason why I say that because he basically changed from a character who was more of a goody two-shoe character, but because he's technically the cause for what led into Civil War, he made a suit of armor that is covered in spikes that goes into his body. And every single spike represents the death that was caused at the very beginning of Civil War. And so with that, he's the one who actually does injure Rick Flag in this fight because he's able to release a high amount of energy to make Rick Flag fly across the street into some cars and stuff, which of course Rick Flag is kind of injured now because Rick Flag is just a regular human being. Now, with that being said, you do have Rick Flag continue to get away from the Thunderbolts, but we did get reminded that there is one team member left that was not seen in this fight. Now, there is one person left on the team that's right now being kept behind the scenes. And of course, that person is Bullseye. Because you have to remember, Bullseye was brought into the team by Norman Osborn, but he was not in the original fight between them and Rick Flag. And the reason why? Because Bullseye's image is hard to sell. Bullseye is very known to the public as a killer. And so with that information being out there and everything he has done, it's really hard for people to believe, oh my God, there's Bullseye. He's good now because he's on this team. No, he's not. And the public knows that. And so, of course, if Bullseye is seen, it ruins the new image that Norman Osborn is trying to build with the public, with this team that he has built. And so Bullseye is really kept behind the scenes to only deal with problems that are basically going to pop off. And so when Rick Flag was getting away, they sent Bullseye to come behind Rick Flag. And of course, Bullseye does stab Rick Flag, leaving Rick Flag paralyzed. And now the Thunderbolts were able to capture Rick Flag. And so this is actually the first success for the Thunderbolts, being able to capture Rick Flag. But the problem is, though, they were only able to capture Rick Flag because Bullseye was being kept behind the scenes, something that Norman Osborn does not want to keep happening. And the reason why I say Norman Osborn right now is very upset with his new team, because they lost. They lost in front of the public. They lost in front of news cameras, where of course everybody else could have seen. Because right now it looks like the new team of Thunderbolts are unable to actually do their job, which is to capture heroes who are basically breaking the law. If they can't take down Rick Flag, then how can we expect this team of random characters that Norman Osborn have put together to go after bigger time heroes like Spider-Man or Daredevil, heroes like those, or even Moon Knight, for example? You went after Rick Flag, they almost lost, and now they only got lucky because you sent in Bullseye. But of course, there are other heroes who have gone toe-to-toe with Bullseye. And so that leads into the question, if they can stop Rick Flag and thinking that Bullseye can save them, but Bullseye have lost to characters like Daredevil, then this team is going to be a failure. Now, you do have the assistant tell Norman Osborn about other heroes who could possibly be breaking the law that need to be captured. Now, of course, she does mention the Scarlet Spider. Now, with that name, he automatically thinks Spider-Man. Peter Parker, Spider-Man. Because remember, at this point, the world knows that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. On top of that right there, Norman Osborn knows that Spider-Man is Peter Parker. And of course, he wants to capture Spider-Man because Norman Osborn hates Spider-Man. And so when the assistant leaves after telling him, no, I didn't say Spider-Man, I said Scarlet Spider. After she leaves, he begins to laugh like he is the Green Goblin again. Because remember, at this point, they gave him medication to kind of help keep that Green Goblin persona away. But of course, when he heard Spider-Man, he began to laugh creepily, and of course, giving signs that maybe he might turn back into the Green Goblin very soon. But with that being said, and so getting into today's video, we actually do pick up with Norman Osborn very upset with the idea of this team right now because they lost on live television to Jack Flag. Now, usually Jack Flag is a character that most fans don't care for. Not like he's a horrible character, it's just that he's not that popular. But he was one of the many Captain America sidekicks that Marvel gave over the years. But with Jack Flag, he was trained by Captain America and he was able to take down most of the Thunderbolts. And that right there makes Norman Osborn very upset because he feels like he put together a great team. He feels like this team should have been able to actually deal with someone like Jack Flag. But Jack Flag adapted in that fight and knew what he needed to do to get away from the Thunderbolts. And Jack Flag almost did get away, but again, luckily, Bullseye was there to stop him. Now, that is the moment you have Songbird say, this is all Moonstone's fault. Because remember, Moonstone is now the leader of this team in the field. She's the leader of the team in the field. So Norman Osborn is the one who runs the organization, but in the field, Moonstone is the team leader. But the problem is, though, Moonstone was not a great team leader. Matter of fact, her main concern was wrapping up that fight so that she can come back here to the base and have some fun time with a random worker in the building. And so that is why you have Songbird very upset, because she feels like Moonstone is a horrible leader. And so it's Songbird saying, like, if you want us to be successful out there in the field, you need to make me the team leader. But the problem is, though, Norman Osborn does not trust Songbird at all. And on top of that, Moonstone knows what Norman Osborn wants, which is basically to be popular, to show the world that his team is great, to get those ratings up, to be great in politics. And so that is why Moonstone is kind of staying in the team leader role for the time being. But it's Songbird saying, if you want us to be successful, I need to be in the team leader role. Now, we do jump over to a meeting between Norman Osborn and the radioactive man. Now, this meeting is actually very important, and the reason why, because it's Norman Osborn telling us why Marvel changed the suit of the radioactive man. Because before this book, he had a suit that showed more skin, and of course showed that he had green skin, which of course means that this dude is basically releasing radiation. Now, it wasn't like he could not control his powers, but of course to people, they feel like with him running around with a suit that shows his green skin, it means that he does emit radiation and possibly cannot control how much he releases. But of course, he does control how much he does release. But Marvel changed his suit to make him look less scary. So they put him inside a radiation suit as a way to make him look less scary. Now, you do have Norman Osborn as the radiation man, how he feels about Songbird, because Songbird was the team leader of the Thunderbolts for a very long time. But of course, she has been demoted. And you do have the radioactive man tell Norman Osborn that he feels like Songbird should be the team leader because she is a great team leader. But for Norman Osborn, he's kind of like, I can't trust her. She has messed up a lot of times in the past on different versions of the Thunderbolts. So how can we possibly trust her? But again, you do have the radioactive man tell Norman Osborn she is the best option they have for this team. Now, we do get this messed up thing about Venom, because you have to remember, this is not Eddie Brock. This is Matt Gargan, who used to be the Scorpion, but now, of course, he is Venom at this point in Marvel Comics, because the Venom suit was passed on to him. Now, this is something I really do not like about the Venom in this book, and the reason why, because they're making it seem like Venom, the symbiote, is some messed up parasite that's just eating away at someone's soul, mind, and body. Because you do have Norman Osborn check up on Matt Gargan, and you have Matt Gargan say he hates the idea when he's not Venom. And the reason why, because the suit is always moving inside of him, and of course it makes him want to puke. On top of that, he feels very cold. He's always shaking. And it really seems like Matt Gargan has gone crazy. And I really do not like that idea, because when it comes to Venom and Eddie Brock, it wasn't like that at all. But for some reason, it's Marvel saying no. When Venom is with Matt Gargan is like basically borderline about to go insane. And honestly, I don't like that. But either way, you do have Norman Osborn just check up on Matt Gargan to see how he's doing and then leave. Because Matt Gargan says, I do not want out. I want to stay here and be part of this team. Now, that is the moment we actually do jump over to a random character, and that character is Sepp-Kurtur. And I really hope I pronounced her name correctly, because I do know there are people out there who get very upset with me when I mispronounce a name. And so I went online and tried to find how to say her name, and what I found is you say her name like that. Now, hopefully that's correct. If not, just let me know in the comments below. But Sepp-Kurtur is an old character at this point, because now is the year 2023, but she first appeared back in 1993. Now, I forgot what book she appeared in, but basically her powers is to control dark energy, which is kind of cool and also will play a role down the road in this book here. But of course, right now, we're seeing her saying goodbye to her one night stand and getting ready to get dressed because she has an interview coming up very soon. Now, again, this may seem very random, but this character is actually very important for this book. Now, that is the moment we actually do pick up with the American Eagle. Now, the American Eagle is an old character as well. I want to say he appeared back in 1981 in a Marvel team-up book, but I could be wrong on that right there. But either way, though, he is a Native American hero who really has your basic superhero powers. He's just a superhuman, and that is really it. Like super strength, super speed, and the list goes on. Now, with that being said, though, he's kind of sidelined. He's not really being a hero anymore. But on top of that right there, he does feel like he needs to go to Washington, D.C. and tell them how he feels about the new law. Because remember, the new law says if you are going to be a hero, you need to register under the new law. But when it comes to the American Eagle, he does not want to do that at all. But at the same time, he knows if he goes out there as a hero, there is a possibility he could get arrested. And this character is going to play a role in this video down the road. But that is the moment we actually do meet the character that the Thunderbolts are going to go after next. And that character is the Steel Spider. Now, the Steel Spider actually appeared back in a Spider-Man comic where he was kind of known as Kid Ock. He was this kid who was kind of overweight and he had mechanical arms and he was just going around doing things. Now, that was him in the early days. But when he hit college, of course, he worked out, became very athletic. He became a Steel Spider once again. But then when his girlfriend died, he stopped being a Steel Spider because he realized he did not want to be a vigilante. He wanted to build a life with the girl he lost. Now, with all that being said, with this new law being out there, of course, the law that says if you're going to be a superhero, you must register under the new law. Well, with that new law being out there, Steel Spider hates that law, but at the same time, he's still out there being a vigilante. And so, of course, he does take down a bunch of thugs. But with him doing that right there, that means the Thunderbolts are gonna come after him next. Because again, he did break the law. He is not registered under the new law. He's just out there being a hero, but also a hero who's very brutal because he does beat these guys down very badly. And then we jump over to Norman Osborn. Now, this right here is very huge because you have Norman Osborn getting a call that tells him, hey, listen, we just got word on your next target. Your next target is Steel Spider. Now, as soon as he hears the word Spider, you have Norman Osborn begin to laugh like the Green Goblin. Now, you have to remember, the reason why he's in charge of the Thunderbolts is because the American government was able to give him medicine to help him control his Green Goblin side. And so with that side being controlled, it's supposed to mean that there is a possibility that he can control his actual body again, his mind, and think straight and not go crazy as the Green Goblin. But as soon as he hears Spider, not Spider-Man, but Steel Spider. But as soon as he hears Spider, he begins to fall apart. He begins to laugh like the Green Goblin. Because remember, when it comes to Green Goblin, he wants to kill Spider-Man. And so that right there is slowly opening a door to bring back the Green Goblin once again into Norman Osborn's life. And so when we get into the second chapter of this storyline, we actually do pick up with Steel Spider coming home. Now, when he comes home, of course, it tells us that right now, his life is falling apart because his apartment is a mess. Now, usually that right there doesn't mean anything because, hey, you know, there's some days you don't clean your apartment for like a couple days. But the thing is, though, for Steel Spider, when he sits down, you have people just leaving him messages on his phone saying like, hey, your bills have not been paid yet. On top of that, you have people calling in saying, hey, I'm worried for you. I'm worried about you. And there are some people who are worried about him, but they don't want to be part of his life because he is the Steel Spider. And so right now, you kind of have Marvel telling us, ever since the death of his girlfriend, he's been slipping. He's been falling apart. And it's really hard for him right now. But of course, he's just trying to manage, but it's the worst way of trying to manage everything he has lost over the years. But then we see Norman Osborn meeting up with Penance. Now remember, Penance was usually known as Speedball, but thanks to Civil War, he changed his name. And the reason why, because he was the reason why, or him and his team are the reason why Civil War actually happened. Because he was part of a team called the New Warriors, and they were going after a character named Nitro. Now, of course, they were not actually being good heroes. They were trying to get popular and be all cool and everything. But of course, it led to Nitro blowing up, killing 612 people. Out of 612 people, 60 were children. And thanks to that incident right there, it led to Marvel's Civil War. Now, with that, he changed his name to Penance, where he made a new suit, and in his suit have spikes. 612 spikes that constantly hurt him. Now, on top of that, 60 of those spikes actually break skins. And those 60 spikes are to represent the children that had died thanks to him and his team. Now, with that being said, Norman Osborn feels like when it comes to Penance, he needs help. He needs mental help. He needs to see a therapist. And right now, he's not fit to go out in the field, which makes sense because this dude is trying to die. He wants to die. And so that's why he made a suit, hoping that sooner or later, the suit would just cause, I guess, enough damage to his body where he can't do much anymore, or somebody actually kills him. But either way, it's him saying like, this dude is crazy. And so Norman Osborn wants Penance to see an actual therapist. And then you have Norman Osborn meet up with Andreas von Strucker. Now, this is the new swordsman at this point in Marvel Comics, because you have to remember the first swordsman died back in the Kree Skrull War back in 1970s of Avengers comics. And so with that, Marvel made a new one, which is this guy. Now, Andreas von Strucker, he is a twin. And usually his powers only activate when he's touching his twin sister. But the problem is, though, she's dead. And so he really can't use his powers like he wants to. Except we come to find out he still can. And the reason why he can still do that is because the sword he made, the grip of the sword, is made out of the skin of his dead sister. So that his powers can still activate because they still have skin-to-skin contact even though she's dead and it's just her skin. Kind of creepy, dude. On top of that right there, we come to find out the reason why Swordsman has joined the team is because Norman Osborn promised him that they'll basically be able to make a clone version of his sister for him to have. And so that's what he wants right now. His sister come back to life as a clone so they can finally be together once again. Now, you do have Swordsman actually meet up with Moonstone. Now, this is the moment we come to find out that Moonstone has her own plans for this team. And what I mean by that is she wants to be the leader of the Thunderbolts. And so she's trying to make moves, the correct moves, to have Norman Osborn removed as director of the Thunderbolts, locked back up, but to also make sure that Songbird cannot take his place. Because everyone knows, if Norman Osborn gets locked up, the team goes right back over to Songbird, something Moonstone does not want to have. And so right now you have Moonstone telling Swordsman that she wants to kill off Songbird, but to also make sure that Norman Osborn is locked up. And if he helps her out, she'll make sure that his dead sister does come back to life as a clone, basically. Now, getting back over to American Eagle, you do have American Eagle friends stop by to tell him what Steel Spider did earlier. Because remember, Steel Spider did stop a crime. But when he stopped that crime, Steel Spider was very, very rough with those criminals. To the point where of course those criminals are right now in the hospital and they need a lot of medical attention. And so with that, you have his friend telling American Eagle, you need to go talk to Steel Spider, to talk to him to calm down, to help him out. Because right now, a lot of people, they want to hunt down Steel Spider. Because yes, those criminals did commit a crime. But at the same time, it's how bad Steel Spider hurt those guys. And now their friends are trying to find Steel Spider. And so you need to talk to him and explain to him that what he's doing so far is just too crazy. He needs to calm down. And so you have American Eagle like, dude, I've been a sideline hero for a long time, and you're basically asking me to get out of the sideline back into the hero business to talk to one guy who is kind of going a tad bit crazy. Fine, I'll go talk to him then. Now we actually do pick back up once again with Skepkater, aka Jillian Woods. Now we do see Jillian right now getting another phone call. Now this phone call is actually very important, and the reason why, because she has been having a hard time getting a job. Any job that she wants, they basically tell her no, because they know about her hero past and they know that she's not registered under the new law. And so right now they're kind of like, we do not want to hire you at all. Now, with that being said, she does get a phone call, and this phone call is from somebody who works for Roxxon Blackridge. Now, of course, it's one of the many branches of Roxxon, but they want to hire her to be part of their security forces, and they need to meet up in Phoenix, Arizona to basically talk about an interview and see that if she'll be perfect for the job. Because right now, Roxxon is trying to hire people who have not registered under the new law because they're very valuable at the moment. And of course, they want to protect their different assets across the world. And so they want to hire Jillian to travel across the world to protect different places. But when she comes back to the US, they'll make sure that she is registered with a card to show that she is registered so that she will not be arrested in the country. And so she's kind of like, do I take this job or not? But then we pick right back up with the Thunderbolts right now being briefed about Steel Spider, because that is their next target. They're going to go after Steel Spider. Now, with that being said, though, while the briefing is going on, Norman Osborn messed up. What I mean is that you have Norman Osborn say Steel Spider Man. That right there is very important because it shows that he is slipping. The medicine that was given to him to help him control his Green Goblin side is falling apart. And so right now, here he is right now saying the same thing over and over again. Steel Spider Man. Which in reality, his name is just Steel Spider. But of course, Norman Osborn is thinking of Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Now, with all that being said, you do have Norman Osborn tell his team that they're going to fight Steel Spider in broad daylight, not at night. And the reason why, because Norman Osborn wants to make sure that his team is seen by the public and looks great to the public. And so that is why he wants them to fight in broad daylight so they can show to the world that this team is not going to fail, that this team can actually stop people if they need to. But then we pick back up with Steel Spider, and we see Steel Spider right now watching the news talking about Spider-Man, because you have to remember at this point in Marvel Comics, Spider-Man was well known to the public. He unmasked himself to the public, and they know that he is Peter Parker. But because Peter Parker is not registered under the new law, he's wanted by the law. And so right now he's out there, and you have Steel Spider say, hey, Peter, don't worry. I see what you're doing out there, and I'm trying to do the same thing as well. And so right now it's basically Steel Spider saying he's trying to be like Peter Parker, out there just trying to stop bad guys and fight against this new law. And so getting into the third chapter of this storyline, we actually pick up in Phoenix, Arizona, because that is where Steel Spider works out of. But you have to remember, when it came to Jillian Woods, they said they would be able to interview her in Phoenix, Arizona. And so now Jillian Woods is also out in Phoenix, Arizona. And on top of that, so is American Eagle, because American Eagle came to Phoenix, Arizona to talk to Steel Spider. And so all our new characters right now who are not part of the Thunderbolts team are right now in Phoenix, Arizona. But to make matters even worse, when they look up in the sky, they do see the UAVs are flying around. And remember, UAVs are just basically what the Thunderbolts use to locate their target in a city that they're about to go to. And so right now, the UAVs are trying to locate Steel Spider. Now, with that being said, of course, you do have Steel Spider freak out, but other characters, Jillian Woods and American Eagle, they have no idea what's about to happen next. Now, we do see American Eagle meeting up with Steel Spider, because remember, that is the reason why American Eagle came to Phoenix 4, to talk to Steel Spider. But when he finds Steel Spider, he comes to find out Steel Spider is unhinged. He's just going crazy. He's upset with the idea that the Thunderbolts are here to arrest him, but on top of that, he feels like American Eagle is with that team. And of course, you do have American Eagle trying to explain why he's here in the first place, because Steel Spider has been going around beating down thugs very brutally, to the point where, of course, people have came over to American Eagle hoping that he'll talk some sense into Steel Spider. But Steel Spider is not listening. He still believes that American Eagle is part of the Thunderbolts, because right now, though UAVs are flying around, and Steel Spider knows when UAVs fly around, that means the Thunderbolts are nearby, meaning that sooner or later they're going to arrive, which they're about to arrive here in like 1 minute. And so you have Steel Spider keep looking at American Eagle like, no, man, like, you're part of that team, you're with them, you reported me, you don't like me, blah, blah, blah. And you have American Eagle like, no, I don't like them, so I'm going to help you out. But again, it's American Eagle realizing that there could be something wrong with Steel Spider. And so, of course, it does lead into the Thunderbolts fighting against American Eagle and Steel Spider. Now, remember, American Eagle and Steel Spider, they're not friends. They're not even partners at all. And so with that, they're not really going to work well together. Now, the Thunderbolts, they also don't work very well together, but they do work better together rather than Steel Spider and also American Eagle. And so while the two sides are fighting against one another, and their fight does go on for a good few pages, you have to realize our two heroes, which is Steel Spider and American Eagle, they're getting their butt kicked. They're having a hard time trying to fight against the forces of the Thunderbolts. Now, you do have Steel Spider being able to knock Venom off the roof, of course, onto the street level, and that's going to pull in Jillian Woods. Because remember, Jillian Woods was only there because she had an interview there in Phoenix, Arizona. She had no idea that the Thunderbolts would be here to capture, of course, Steel Spider. But now with her seeing Venom attacking innocent people, she's like, okay, I have to use my dark energy power as a way to stop Venom, to hopefully stop him long enough so that innocent people can get away. On top of that, she knows that Venom is a bad guy. And so with that, she's kind of like, I had to stop him, because he's a bad guy. I know he is. And of course, innocent people's lives are in danger right now. So let me use my dark energy power as a way to slow him down, but to hopefully defeat him as well. And so the rest of this chapter is really more of the Thunderbolts fighting against the heroes. American Eagle, Steel Spider, and also Jillian Woods. And so right now, the Thunderbolts are trying to capture them, but at the same time, they're having a hard time actually capturing them. Now, on top of that right there, when it comes to Songbird and the radioactive man, they do realize that Songbird is the one in charge, that she should be the one in charge of this team, because Moonstone is failing failing hard. And of course, now they're fighting against a group of heroes who could easily take them out. And so with that being said, it's Radioactive Man telling Songbird, you need to take charge. You need to be basically the leader of this team if we're going to actually win this fight. Now, while that's happening right there, you do have our heroes introduce each other saying like, hey, I'm American Eagle, I'm still Spider, like kind of getting to know one another, but realizing they have to fight against the Thunderbolts. Now, Bullseye is also released, and usually Bullseye is only used when things get too bad for the team. And right now, things are getting pretty bad for the Thunderbolts. So Bullseye is now out there in the field getting ready to go after a certain character. And so right now, it seems like everything is just popping off left and right in this story. Now, we do get into the 4th chapter of the book. Now, this part right here is very important. And the reason why, because we actually do pick up with somebody talking to Bullseye. Now, we are left to believe that it is actually Songbird talking to Bullseye. And what I mean by that is she's using her powers as a way to communicate with Bullseye, but being unable to be detected by anybody like security guards around Bullseye. And so with that, she tells Bullseye that she was able to turn off any kind of device that's in his bloodstream that could make him follow commands for Norman Osborn, meaning that Bullseye is now free. And so you have Bullseye kill off some security guards that were watching over him to make sure he stays in line. And you have Bullseye say that he's going to go after the American Eagle. He wants to kill the American Eagle. And so that right now is his next target. Now, this is where the story begins to wind down very quickly, because you do have American Eagle and Jillian Woods realize they need to go. And so you have her right now use her dark energy powers to give everyone cover, especially her and American Eagle. Now, Steel Spider, he does not leave. He wants to stay behind to fight against characters like Venom, because Venom is a villain. And so with that being said, he stays behind. But of course, while he stays behind, that is the moment you have Venom bites off his arm. Yes, Venom bites off the arm of Steel Spider, which of course does begin the process of the Radioactive Man trying to close the wound so that Steel Spider will not bleed out. But American Eagle and Jillian Woods, they're able to get away, luckily thanks to her dark energy power. Now, you do have American Eagle be confronted by Bullseye. Now, this fight is very short-lived. And what I mean by that is you have Bullseye thinking that he'll be able to actually defeat American Eagle. But the problem is, though, American Eagle is a very well-trained fighter. And so when Bullseye tries to go toe-to-toe with American Eagle just beats down on Bullseye to the point he leaves Bullseye very injured, to show that yes, Bullseye is a great fighter, a great warrior, and all of that right there. But when it comes to American Eagle, he's even a better fighter, a better warrior. And so American Eagle was able to actually defeat Bullseye just like that. And Bullseye is now left on the ground, beat up badly. Now, we do see that Jillian Woods was able to make her interview, which of course means she got the job, because when she arrives, she tells them she wants the job and they give the job to her. And so basically that wraps up her storyline right there. But to wrap up this book, we do jump back over to Thunderbolts Mountain, where we pick up with Norman Osborn talking to the doctor that's working on Bullseye. And thanks to the beating that Bullseye had received from American Eagle, Bullseye is lucky to be alive. On top of that right there, American Eagle had basically left Bullseye in a state where he's paralyzed from the neck down. He can't do anything at all. He's just there. And so right now their goal is to try to use some kind of special medicine that can basically help Bullseye recover, because right now he's just a body that lays there and can't do anything at all. But this is where we are Now, to begin today's video, we actually do pick up with a couple pages where you do have a bunch of different news articles or news reporters, talking about the current status of the world right now in Marvel Comics in this book. How right now you kind of have the public split in half, where you have some people who actually did support Captain America in the Civil War, but you also have some people who have supported Iron Man as well. And so it's showing that right now the public is also split, like the superhero community is as well. Now, on top of that as well, you do have other countries having concerns about the idea that America could possibly send their superheroes to deal with other problems from other countries in those countries. And so right now you have the American government trying to tell the world they will not use the superheroes as soldiers in wars across the world. Now, of course, another problem is right now the people want to know about the prison that's right now in the negative zone. Because of course, when it came to Civil War, one of the things that was established was there is a prison inside the negative zone. And that prison was basically made as a way to hold people with powers. And right now, the public is also finding out about that. And it seems like the public is not happy about the idea of this prison being in the negative zone. Now, after that, we actually do pick up with a meeting going on between Norman Osborn and Moonstar. Now, this meeting is actually very important. And the reason why, because you have to remember, Norman Osborn basically made Moonstar team lead of this team. The problem is, though, she got injured in one of our earlier videos. And so Songbird had to take over as team lead, something that both Norman Osborn and Moonstar don't like, because they both don't like, of course, Songbird. Now, Norman Osborn also tells us that apparently a certain kind of therapist is going to come by to talk to Pennis. Now, remember, Pennis is a character who kind of was involved in the beginning of Civil War, because Pennis was part of a team called, I want to say, Secret Warriors, but they went after a guy named Nitro, and Nitro blew up, killing 600 people. And so when it comes to Pennis, every single needle in his suit is a way to represent a death in that incident that basically led into the Civil War. Now, of course, ever since that incident, this dude's mind has been broken. And so Norman Osborn have been giving him doctors as a way to work on his mind to hopefully make him better. Now, of course, somebody else is going to come by to do their own kind of test, and that is Doc Samson. Now, of course, Doc Samson is one of those Hulk characters. So basically, he's very strong thanks to gamma radiation. But either way, he is a therapist, and right now, he is going to come by to actually talk to Pennis, because in our last video, Pennis went crazy, talked crazy. And so, of course, a lot of people are very concerned. Now, Norman Osborn have been giving Pennis a lot of doctors. Hopefully that one doctor would be enough to actually break this kind of mind state that Pennis is in. But of course, the American government is going to send their own guy, Doc Samson, to kind of run his own test to see if Pennis is actually fit to be on this team. Now, Norman Osborn and Moonstar have been giving Pennis a lot of doctors, hoping that one of those doctors will be able to clear his mind. Now, of course, you do have a doctor actually call Norman Osborn and say that Pennis' mind state seems better, and right now Pennis is going to go and get some fresh air. Now, that concerns Moonstar, and the reason why, because the way outside is down a certain kind of hall. In that hall, you do have a lot of other prisoners in there as well. And that is the moment, as soon as Pennis and his doctor continue to walk by, well, of course, you have some of these prisoners calling out to Pennis to say that he is a child killer. Because something else also happened in that incident at the very beginning of Civil War, where of course Nitro blew up. He did kill 600 people, but 60 of those 600 people were children. And so as Pennis and his doctor are walking down this hallway, you have these guys basically calling him a child killer because they blame him for letting Nitro blow up, killing those kids. And so with the death of those kids on his mind again and being called a child killer, you have Pennis actually lose control of his powers. Now, of course, this does lead into the moment where you actually do have Pennis just go crazy. He's literally going crazy, causing havoc all over the place. And of course, his powers make him a very strong opponent. And so right now, it seems like these prison guards, these prisoners, they're really kind of screwed right now because there seems like nothing could possibly actually stop Pennis before he actually gets away, or worse, cause a whole lot more death where they are right now. But that is the moment you actually have Norman Osborn able to shoot Pennis to knock him out. He shoots Pennis with a blast to basically knock him out. Now, after doing that, you have Moonstar say, listen, do not let Doc Samson work on this man, because if you do, we're going to lose our best card, our best play. Because when she looks at Pennis, you actually do have Moonstar say he can be our Hulk. How powerful he is, he can be our Hulk in a way. But if Doc Samson comes here, Doc Samson might actually try to block those memories to prevent him to go crazy again and to be our Hulk. But of course, you have Moonstar say, don't worry, I can undo anything that Doc Samson does to Pennis. Now, we actually do pick up with the Thunderbolts team going after a character known as Kendra Price. Now, she has been around for a very long time, but she only appeared about like 10 books, and that is it. And some of those books are actually U.S. agent books. But either way, though, the team was sent here as a way to capture her because, of course, she broke the law. Now, of course, you would think we would get another big battle, but that is the moment you actually have her say, I give up, take me in, which of course confuses the team, but they realize they just got an easy target. They just got their first capture without any kinds of problems, which is a great thing to say. Now we actually jump over to Las Vegas, and the reason why, because we actually do pick up with a random character who's right now walking into the police department. Now, of course, this character name is Mindwave, which of course he's able to make things explode and move things with his mind. Now, of course, the reason why he is here is to actually cause a problem in this police station, to the point he knows that they're going to call the Thunderbolts in as a way to arrest him, because he is not registered like other people are in the world, which means he has to get arrested, which is a very huge thing. And so after causing a scene at the police station and of course finally calming down, he says, okay, you're going to call in the Thunderbolts next. Like he wants to be captured by them actually. And so getting into the second chapter of this storyline, we actually do pick up with Doc Samson actually arriving at the Thunderbolts Mountain, of course, the base that belongs to the Thunderbolts. But when he does arrive, of course, you have Norman Osborn's security forces kind of making it hard for Doc Samson to actually get inside the building. But once inside, continuing to make it hard for him to actually see his patient. Now, of course, you do have Norman Osborn appear. And I like what Warren Ellis did in this storyline right here, which is that you do have these flashes of images where, of course, Doc Samson is actually attacking Norman Osborn. Now, it's not really happening, but it's what Doc Samson wants to do to Norman Osborn. But, of course, he doesn't. But with that being said, though, you do have Doc Samson asking to see his patient. Now, of course, that is the moment we actually do see a mini conversation going on between Moonstone and Doc Samson. And I do want to mention that these two characters have fought against each other before this storyline right here, way before. And of course, they don't like each other, but they're both therapists in a way. Now, Doc Samson does not like Moonstone because he feels like she is a bad therapist, especially when you have her tell Doc Samson that they had to subdue Penis earlier because he had a very violent episode, which was true. But the reason why that episode happened because he was being picked on and reminded for the crimes that he had committed. But either way, though, you do have Doc Samson get very upset with the idea they had to subdue Penis. Now, of course, when he's actually able to see his patient, which is Penis, that is the moment he sees Penis is locked down, guns pointed to him because, again, he had that violent episode. But with him having that violent episode and being tied down or locked down and guns pointed to him, it makes Doc Samson very angry with the idea that his patient is actually locked up right now. And so you have Doc Samson get upset. And again, we do see flashes of images where he does attack Moonstone, but he doesn't. Because again, it's what he thinks he wants to do, but he doesn't. This is actually going to be very important for this storyline. But of course, he does ask Moonstone to leave the room just so it be him and Penis in the room so he can have a conversation with Penis. Now, when this session actually begins, you have Doc Samson kind of tell Penis that, you know, they have met before. They actually have met before. They kind of had a small adventure, but he's also here because Iron Man had asked Doc Samson to come here to basically check up on Penis. Now, with that being said, this is Doc Samson wanting to help Penis by kind of getting over what he did back in Arizona, which was a cause of the Civil War, the death of 600 people, because you have Doc Samson remind us when it comes to Penis was out there on a team and they were using cameras. They were acting like they're a popular team. They were trying to be all super cool and stuff, but it led to them being childish, which led to them actually causing the death of 600 people. And so it's kind of Doc Samson saying, yeah, you were someone who had the girls, the fame, the money, but because you had all of that and you let all of that go to your head, you weren't an actual hero. And so 600 people died because of your mistakes. And so at first you're kind of like, Doc Samson is kind of like attacking Penis in a way. He's attacking him, picking on him, saying it's all your fault. Now, in the middle of this actual conversation, you actually do have the Thunderbolts arrive back at the base, which of course we come to find out they have captured Mindwave. Of course, the bad guy at the end of our last chapter, who just attacked that police department and just sat there. Like after he basically destroyed the place, he just sat there asking for the Thunderbolts. Now, of course, you have Songbird tell Norman Osborne when they got there, he didn't fight back. He actually gave up and let the team take him in, which to Norman Osborne, that is weird. And the reason why, because this is a guy who attacked a police department and he just gave up. And he makes the second person in a row who just gave up so easily. And the question is now, why? And so you have Norman Osborn say, there's a pattern happening here, and I don't like it. But getting back over to the conversation or the therapy session between Doc Samson and Penis, you actually do have Doc Samson take this session and actually make it even more unique. And the reason why I say that, because you have Doc Samson telling Penis what he kind of needs. Something or some way to let that anger out, to basically take all that anger he has pent up inside of him from his past mistakes or his current mistakes, and being able to use that, pent up anger and release it on something. And of course, you have Doc Samson say, use it on me. You can attack me all you want, but you can't hurt me. which is kind of true because, again, Doc Samson was hit with gamma radiation. He's not a full Hulk, but he does have powers and he basically can take a lot of damage. And so this is Pennis kind of using the words that Doc Samson is saying, which is right now kind of mean. But of course, it makes Pennis so angry. And so even though Pennis does attack Doc Samson is able to take the attack like it's nothing and be like, hey, I see your problem. You need some way, some kind of idea to let your anger out. So why not let your anger out on me, which of course you did, and it shows you cannot hurt me actually. Now, getting back to Mindwave, he actually is very important because we do see him being thrown into a prison cell. Now, when he's thrown into a prison cell, of course, that is the moment we come to find out what Mindwave and the other character was doing earlier when they just gave up and let the Thunderbolts actually arrest them, which was that there were two other characters as well, but we're seeing them right now. And again, they all were just captured and thrown to prison, but of course, they did not put up a fight. And the reason why? Because their goal is to cause havoc inside the actual base of the Thunderbolts, to kind of, one, kill them off, but two, kind of show the world that this team is a ticking time bomb. And they're here to set that bomb off and explode, to make so many different problems. And they have the ability to play with different people's minds to cause more problems, to set things in motion, to bring the whole team down. And so they're attacking the team from the inside out. But then at the very end of this chapter, we actually do see Norman Osborn going over to his desk, where of course he does open up his desk. And when he does, well, that is the moment he does see something inside the desk. And of course, that something begins to make him freak out. And that something is the mask of the Green Goblin. The mask of the Green Goblin is inside his desk. And of course, it's Norman Osborn at this point in his life trying to move away from becoming the Green Goblin or being the Green Goblin. And so to see the mask in his desk, he begins to freak out. And of course, that means he's beginning to slip even more to possibly becoming the Green Goblin. Now, of course, you do have Norman Osborn begin to freak out. And technically, he has the right to freak out because he just saw the mask of the Green Goblin inside his desk. And of course, it's something that he is trying to forget. It is something that he's trying to move on from. And so to look inside your actual desk to see the mask of a person or persona that you're trying to get rid of course you're going to freak out because the medication that you were given as a way to help you forget that thing is apparently not working. And so you do have him freak out. You do have his assistant walk in. And of course, she's kind of like, okay, I'll go and leave and try to find you some more harder medicine. But when Norman Osborn looks back inside the desk to see if the mask is still there, of course, the mask is not there. And of course, he's kind of like, oh my God, my mind is slipping. I'm beginning to become the Green Goblin all over again. But then we actually pick up with Venom. Now remember, Venom is not Eddie Brock. Venom on the team right now is Mac Gargan, of course, the Scorpion. Now, the reason why I'm pointing that out right now is because you actually do have Mac Gargan kind of going into the showers as a way to relax, I guess. But that's the moment he's actually kind of verbally abused by the actual symbiote suit, where of course you have the symbiote suit kind of tell Mac Gargan that he does not deserve the suit, that basically Mac Gargan is kind of like this baby, like just a spoiled brat or some kind of character that does not deserve the actual Venom suit. He's not strong enough, not brave enough. He's weak. He's fragile. Like, this is the Venom suit actually saying these things to Mac Gargan. And of course, it's Mac Gargan kind of freaking out. And remember, in our last video, Mac Gargan's mind, because of the Venom suit, was already on thin ice. Like, the dude was kind of falling apart. And now having the suit actually talk to you in that kind of way makes things even worse. And so it's Mac Gargan like, okay, the Venom suit is just, making me go crazy. Oh my God, I can't do this. I cannot do this at all. Now, to make matters even worse, that is the moment you have one of the main jets that the Thunderbolts actually use blow up. Like, it just blows up. And of course, that is a very huge problem because you're talking about possibly an attack happening on the inside of the base, which of course we know that's technically happening right now because those 4 characters, Mindwave and his fellow characters, they all been planning this. They want to bring down the Thunderbolts from the inside out. And so right now they're doing that. They just blew up one of the jets that belonged to the Thunderbolts. But with that happening, of course, you do have Songbird and the Radioactive Man trying to basically, stop the flames, stop the place from being burned down. But while doing that, of course, here's the big question. Where is the rest of the team? Where is the rest of the Thunderbolts? Now, of course, again, remember, Songbird and the Radioactive Man are technically the only 2 sane people on the entire team. Everybody else is just flat out crazy. But of course, Norman Osborn cannot help out. And the reason why? Because he's in his office in a corner just shivering while wearing a Green Goblin mask, telling us that his mind is falling apart. He is becoming the Green Goblin once again. Now we do get reminded that, hey, don't forget, Doc Samson is right now doing a therapy session with Penance, and that is still going on. And so, of course, you do have Doc Samson realizing that something is going on in the base, and you would think he would be a hero and try to figure out what's happening right now in the base. But he doesn't care because he hates every single person in this place except one person, Penance, his actual patient. So he's kind of like, whatever's happening out there, the Thunderbolts can handle it themselves. We're going to stay inside here and basically talk to one another. And he does that. He said, we're going to stay here and we're going to talk to one another while your teammates figure out what in the world is going on. But that is the moment things get even worse because we actually do pick up with Venom. Because right now you have Venom just basically going crazy because the actual symbiote suit has taken over the body of Matt Gargan. And so you have the Venom suit just going around actually eating people, ripping off arms. Like, the Venom suit has gone completely crazy. And that is a huge problem now because now you're talking about another problem for the team to handle. Your boss is in the corner basically shivering and crying. You have 2 team members trying to stop a fire, and now you have Venom just eating basically security guards left and right. Everything is falling apart. And of course, that was the main point of this storyline. Watch this ticking time bomb for this team actually be set off. But let's not forget about Swordsman. Now remember, Swordsman, this is the second Swordsman. This is Andreas Strucker, and he's actually a mutant. Now, when it comes to Andreas Strucker, his powers only activate when he's actually touching his sister, his twin sister. That is how their actual mutant abilities work. The problem is, though, his sister is dead, and so, of course, he's unable to actually use his powers like he wants to, which, of course, being close to his sister. And so what he did was, and this is how messed up this whole thing is. This dude actually took the skin of his dead sister and added to his handle of his sword as a way to kind of activate his powers. Yes, he did that. Now, the reason why he's on the actual Thunderbolts team is because Norman Osborn had promised Swordsman that he'll basically make a clone version of his sister to give over to Swordsman. But of course, Swordsman could not be patient. Swordsman wants that clone body now. He wants his actual sister alive now. And so it's him saying, I am going to get what I want. And so now you have another member of the team just going crazy. So now The whole Thunderbolts team is basically falling apart. This is what they're trying to do. They're caged in, but of course, they're able to mess with the team left and right. And this is where we are going. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, guys, so we are basically going to continue our coverage over the Norman Osborn Thunderbolts era, which of course we actually pick up with Volume 2, Part 2. We already covered Part 1 of Volume 2, but now it's time for us to cover Part 2 of Volume 2. Which is called Cage Angels. Now, there is a good reason why it's called that, but before I actually dive into that reason, I want to remind you guys how this team came together. So remember, after Civil War, the American government made a law. If you're going to be a hero, you need to register under the new law. Now, of course, you had some characters out there who felt like they don't want to work for the American government and not register under that new law. And so what the government did was they basically called up Norman Osborn and they formed a new version of the Thunderbolts team to basically go after characters who won't follow the law. Now, this team has been around for a short period of time under Norman Osborn control, but this team is a hot mess. They do not work well together. They have a lot of issues. Their two leaders, Norman Osborn and Moonstone, are literally crazy. And of course, that is why we have Volume 2 called Cage Angels. And the reason why, because you basically had 4 characters actually get captured by the Thunderbolts and locked in a prison that's inside the base of the Thunderbolts, because these group of characters are trying to get rid of the team from the inside out. And basically their plan had already begun. Norman Osborn is going crazy to the point he might actually turn back into the Green Goblin, a life that he's trying to forget. Also, Venom has gone crazy as well, going around eating people left and right. Swordsman, which is Andreas Strucker, he feels like because his father was a great leader of Hydra, that he should basically have the right to do whatever he wants. And so he's going to force Norman Osborn to make him a clone version of his sister that has been dead for a very long time. That is why I say this is called Cage Angels, because those group of characters who are locked up in the prison, they have begun the process of making every single member of the team just go crazy or do something to basically have all these different characters just running around acting like crazy fools. Because Songbird and the radioactive man are also dealing with problems as well. And so that is why we're going to cover Part 2 to see how will this team be able to recover from this kind of incident. Now, you're probably wondering, okay, how in the world is that team of characters that have been arrested by the Thunderbolts being able to actually cause all of these problems? Well, of course, attacking the mind. Psychic abilities. You had these characters being able to control different members of the team to have them do different things. And so that is how they're able to actually have some of the team members just going crazy. For example, you have one guy named Blue Streak who's right now controlling Venom. And of course, Venom is just going around eating people, cutting folks up, acting like a crazy monster, which of course that what Marvel wanted at this time for Venom. But of course, he's doing that right now, just going around causing havoc all over the place. Because Blue Streak, one of the characters that was arrested by the Thunderbolts in our last video, is basically controlling Venom to have him act like this in the base of the Thunderbolts. Now, you have Songbird and the radioactive man run into the office of Norman Osborn, who's right now on the phone freaking out. And the reason why he's freaking out, because remember, in our last video, Swordsman said that he's going to force Norman Osborn to make a clone of his dead sister. Because remember, when it comes to Andreas Strucker, For a way for him to activate his mutant ability, he has to touch hands or touch body parts with his sister. Now, of course, his sister has been dead for a short period of time. And so right now, Swordsman is technically unable to actually use his powers. And so Norman Osborn had offered Swordsman the ability to make a clone version of his dead sister, Andrea, so that Andreas and Andrea could once again be together and so that they can cause havoc across the world by using their mutant ability. Now, of course, Norman Osborn is freaking out because Swordsman was able to bribe some of the security guards in the base to actually work for him. And so right now you kind of have a small civil war happening in the base of the Thunderbolts. And Norman Osborn, you can tell he's beginning to slip. He's beginning to release the Green Goblin persona once again. And so right now, it's kind of everyone telling him, you need to relax. Like, calm down. Listen, we'll go down there and try to stop him. But yeah, this is happening right now. You have a small civil war in the base of the Thunderbolts. And so getting over to Swordsman, we actually do see him right now talking to his small group of soldiers that have basically joined his side because, again, he offered them money. Now, this is things get even crazier because now you have Swordsman building up a pretty decent sized army, especially being led by him. And so Norman Osborn did not send any other members of the Thunderbolts to deal with Swordsman. Instead, you had Norman Osborn send more security guards to fight against the guards who had joined Swordsman's side. And so it's kind of like a small civil war inside the actual base, where you have both these sides of security guards fighting against one another. But here's the problem though. Swordsman is on one side. On the other side, none of the members of the Thunderbolts went down there to actually help those guards capture Swordsman. And so you have Swordsman just being able to cut through that entire small army of guards that Norman Osborn had put together, hoping to be able to actually capture Swordsman. Now, you would think that Norman Osborn would do something else as a way to stop Swordsman, but he doesn't. And the reason why? Because Norman Osborn realized that Swordsman is running down a particular hallway. And of course, the hallway he's going down is the same hallway Venom is going crazy in. And so we're about to have Venom fight against Swordsman in the base of the Thunderbolts. Now that is the moment we actually do jump over to Doc Samson. Now remember, Doc Samson is basically a therapist, but he's a character from the Hulk books because he was also hit with gamma radiation, except he does not turn into a Hulk. He does get stronger, but someone told me one time his hair gets longer. I could be wrong on that. But either way, he's here right now being a therapist for Penance. Now remember, Penance is the reason why the Civil War started, because Penance and his team was chasing after a character known as Nitro. Nitro blew up and killed 600 people. And so ever since then, Penance feels like it's his fault that 600 people died. 60 of that 600 were children. And so that is why you have Doc Samson and Penance in therapy. But while being in therapy, that's the moment Doc Samson realized that somebody is trying to play with his mind. Of course, it's one of the ladies who's locked in the prison of the base on Thunderbolts. And so right now she's trying to read Doc Samson's mind, but of course Doc Samson is able to kind of kick her out of his mind, and of course that kind of feedback or that sent back energy hurt her, and she realized that Doc Samson is not somebody whose mind she can read so easily. Now, getting back over to Norman Osborn, you actually do have Norman Osborn walk away from the rest of the members of the Thunderbolts because he tells them it's time for him to actually handle the situation on his own. Now, this is going to be a huge moment, but he does actually walk away. But as he walks away, we actually go down that hallway where we do have Venom fighting against the swordsman. And so you had these two characters fight against each other, and of course it's a bloody mess. It's a bloody fight because each of them wants to kill the other. And so while this fight is going on, the big question is now, who's going to win? Is it going to be Venom or is it going to be Swordsman? Who knows? But of course, we have to jump into the next chapter. And so getting into the second chapter of this storyline, we actually do pick up with Norman Osborn walking. He's walking down different hallways. He's upset because he feels like he has to do everything for himself. He has to do everything for the team. And so that's the point he realized what he has to do. And so this man continues to walk down many hallways. And you're wondering, okay, where's this man going? But you have to remember, back in the earlier videos of Norman Osborn Thunderbolts team, the dude was going crazy. Like, the dude was actually slipping. Now remember, the American government gave Norman Osborn medication as a way to help him control his Green Goblin persona. But the problem is, though, even with the medication, his mind was slipping. And so we see Norman Osborn go into a particular room. And when he goes into that particular room, he finds a chest. He opens that chest up, and of course, inside that chest, it was the Green Goblin outfit. And so this is Norman Osborn saying, okay, I'm going to handle every single problem right now we have in this base on my own by becoming the Green Goblin once again. And so bam, we have Norman Osborn being the Green Goblin once again and flying away on his glider to go find probably Venom and Swordsman, but also other people who are causing problems in the base right now. Now that is the moment we actually do jump over to the Radioactive Man, Moonstone, and Songbird, because those are the three characters who are right now basically sane. Like, they haven't gone crazy at all. They're kind of normal. Now that is the moment they do get an update on the fight between Venom and Swordsman to see who won. And of course Swordsman won because Swordsman almost cut Venom in half. Now thankfully to Matt Gargan, the person who was wearing the Venom suit, the symbiote suit, was able to protect Matt Gargan from being cut in half. Now remember, at this point in Marvel Comics, Eddie Brock was not Venom. It was Matt Gargan. And of course, Matt Gargan was Scorpion, but by this point in Marvel Comics, he became Venom. Now, either way though, right now, you have the Radioactive Man realize what could possibly be going on. And he said, it's time for us to talk to our new prisoners, because those 4 new prisoners, the ones who are actually causing the problems in the base right now, before they were captured by the Thunderbolts, they were out there in the world just causing havoc because they wanted the Thunderbolts to capture them. And of course, when the team arrived, those characters stopped fighting and just went ahead and got arrested without fighting back. And of course, remember, in our last video, Norman Osborn said it was weird because those characters were out there causing problems, but then as soon as the Thunderbolts arrive, they're okay getting arrested and being thrown in prison. And so we have the Radioactive Men gonna go see them. But then we get into our next battle. And of course, our next battle is Norman Osborn fighting against Swordsman. Really, the Green Goblin fighting against Swordsman. Now, you would think because Swordsman was able to take down Venom that there could be a possibility he might win against Green Goblin. But here's the thing though. He doesn't. Green Goblin is able to actually defeat Swordsman very easily. Now, at first, it does seem like maybe Swordsman might have a comeback after being hit a few times by Green Goblin. But of course, Green Goblin is just too strong for Swordsman. Not by strength. What I mean is kind of like he's too strong of a character. He's too popular, as for one thing, but two, because when it comes to Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, he's very intelligent. He knows what to do and when to do it. And so it wasn't a fair fight for Swordsman in the first place. But of course, you do have the Green Goblin being able to actually win their battle. And so that means now Swordsman is officially handled. Now you do have the Radioactive Man and also Songbird trying to get to the prison area of the base to hopefully talk to those prisoners who are right now causing all of this mess. Now those prisoners with their psychic abilities, they know that Songbird and the radioactive man is on their way right now. And so, of course, they use their abilities as a way to control the mind of the radioactive man. Now, remember, when it comes to the radioactive man, he does have the ability to cause different kinds of radiation. And so right now, with his mind being controlled, he begins the process of saying that he is going to give everybody in the room some kind of cancer. Now, of course, you do have the guards being able to knock out their radioactive man because they're like, we don't want cancer. No. We do not want no cancer at all. And so, of course, they knock him out. Now, after that, you do have Songbird say, fine, stay here with him. I'm going to make sure that Swordsman is secured. Now, of course, when she walks down the hallway and she does see Swordsman, when she finds him, well, he's pinned to the wall because that is how Norman Osborn had left him. But of course, the big question is he alive? And you have a doctor say he's barely alive. Like, he is literally barely alive. But the way he's nailed up, if we try to move him by any way possible, he could possibly bleed out. Now, if you think things couldn't get any crazier, well, it does, because that is the moment you actually have Norman Osborn continue to go crazy as he blows up more security guards that he had hired for the base. And so now Norman Osborn has gone completely crazy. On top of that, another character is about to go crazy to cause more problems for the team right now. So right now, it seems like this team could technically be disassembled because of how crazy everything is going. Now, getting into the third chapter of this storyline, we actually do pick up with Moonstone going after Doc Samson. Now, there was something I mentioned in our last video when it came to the Thunderbolts, that basically Moonstone doesn't like Doc Samson at all. And so, of course, it makes sense on why in the world she's going after him for. And so with that being said, she does go after him because right now she's being mind controlled by those characters who are locked up in prison. Now, with all that being said, though, Doc Samson is able to go toe-to-toe with her because, of course, again, he was also hit with gamma radiation, meaning that he can take a lot of hits that she is throwing out at him. But their fight actually does last for a good few pages. But then you have to realize that Moonstone wasn't expecting one particular person to actually help Doc Samson get rid of her. And of course, that person would be Pennis, which makes sense because he was in a therapy session with Doc Samson. And so you do have Pennis actually walk in and just take her out just very easily. I felt bad for the girl because kind of like maybe she had a chance against Doc Samson, but then Pennis walks in the room and he just shuts everything down in like 5 to 10 seconds. And it's kind of like, this was not even a fair fight for the girl. The girl tried and got her butt whooped. It is not a fair fight. Now, of course, this leads up to the big moment of the book, which is the Green Goblin fighting against Songbird. Now, of course, the reason why it's so big is because these are two people who want to control the Thunderbolts completely. Now, Norman Osborn was given control of this team by the American government. But when it comes to Songbird, she's been around on this team for a very long time. She has been on most of the different versions of this team throughout the years of Marvel Comics. And one time she was actual leader of the team. And so she feels like that she has the ability to actually lead the team. And she feels like she should be in charge of the team. But of course, when it comes to Norman Osborn, when he got the control of the team, his main goal was to push Songbird to the side. He did not want her anywhere on the team at all. But of course, he did take her on the team, but he didn't give her a field team leader role. Instead, she was just one member of the team, and that was it. And so their battle is kind of like two people who want to be in charge so bad, they're battling it out right here, right now, in the middle of the base. Now remember, the Norman Osborn Green Goblin, he's being mind controlled by those prisoners, in prison right now. And so this fight is kind of mainly because these two characters want to be team leaders or control the team, but at the same time, it's those prisoners in prison who are controlling Norman Osborn. But their fight does last for a few pages, but it does end up with both of them just passing out. And it's kind of like, okay, technically Songbird wins because she did use her sonic scream on Green Goblin to knock him out, and then she passed out. So technically you could say that Songbird won the battle. Now, after they passed out, that is the moment we do see somebody walk by them. And of course, that somebody is Bullseye. Because remember, in one of our earlier videos, Bullseye was taken out by a character known as American Eagle. And American Eagle did a number on Bullseye that he needed a lot of surgery. Well, of course, by this point, all of his surgeries were done. And so this man just walks in, and he said he came only to the prison cells to kill off some prisoners as target practice, which of course worked out for the team because there are 4 characters who are right now trying to control the minds of the Thunderbolts. And so Bullseye takes every single one of them out. Now, they're wondering why they're unable to actually control his mind. And the reason why, because his mind is mostly metal. Also because Bullseye is just freaking crazy as you know what. But either way, though, you do have Bullseye taking out the prisoners, which means that right now, the Thunderbolts should technically go back to normal. But of course, this team went through so much in a short period of time because of these 4 characters who basically got locked up to bring down the team from the inside out. Now, after all of that, 48 hours pass by, and we kind of find out most of the team is like just in different rooms recovering because there was a lot of damage done to each member of the team. Now, you do have Songbird actually stop by the office of Norman Osborn. And the reason why, because Songbird is going to use the idea of Norman Osborn becoming the Green Goblin as a way to blackmail him to get what she wants, which is control of the team. Now, she knows because of how the American government has set up the new Thunderbolts team that she can't just kick him out and take complete control, but she wants to share control with Norman Osborn, which is a very, very huge thing, meaning that she's able to pick who can be on the team, what missions they go on, and so on and so on. Now, of course, that right there is very huge, but Norman Osborn realized he has no choice but to agree because he did become the Green Goblin, and she can go tell everyone, hey, your dude, Norman Osborn, became the Green Goblin, and that caused a lot more problems for our team over the last 48 hours. And so Norman Osborn gives her what she wants. Now, as she's walking away, that is the moment you have Norman Osborn tell her that he knows that apparently somebody told Bullseye that his devices were turned off. Let me explain. So in our last video, the first storyline of the Thunderbolts, basically, when it came to Norman Osborn recruiting Bullseye, as a way to make sure Bullseye falls in line, he puts some kind of device in Bullseye's body, in his bloodstream, to basically shock Bullseye if Bullseye ever goes out of line. Now, those devices can technically lead to Bullseye becoming paralyzed if Bullseye disobey orders a good amount of times. But with all that being said, in our earlier videos, Songbird told Bullseye that apparently she was able to turn off his devices, which of course led to Bullseye going crazy and thinking that he'll be able to go ahead and kill American Eagle just for fun. But of course we know that American Eagle actually won that battle. But the reason why Songbird did that was a way for her to get rid of Bullseye, because he's the most craziest person on the team. She wants him gone. And so this is Norman Osborn saying that he knows Songbird was trying to get Bullseye killed. And so of course now each person has a way to blackmail the other person. But this is where we are And so getting into today's storyline, we actually do pick up with the team, the Thunderbolts, going after a character called Brother Nature. Now, I do want to mention one thing before we actually dive into this section is that when it comes to the Thunderbolts, you have to remember they were basically brought together by the American government because after Civil War, there was a new law that you had to register to be a hero in America. Of course, if you did not do that, you'll be arrested and locked up. And of course, there are a lot of people out there who don't follow that new law. Now, with all that being said, though, of course, you didn't have the American government put a new team of Thunderbolts together to go around and capture those people. Now, of course, the government gave that team over to Norman Osborn for him to be team leader. Now, the reason why Norman Osborn is in charge is because he showed the American government that he was quotation marks better now because of medicine that he's taking that helps him control his Green Goblin persona. Now, with all that being said right now, we actually do see the team going after a character called Brother Nature. Now, Brother Nature is actually a very powerful character. As a matter of fact, he first appeared back in, I want to say, Captain America number 336. I really hope I got the book correct. Now, the year, I want to say 1987. But either way, though, when it comes to Captain America, that book right there, it showed us how powerful Brother Nature could be. And matter of fact, this book does as well. Because when it comes to Brother Nature, he has the ability, had a hard time there, sorry. He had the ability to control the weather. He has the ability to cause earthquakes. Now, his last ability is not that important, being able to talk to animals. But either way, though, Brother Nature is still somewhat a powerful character. But unfortunately, Marvel only used him 4 times in his entire existence. Now, with that being said, we see the team right now trying to capture him because, of course, he's breaking the law and he's causing a lot of problems. Now, here's the thing, though. As the team is trying to capture Brother Nature, they're having a hard time doing that. Yes, because how powerful he is, but because Moonstone, the field team leader, is not being a good team leader. And what I mean is that you have the team asking her what can they do to help capture Brother Nature, and all of her plans are completely bad ideas, where of course it could lead into somebody getting hurt, but not her, because she only cares for herself and no one else. And so when she gives out her new plan, everyone's like, okay, that's a bad idea. Somebody is going to get hurt, possibly killed. And so you didn't have Songbird cut in and say, no, we are not going to do that plan. Instead, we're going to do this plan instead, which is her kind of tricking Brother Nature to actually give up so that he can be arrested. Now, once they're able to arrest Brother Nature, you have Moonstone get very angry and saying that she's basically going to have her team locked up as well with the prisoners because they're not following orders. And most of this team is just bad guys being forced to work for the American government. And so she's kind of like, because you guys did not follow my rules, I could technically have you guys thrown in jail right now. But of course, the team is kind of like, we don't care because we're alive again. Thanks to Songbird, not you. And of course, it continues the idea that Songbird and Moonstone do not like each other at all. Now, the next page of this storyline is basically picks up with a meeting going on between Norman Osborn, Songbird, and also Moonstone, where of course you have Moonstone run over to Norman Osborn because he is the actual leader of the team and Moonstone is just the field team leader. But of course, Moonstone ran over to Norman Osborn complaining, and Norman Osborn is kind of punishing Songbird. Now, in the last storyline we did of the Thunderbolts, you actually had Songbird being able to blackmail Norman Osborn good enough to have the ability to kind of have more control over the team. But for some strange reason, it feels like that idea is not in this book at all. But either way, though, you do have the three of them talking about the new action figures that Songbird is going to have made of her. And the reason why, because Songbird has become very popular out there in the world. And so, of course, it's the marketing team wants to make action figures for her. Now, Moonstone gets very upset because, one, the team of the Thunderbolts likes Songbird more than Moonstone. But now here is Songbird getting action figures over Moonstone, and she hates the idea. Now, Norman Osborn tells her, don't worry, you're also getting some kind of figure made as well. But of course, her figure is kind of bad. Like, basically, they're making an action figure for males who might like it for other reasons. But either way, though, it's basically Moonstone getting upset that Songbird is actually more popular than she is. Now, we do see Moonstone run over to Swordsman. Now remember, this is actually the second Swordsman. Remember, the first Swordsman died years ago back in the Kree Skrull War, but he was revived and then he flew out into space to not be seen again until Empire. This swordsman is actually Andreas Strucker. Now, of course, Andreas Strucker has a twin sister, but she's dead. And that is why he's on the team, because Norman Osborn told Andreas if he stays on the team, Norman Osborn will be able to actually make a clone of his sister to give over to him. And so Swordsman is only on the team waiting for that clone to be made. Now, with all that being said, though, you actually do have Moonstone coming to Swordsman about the idea of killing off Norman Osborn and Songbird, because Moonstone knows that if she kills off Norman Osborn, the American government will only give the team over to Songbird then. And so now her plan involves getting rid of Norman Osborn and Songbird so that she can finally have control over the entire team. Now, this plot line has been going on for a while. It's not a new thing that Gage has made up for the storyline. It's just him continuing that idea that has been going on for a while. Now, with that being said, though, you do have Swordsman tell Moonstone killing Norman Osborn and Moonstone is a bad idea. And the reason why, because, watch this, he says Songbird is too popular right now. The world loves her. The team loves her. And so if you kill her, you're going to have a lot of people still care for her more than you, because now it's basically Swordsman comparing Songbird to Captain America, because even though Steve Rogers did break the law in Civil War, when he died at the end of that storyline right there, the entire government felt sad, the entire country felt sad about his death. And so what he's saying is, right now, the public cares for her too much. We care for her too much. And honestly, I don't like you either. But if you kill off Songbird, here's your big problem. Even after her death, you're going to have people tell you over and over again when you're doing something, that is not what Songbird would do, or Songbird would do something entirely different. And so basically what he's saying is, even after she died, the public is still going to care for her more than actually care for you. And so while you're trying to kill her off, just realize your master plan is not going to work. Now, this actually leads into the master plan of Moonstone. And what I mean is that we actually do pick up with Songbird walking around the base, and she runs into her mother. This is Mimi Gold, the mother of Songbird. Now, this is actually kind of interesting, but at the same time not. And what I mean is that this is the only book we're going to see Mimi Gold in ever in Marvel Comics, until Marvel decides to do a big storyline for Songbird and they could possibly bring her mother back to life. But either way, though, when it comes to Mimi Gold, she is the mother of Songbird, but they haven't seen each other since Songbird was 11 years old. And the reason why, because when it came to Mimi Gold, she was basically arrested and thrown into prison. Now, she did come back after that to try have a new beginning with with Songbird and Songbird's father to hopefully have a new beginning as a family. But the problem was, though, both parents, they drank a lot and fought a lot. And so with that being said, Songbird's mother left again, leaving Songbird with her father, who still drank a lot and was very abusive. And so to Songbird, she's kind of like, I'm still mad at you because you left me when I was 11 years old. On top of that right there, why are you back? Because of course, to us fans, it seems like she's only back because Songbird got very popular. Because again, we saw earlier, Songbird is getting some new action figures, and of course means that she's a very popular hero. And so to her mother, it seems like she's only back because she's about to have a lot of money because of her daughter. Now, of course, you do have Songbird's mother kind of talk to Songbird about how she didn't want to come back until she was ready. And not like, I'm ready, let's go, get it on. Like, she wants to make sure that she was completely healed, that she was no longer drinking, that she was actually better to be a mom and be there for her daughter. And so it only been like 2 years since she finally been healed and ready to go again. But of course, she said she tried and tried and tried until she was actually able to find Songbird. And so with that being said, it's her hoping that they can have a new beginning. And you have Songbird kind of down with the idea of having this new beginning with her mother. Now, this actually does lead into the moment we come to find out what we thought earlier is actually true. And what I mean is that we actually do pick up with Songbird with her mother right now, where you have Songbird kind of showing her mother the different charities she has across the country and telling her mother that she could possibly give her mom a job on one of those charities as a way to help her mom get back on her feet again. Now, with that being said, though, that is the moment we come to find out what we thought earlier is true, because you do have her mom think that Songbird is talking about giving her the ability to control an entire charity. But of course, you have Songbird say, no, I said I'll give you a job on one of my charities, but you can't actually run the charity. And of course, her mom sounds very disappointed, but then her mom said, I got a better idea. I'll write a book about you and me. And of course, this book could be everything about your past and my past to kind of tell the world your story. Now, of course, Songbird is like, no, I don't want that. But then you have her mom say, well, you should, because somebody else could possibly write a book about you and make money off your life. And that is not fair. So your family should be the one to make the money off of you. But again, to Songbird, she's kind of like, no, I don't want that. Like, no. And now I realize why you're back. You only came back here because, again, you thought, oh, my daughter is popular now. She's probably rolling into money. Let me see if I'm able to get some money out of her. And so you have Songbird actually tell her mother to go away and never come back. Where, of course, her mother is very upset. And you have Norman Osborn kind of like, children. Can't stand them, right? Because again, Norman Osborn does have a son, Harry Osborn, and Norman and Harry do not have a very good father and son relationship. Now, this actually does lead into the moment you have the Thunderbolts right now having a training session. But while having this session, you actually do have Moonstone come over to give Songbird some bad news. That Songbird's mother, Mimi Gold, had died in a car accident. Now, of course, the reason why she died is because apparently she was drinking, and of course she drove and got in a car accident and died. Now, for Songbird, she can't believe that because her mom was 2 years sober. And so it's kind of like, did her mom actually have a drink? Or did somebody do something to her mom to get her killed? But either way, you have Moonstone kind of come over to Songbird pretending like she actually cares, but she doesn't, because Norman Osborn kind of forced her to kind of go over there and be a therapist or a team lead for Songbird, to be all like, are you okay? Are you all right because you lost your mother? But in reality, Moonstone doesn't care. Matter of fact, Moonstone is loving the idea that Songbird has lost somebody. her mother, which is really messed up. But of course, this is Songbird and Moonstone's bad blood between each other just continuing on. Now, you actually do have Songbird kind of staying in her room for a good period of time because, of course, she did lose her mother. But she does go over to the one person on the team she actually feels like they're very close, like she's close to. And of course, that person is the radioactive man, because her and him have been on the team for a good period of time now in Marvel Comics, and they have built that bond. Now, of course, this is Songbird kind of coming over to the radioactive man, but not really in a good way. Like, yes, she needs somebody because she just lost her mother. She needs somebody to talk to be with. But of course, what seems to happen here, and I'm hoping that I'm wrong about this, it does seem like Songbird is coming over to the radioactive man to possibly, get in bed with him. But of course, he's kind of like, we can't do that because I'm still, radioactive. I basically spread radiation sometimes. So like, even though I control my powers, there's still a chance you could get, very sick because of my abilities. And so he says, no, we can't do that, but I'm here for you no matter what, because I know what you're going through is a lot. And you have Songbird kind of push him away and go back into her room, but then you kind of have her say she has no idea if she'll be able to actually, continue on with this life of being a hero, because she just lost somebody else, and this time it's her own mother. Now, there is a page where you basically have Songbird tell Norman Osborne that she's ready to go back on the field to continue to be a hero and be kind of like one of the many leaders of this team. Now, Norman Osborne kind of tells her, no, you can't go out there because you're still mourning over the death of your mother. And he feels like her feelings could possibly cause a lot of problems for the team. But then she kind of says to him, listen, if you don't let me go out there, I'll stay here and you and I can talk about my feelings. And he's like, nope, don't want to do that right there. Yep, you're good to go. Go ahead, join the team, get out there on the next mission and go capture more bad people. And so you actually do have the Thunderbolts going after a particular team called the Jury. Now, I'm not going to sit down here and basically explain who the Jury is, because we actually saw them back in our Venom Lethal Protector video we did a while back. But either way though, this team is actually not that important at all. And the reason why, because you have the Thunderbolts being able to get rid of the team very easily so that we can actually move on to the next part of the storyline, which of course is the moment where you have the reporters wanting to talk to Songbird about what she just did. And of course, you have Songbird kind of destroy the microphones and cameras of the media because she does not want to talk to them at all. And of course, it makes the media people very upset. And of course, you do have one lady say that she's going to look up the bad wrestling days of Songbird to kind of make her popularity take a hit. But either way, though, you then have Moonstone come over to kind of yell at Songbird for what she did. Now, this leads into a very interesting conversation. And what I mean is that, and so after that, you have Songbird actually tell us that she began to investigate her mother's death because she feels like her mother's death was very fishy. Yes, her mom was an alcoholic, but her mom was 2 years sober. And so to find out that your mom basically drank some alcohol, drove, got in a car accident, and died after being 2 years sober, to Songbird, it seemed like everything was staged as a way to mess with Songbird, because you have Songbird basically tell us that when it comes to the base of the Thunderbolts, to actually be allowed inside the base, you have to be cleared, go through a lot of different levels of clearance. And of course, somebody has to clear you. And Songbird tell us that she was able to talk to a security guard who told her that Moonstone was the one who cleared Mimi Gold to be allowed on the base. Now, of course, after being on the base, Mimi Gold did run into Norman Osborne, and we saw that after Songbird told her mom to stay away and never come back, Norman Osborne did talk to Mimi Gold. but Norman Osborn walked away. And so Moonstone walked up after that and told Mimi, yes, that was Norman Osborn. He's the man in charge of the entire operation of the Thunderbolts, and he'll do anything to protect us if we're going through certain kinds of problems, kind of hinting at the idea if Songbird is very upset about something, and because it was her mother, Norman Osborn possibly did kill her mother. But at the same time, it could have been Moonstone as well. And the question is, though, who killed Mimi Gold? Norman Osborn or Moonstone? That is the big question. Now, for Songbird, she feels like it was Moonstone, but she does not have enough proof to actually prove it. But you do have you do have Songbird say, like, basically, I'm watching you guys. If you go after anybody else I care for or I work with, I will make sure you pay for what you do to them. And so with that being said, it's just And so getting into today's video, we actually do pick up with the Thunderbolts right now, going after a particular group of Chinese superhuman characters who are trying to get away from the Thunderbolts. Now, the reason why I mentioned their race is actually going to be somewhat important for the beginning of this book, but also the ending of this book. Not ending, really the middle. But either way, though, you do have the Thunderbolts right now trying to capture these characters. Now, you have to remember, when it comes to this version of the Thunderbolts, they work for the American government. And what I mean is that after Civil War, a new law was made, basically saying that if you're going to be a superhuman in America, you have to basically register under the new law. Now, of course, if you do not follow that law, you're basically breaking it, which means that you will get arrested and locked up. Now, with that being said, though, these characters are not following that law, and so, of course, the Thunderbolts are here to capture them, because when the American government made that new law, they also made a new version of the Thunderbolts, this team right here. And Norman Osborn is the one in charge of this team. Now, the reason why Norman Osborn is in charge because he proved that he's no longer the Green Goblin. Of course, he has to take medicine as a way to control the Green Goblin persona, but of course, he's shown them that he's technically somewhat good. And so that is why he's in charge of the Thunderbolts. But either way, though, you do have the team right now fighting against these Chinese characters. Now, in the middle of the fight, you do have some of these Chinese characters actually get very upset with the radioactive man because he's also Chinese. And of course, his name is kind of based off a god in the Chinese culture. Now, of course, these characters believe that when it comes to the radioactive man, he's basically a traitor. But of course, he's kind of like, no, I'm not. I'm just here to protect innocent people from you guys. Now, that is the moment you have one of these Chinese characters just flat out die. Like their body begins to fall apart and they die. And that right there is huge because now it's kind of like, wait, why in the world did that one person die? His body just melted and he's gone. And of course, the rest of the group is kind of wondering the same thing too, because they're wondering if they're also going to die as well. And so you have the Thunderbolts actually take these Chinese superhuman characters back to their actual base. Now, that is the moment we see that the Thunderbolts had taken the Chinese characters back to Thunderbolts Mountain, the base of the Thunderbolts. Now, the reason why I've been saying these Chinese characters is because their race is very important. And the reason why, because after interviewing all of these different characters, they come to tell us that they got their powers from a particular person. And that person is Armin Zola. So Armin Zola is an old character. I want to say Jack Kirby actually made him. But either way, though, he was a scientist who was a scientist back in World War II. Now, of course, after the ending of the war, he was able to transfer his mind into a robotic body so that he'll be able to continue his experiments, which of course he began to do in China, where these Chinese characters actually met Armin Zola because he gave them their powers. But of course, there is a side effect. You could possibly die. Now, with that being said, you actually do have Armin Zola in China right now continuing his experiments. Now, the Chinese government had told America that they'll be the ones to handle Armin Zola. But of course, US doesn't want to trust China with them actually dealing with Armin Zola. They want to be the ones to capture him because they're afraid that Armin Zola's technology could possibly fall in the hands of China. And that would be a bad thing for the US government. And so the US had asked the Thunderbolts to sneak into China to get Armin Zola and bring him back over to the US. Now, the radioactive man is pissed off. And the reason why, because he feels like the U.S. are breaking a huge peace treaty, especially with him being on the team. Because remember, the Chinese government gave over the radioactive man to the U.S. Now, for the radioactive man, he believes the Chinese only did that as a way to kind of show a peace treaty being done between the two countries. But of course, you have Norman Osborne say, the only reason why you're on this team right now is because your government doesn't want you there in your country right now. They want you over here because they're scared of your powers. They feel like you cannot control your powers. And so, of course, that is why you're here. It's not because they gave you over as a way to build peace between the two countries. No, it's because they're afraid of your powers. Now, when it comes to the radioactive man, he doesn't believe that, and so he leaves to figure out if that actually is true. Now, of course, you do actually have the radioactive man go over to see one of his close friends and allies, which is called the collective man. Now, the collective man is honestly not that important at all. And matter of fact, usually in Marvel comics, he never really was. And so I'm not going to sit down and really explain who he is, except the fact that he's also from China, and right now he is stationed at the Chinese embassy. Now, with that being said, though, the reason why the radioactive man actually went to go see the collective man is because it's the radioactive man wants to know and make sure that basically what Norman Osborn said earlier is true. Like, was Norman Osborn serious about the idea that China doesn't want the radioactive man back in their country because of his powers? And so, of course, you do have the collective man actually tell the radioactive man, yes, that is true. China does not want you back because of your powers, because you did go out of control once before. Now, yes, the doctors were able to help you get control of your powers. But the thing is, though, it could still happen again down the road. And that is why China does not want you back in their country, because they're afraid of the possibility that you actually might lose control of your powers. And so you do have the radioactive man kind of upset that his country, the one he truly cared for and always wanted to fight for, is basically just throwing him to the side because his powers could go out of control and it could possibly kill a lot of people down the road. Now, you do have the team actually go over to Germany first because there was a base owned by Armin Zola in Germany. And so, of course, they do get there. But, of course, Zola is not there. He's long gone in the wind. And so, of course, it's basically a dead end. Now, of course, you do have swordsmen finding a device that does tell Zola that someone has broken into his base. And so the base is set to explode. And luckily, our characters are able to get out of there. Now, with that being said, though, as soon as they leave the building, of course, they have to remember they have to leave quickly because they were not allowed in Germany at all. Because, again, this is a U.S. government team. And so, of course, they have to get rights or I almost said permission to actually fly into those other countries' airspace. And so, of course, they have to leave Germany very quickly. Now, of course, when they do arrive in China, the first mission is to basically get inside the base of Armin Zola. Now, the problem is, though, as soon as the team arrives at the China base of Armin Zola, they are confronted by some very strange creatures. Now, these creatures are not really old or new Marvel characters. Like, matter of fact, we're not going to see these characters ever again. They're just some gooey monsters who do attack the Thunderbolts. Now, of course, you do have each member thinking who is going to escape to get inside the base of Armin Zola to basically stop him. But of course, no one is really able to escape except Swordsman. Now, the only reason why he does escape really is because he actually knows the floor plan of Armin Zola bases, because Armin Zola used to work for Swordsman's father back in the day. And so it makes sense for Swordsman to go in there because he knows how Armin Zola lairs are usually laid out. And so he does go inside the base to kind of find Armin Zola. Now, we do see the radioactive man also thinking about going inside as well. Now, this is where the story kind of wraps up very quickly. And what I mean by that is you basically have the book, and this is what I hate about these one-shots. We're actually at the very end of the book. Just like right here, right now, the book wraps up very quickly. And what I mean is that you do have Swordsman go inside the base of Armin Zola, but the real reason why Armin Zola is kind of being chased after Swordsman is because Swordsman knows that Armin Zola can basically make a clone for Armin Zola. For Swordsman. And what I mean is that when it comes to Swordsman, you have to remember his name is Andreas Strucker. And originally, before he became a swordsman, he was actually part of a group called the Strucker Twins. Him and his sister, Andrea Strucker. Now, his sister has been dead for a good period of time. And so the reason why he came over to Armin Zola is to ask Armin Zola to make him a clone of his sister so that he'll be with his sister finally again. Now, of course, you have Armin Zola agree to this because that means Swordsman is going to let Armin Zola leave to actually complete this deal. Now, you do have the radioactive man walk in and actually stop Armin Zola before leaving. Now, here's the thing though, to radioactive man, he thinks that Swordsman is actually betraying the team. But that is the moment you have Swordsman say, there's no betraying on his team because there's no trust on his team. We do not like each other. We cannot trust Norman Osborn. And you should see that now, radioactive man. He lied to you. He told you the country, your country, gave you to us as a gift, but in reality, your country did not want you anymore. Norman Osborn knew that, and he held that from you. On top of that, he's playing mind games with all of us on his team. So no, nobody can trust them. We can't trust each other. But I do know one thing. You have to let Armin Zola go. Because if you don't, this place is going to blow up. And when it does blow up, the pieces of this building is going to hit the village at the bottom of the mountain. And people are going to die. So what are you going to do? Are you going to let Armin Zola leave so that this place does not blow up? Or be a hero, I guess, take him in, watch his place blow up, and possibly have innocent people die. Now remember, the team right now, they're in China. And so these are people of the radioactive man. And he's kind of like, you're right. It makes sense for me to go ahead and let Armin Zola go to protect my people. But on top of that, to help out Swordsman as well. And so Armin Zola actually leaves. Now, this plot line will continue in the actual run by Nicholas Gage, the writer of this one-shot, when we actually dive into the Secret Invasion tie-in for the Thunderbolts. But either way, though, the story ends on that, because when the rest of the team actually arrives to kind of, get Armin Zola, they come to find out he got away. And the question is right now is, Swordsman, why did you let him leave? Radioactive man, why did you let him leave? And they don't say anything at all. And so with that being said, Now, to get into today's storyline, we actually do pick up with the Thunderbolts right now, going after a particular character known as Biohazard. Now, you have to remember, when it comes to the Thunderbolts, that's right now under Norman Osborn's control, that basically after Civil War, you kind of had the American government make a new law. Not kind of, they did. And this new law was a way to kind of keep track of superheroes or super beings, meaning that if you did not register under the new law to basically work for the American government, you were breaking the law, which of course meant you need to be arrested. Even if you were a hero, you needed to be arrested because you're not working for the American government. Now, with that being said, they basically gave Norman Osborn this team as a way to go after those kind of characters. Now, Biohazard is, of course, not a hero, but he's still breaking the law because he is not registered under the new law. And so the Thunderbolts are here right now to go after Biohazard. Now, Biohazard is not really important for the storyline. And what I mean by that is because the point of this moment is to use Biohazard as a way to remove Venom away from the rest of the team. Because while you have the team fighting against Biohazard, that is the moment you have Biohazard actually send Venom flying across the actual city of New York. Now, after flying across the city, you do have Venom crash land in a particular area of the city. And again, this was part of a plan, and that plan was being done by a character known as Whirlwind. Now, Whirlwind was a interesting character in the early days of Marvel Comics. I mean, Marvel tried their best to make this character somewhat interesting to fans, to hopefully have fans actually like the character. But over the years, Whirlwind has become a D-list character. To me, honestly, he always been a D-list character. Matter of fact, I remember the first time I saw Whirlwind, when I saw Whirlwind was in that Avengers TV show back in the early 2010s. I think it was on Disney XD. But either way, though, Whirlwind actually had Biohazard send Venom away because when Matt Gargan was Scorpion, meaning that before he became Venom, Scorpion and Whirlwind were part of a team with other villains. Now, of course, this is Whirlwind telling Venom that he actually has a big plan. Now, for this plan to actually work, Venom must come back over here to meet Whirlwind and other people later on in the day. Now, of course, you do have Venom remind us that when it comes to the Thunderbolts, most of them are kind of stuck where they're at, meaning that they're forced to work for Norman Osborn. If they try to escape, there were things done put inside their body to basically shut down their body or cause them a lot of pain to, again, shut down their body if they try to get away from Norman Osborn in the Thunderbolt program. Because, again, they were bad guys. They were forced to work for Norman Osborn. But you do have Whirlwind give Venom some kind of syringe that basically, if Venom uses it, it'll shut every single thing inside his body down so that Venom will be able to actually leave the base of the Thunderbolts to meet up with Whirlwind later on in the day. Now, the big question is, of course, will the actual syringe work? Meaning that whatever is inside that syringe, will it actually work? And will it actually help out Venom from escaping the actual base of the Thunderbolts? And we come to find out it does. Because right after he uses it, he's able to leave the base and actually go to the meeting spot to go see Whirlwind. Now, of course, when he does, he comes to find out that Whirlwind is actually not alone. Now, when you do have Matt Gargan, aka Venom, go meet up with Whirlwind, Whirlwind is with Tiger Shark, Mr. Hyde, and also Boomerang. Now, of course, most of these characters are D-list characters. Mr. Hyde, I'll say a C-list because in the 2000s, he did appear in a couple stories that actually were kind of interesting. Now, the one time I actually read a story about Mr. Hyde in the 2000s, like I actually found him kind of a cool character, was in the Young Avengers Volume 2 storyline. Either way, though, you actually do have Matt Gargan meet up with these guys. And of course, you do have these guys offer Venom the ability to finally be free, meaning that they'll actually help Venom out if he's able to do something for him. Now, of course, what they say is they'll help Venom no longer be under the control of Norman Osborn and kind of be free again from the Thunderbolts. Now, Venom is having a hard time believing this, but to have these characters to make sure Matt Gargan actually does help them out, they blackmail him. Because this is a reminder of what Matt Gargan used to be before he became Scorpion and Venom. He was a PI, a private investigator. And so, of course, he would go around doing some dirty work for some different clients. And of course, one of his clients were kind of asking him to do some digging on Norman Osborn, which of course, he was able to help that client out, kind of make Norman Osborn lose a big government contract, which of course means Norman Osborn lost a lot of money. Now, Norman Osborn has no idea that Matt Gargan is the reasoning why he lost that money. And so this is them saying, if you help us, that's great. If you don't help us, we'll tell your boss, Norman Osborn, that years ago, when you were a PI, you basically cost him a government contract, a lot of money. And of course, a lawsuit happened because of that as well. And so we all know Norman Osborn is not a very forgiving person. And so, of course, it's kind of them saying, help us or you get blackmailed. You choose. Now, of course, we actually do see Matt Gargan go and see Norman Osborn, which of course part of the plan was for Matt Gargan to get Norman Osborn and bring him back over to Whirlwind, Mr. Hyde, Tiger Shark, and Boomerang. Now, of course, when you have Matt Gargan walk in, you have Matt Gargan tell Norman Osborn to turn off all the cameras in the building or in that office. Now, of course, at first, Norman Osborn going to say no, but you have Matt Gargan remind Norman Osborn that they have been allies/enemies for years, going all the way back when they first came in as Scorpion and Green Goblin, both green creatures, as Matt Gargan says. Now, this is basically Matt Gargan saying, listen, I have something for you. I have dirt on a congressman. Now, of course, the dirt I got on this guy came from a reliable source, but my source wants $1 million. Now, if I do give you this information, you're going to pay my source $1 million, but you're going to give me and my suit a 1-week vacation, meaning that they're able to go out and do anything they want to do, and Norman Osborn cannot stop them at all, meaning that if the suit wants to eat people, the suit can eat people left and right, and Norman Osborn can't do anything. And so you do have Norman Osborn kind of first like, should I take this deal? But of course he says, yes, I will. And you have Norman Osborn go with Matt Gargan to meet with this reliable source that Venom is pretending to have. Now, you do have Venom and Norman Osborn go back to the warehouse where those other characters were hiding at. Now, Norman Osborn is still pretending that he is going to meet up with somebody who's basically has dirt on a congressman. And of course, that dirt comes with a cost. Now, when Norman Osborn walks in, he is confronted by, of course, Whirlwind, Tiger Shark, Mr. Hyde, and also Boomerang. Now, with all that being said, you have our characters change their mind on kind of getting rid of the Thunderbolts or getting rid of Norman Osborn, by actually saying they're going to use Norman Osborn as a way for different things to help them out down the road. Like, for example, if they get arrested, Norman Osborn can break them out. Now, you do have Norman Osborn pretend like, okay, I'll help you guys out because it's 4 against 1. There's no way I can do this. Oh my gosh, here's this flash drive. It contains a lot of information about different things. That's the moment we come to find out Norman Osborn knew about this meeting because Venom told him. Because as soon as Boomerang or Tiger Shark plugged in the flash drive into the USB, the flash drive had a bomb inside of it. And of course, it goes off. Of course, it takes out, I want to say, Boomerang, which of course then leads into Norman Osborn and Venom taking out the rest of the group. Now, you would think Norman Osborn would kill these guys off, especially when his Green Goblin persona does pop out for a brief second. But of course, he's like, no. I'm not going to kill you guys. I want you to spread the word. Do not mess with me. or this will happen to you as well. Because these guys, they got beaten very badly. But of course, it's just him saying, Norman Osborn is somebody you do not want to mess with. Do you understand now? And they basically leave. Now, the way the book ends, you actually do have Venom and Norman Osborn make a deal. Because Venom told Norman Osborn what was going to happen, now Venom has the ability to leave the actual base of the Thunderbolts like once a day or once a week, whatever, to go do whatever he wants to do. Which of course meaning that if Venom wants to go out there and actually eat some people, he can actually do that now. But of course, this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. So please. Now, most of the first chapter is really more of the Thunderbolts going after a character known as Swarm. Now, I do want to remind you guys something about the Thunderbolts, and that is basically when it comes to the Thunderbolts, remember Norman Osborn is in charge because after Civil War, the American government basically made a law, and that law was if you're going to be some kind of super being in America, you have to register under that law. Now, of course, you have some people who did not follow that law, and so the American government gave Norman Osborn the ability to be in charge of the Thunderbolts to go after these different characters who are, of course, not registered at all. Now, with that being said, though, right now they're going after Swarm. And Swarm is a D-list character. Basically, it was a scientist, a Nazi scientist that was working on an experiment to control killer bees. And so that is what we're seeing right now. Some kind of dude who hasn't died off yet, who is basically controlling a lot of killer bees. Now, the last time Swarm did appear, he was a smaller size, but this time he's really huge and giving the Thunderbolts a very hard time. Now, this tie-in is basically being written by the same guy who did all those one-shots we covered before covering this book right here. So, Breaking Point, International Incident, Reason of Madness, all those one-shot storylines for the Thunderbolts was written by the same guy writing this storyline right here. And the reason why I'm bringing that up because you do have Moonstone and Norman Osborn trying to give Songbird an idea on how to take down the bees, but she's still upset with Norman Osborn and Moonstone. And you have both characters wonder why she's so upset, and they both think that because Songbird thinks that they had killed off her mother. But we come to find out neither of them actually did kill her mother. And remember, her mom died supposedly in a drunk accident. But for Songbird, she believes Norman Osborn or Moonstone killed her mother. And we come to find out now here that basically neither one of them actually killed her mother. Now, after that moment, you basically do have Norman Osborn and Moonstone realize that when it comes to Swarm, they come to find out they're able to actually see his body. But when they do see his body, they come to find out the only thing that is left is his skeleton. Meaning that the scientist, the Nazi scientist that basically went through the experiment to be able to control a bunch of bees had died years ago. And so the only thing that is left is his skeleton body. But because his powers were tied into his body, it's kind of like his powers have a mind of their own. And so they're still able to actually control the bees, even though he's been dead for who knows how long. And so that is the moment you have the Thunderbolts actually send in Venom. Because remember, when it comes to the 90s and the early 2000s, Venom was down to eat people. At first, it was just brains. Then it evolved into him actually eating people. And so they sent in Venom to actually bite off the head of the skeleton as a way to cancel out the powers to make the bees go away. But of course, the day is now saved. Now, of course, right after Venom does that, you have Norman Osborn very upset with his team because he feels like his team are not doing what they should be doing at their top potential. Right now, they're going around and acting like a bunch of frat boys trying to be heroes when they cannot be heroes. But you didn't have Moonstone realize that, not realize, but you have Moonstone tell Norman Osborn that he has to realize that he put together a team of villains who are not used to working together, but at the same time, they're not really down to be heroes. You're forcing them to be heroes to make yourself look good in front of the American government. And so it's Moonstone saying, get off your high horse. You're mad at us because we're not being like the Avengers or the Fantastic Four. But at the same time, we're still getting the job done, and we have gotten better over the time with you being in charge. And so it's right now Moonstone and Norman Osborn kind of butting heads against each other. Now, once you have the team being able to actually go back to their base and relax, that is the moment you do have Norman Osborn get word from Moonstone that something is going on. Something very important is going on. And so you do have Norman Osborn go back down to see what's happening. And that is the moment he comes to find out that the twin sister of Andrea Strucker, and remember, Andrea Strucker is Swordsman, the twin sister of Swordsman is alive again. Now that is huge because you have to remember the only reason why Swordsman was on the team is because Norman Osborn had promised Swordsman a clone of his dead sister so that Swordsman can be close to his dead sister again. But of course, Norman Osborn wasn't really going through with that promise. And so back in the one shot we covered, which was Thunderbolts International Incident, Swordsman made a deal with Armin Zola to make a clone of his dead sister. And so we know that this clone right here has to be Armin Zola's creation. He made the clone of the dead sister of Swordsman. Now, Norman Osborn is ticked off about this. He's kind of like, what? How is this possible? Know what? No. We're going to test her and make sure that this is actually your twin sister and not some kind of mess up thing pretending to be your sister. Now, of course, after being able to run some tests and to find out that basically this is the twin sister of Andrea Strucker, Swordsman, they are like, okay, it's her. This is a perfect clone of her. It's not a shapeshifter. Okay, now we know. But of course, for Norman Osborn, he hates the idea that somebody was able to actually fulfill his promise to Swordsman, because his goal was to never actually fulfill that promise, to keep Swordsman on his team for however long he wants him on the team. Now, with that being said, Norman Osborn does know that it had to be Armin Zola, the one who actually made the clone for Swordsman. Because remember, in the International Incident storyline, Armin Zola got away thanks to Radioactive Man and also Swordsman, because Swordsman did make a deal with Armin Zola to make a clone for him, a clone of his twin sister, which Armin Zola technically did. Now, with that being said, Norman Osborn doesn't want to keep her around, nor Swordsman around. But at the same time, he knows that if Swordsman leaves, that means the rest of the team is going to try to leave. And so his main goal is to kind of get rid of the twin sister of Swordsman as a way to kind of keep Swordsman on the team a whole lot longer. And so it's Norman Osborn just plotting to get rid of Andrea Strucker, the twin sister of Swordsman. Now, this is where we actually do jump into the actual storyline of Secret Invasion. And the reason why I say that is because while you have Norman Osborn, Moonstone, Swordsman, and Songbird having a meeting about the twin sister of Swordsman, that is the moment they do get attacked by Captain Marvel. The problem is, though, this is Marvel, and Marvel has been dead for a good amount of years in Marvel Comics. Now, with that being said, the question is, though, why is he here now? Now, you do have the Thunderbolts try to fight against Captain Marvel, but of course, they do not stand a chance at all. But while fighting against him, that is the moment they realize that something is wrong with Marvel. Like, he's talking weird. He's acting weird. He's acting like he doesn't know if he's actually himself or could be somebody else. Now, you do have Songbird mention his son, and to Songbird, she's mentioning his first son, Genis, who, of course, was Captain Marvel, then Photon, and then a different name. Like, that dude has so many different code names over the years in Marvel Comics. But either way, when it comes to Marvel, he had no idea he had two sons. He only knew one son. So when it comes to Genis, he has no idea about Genis. He only knows about his other son, Teddy, of course, Hulkling. And as you know, Hulkling is the half Kree, half Skrull. Of course, Hulkling is the son of Captain Marvel and also the son of the princess of the Skrull race. Now, with that being said, for this fake Marvel, he has no idea about Genis, only Teddy, but he is able to take out the rest of the Thunderbolts team. Now, you actually do have Norman Osborn actually confront this Captain Marvel, and you have Norman Osborn tell Captain Marvel that Norman Osborn thinks that this is not actually the real Captain Marvel, that this is something else, could possibly be a Skrull, because again, this is the tie-in to the Secret Invasion storyline. And so this is Norman Osborn saying, let's have a drink, let's talk, because I don't think you're Captain Marvel. And the reason why you're freaking out because you're having a hard time balancing two different personalities at the same time, your real self and your fake self. Now, getting into the second chapter of this storyline, we actually do pick up with Norman Osborn talking to this fake Marvel. Yes, it is a fake Marvel because we know it is a Skrull because of Secret Invasion. Now, you do have Norman Osborn talk to this Marvel about the idea of having two different personalities in one body. Because remember, in the old days of Marvel Comics, Norman Osborn would turn into the Green Goblin and not really remember being the Green Goblin. And so when he turned back into Norman Osborn, sometimes he would not remember being the Green Goblin. Now, later on, it was changed, of course, to the idea that Norman Osborn did know when he was the Green Goblin. Like, the Green Goblin is his more insane side of his personality. But it's Norman Osborn talking to this Marvel, this Skrull, with the problem it's having right now, which is trying to balance two different personalities, the Skrull side and of course its Marvel side, or pretending to be Marvel. But of course, after their conversation, you do have this fake Marvel actually fly off to go do his own thing. But basically, it's Norman Osborn kind of being able to get rid of this Marvel, this fake one, and then telling his soldiers they need to get ready for war because he already knows what's happening right now across the world, which of course is that the Skrull invasion has begun and his team must get out there to fight against the Skrulls. And so right now, you do have the Thunderbolts on their way flying over to Washington, D.C. to kind of help protect the Capitol. Now, with that being said, you do have Moonstone actually go over to Norman Osborn to tell her what she thinks about the twin sister of Swordsman, because it's just crazy how the same time she appears, there's a whole Skrull invasion happening. And so now this is Moonstone and Norman Osborn both believing that maybe Armin Zola did not have a hand in the creation of the clone of Swordsman's twin sister, that maybe this clone is actually a Skrull. But of course, you do have Norman Osborn telling his team that right now, the Avengers and Fantastic Four, they're going through a lot because in the main storyline and their books as well, there is a lot of mistrust going on. But when it comes to the Thunderbolts, they never trusted each other at all, which of course helps them out. And so right now, this team is going to be used by Norman Osborn. He's going to fight as well as a way to protect the capital of Washington, D.C. Now, that is the moment we actually do pick up with the Thunderbolts fighting against the army of Skrulls that have basically invaded Washington, D.C. Now, of course, this is a great moment for Norman Osborn because you do have a lot of cameras recording this scene right now. And so it does help Norman Osborn look great in the eyes of America because him and his team right now are fighting against the Skrulls as a way to protect the capital of the U.S. Now, of course, that is also the moment Norman Osborn realized he needs all hands on deck, which means Venom and Bullseye, they have been released to do whatever they can to help the team win the war. Now, Venom is usually under control, but Bullseye is not. He's a wild card. He's down to kill anybody he wants to, and he's down to kill you even if you're paying him. And so this is Bullseye being released to cause a lot of damage across the board, which is a huge problem. Now, that is the moment we do see a couple Skrulls watching the Thunderbolts fight against their army. And that is the moment you have these Skrulls basically tell us that the Captain Marvel we saw earlier was a Skrull. And of course, he was sent to kill off the Thunderbolts. But we know he did not because he was having a hard time balancing the two different personas, his Skrull persona and also his Captain Marvel persona. But either way, you do have the Skrulls sending their big hitters to actually fight against the Thunderbolts for the time being. Now, that is the moment we actually do pick up with Swordsman and his twin sister Andrea, as you have these two guys right now just running around blasting Skrulls left and right. But as they're running around, that is the moment you do have Moonstone actually blast Swordsman in the back to knock him out. Now, the reason why she did that is because she wants to have a one-on-one conversation with Andrea, because she believes that Andrea is actually a Skrull. And so it's really Moonstone trying to join the side of the Skrull, hoping that they'll basically protect her if they do actually take over the Earth. And so this is her asking to have a one-on-one conversation with Andrea while Swordsman is knocked out. Now, things only get worse from here, because while you have the Thunderbolts fighting against the army of Skrulls, that is the moment they begin to play with the minds of the Thunderbolts, starting off with Pennis. Now, remember, Pennis used to be Speedball, but with that being said, thanks to him, Civil War, or really him and his team, Civil War was started because of him and his team, because they were being cocky and going after a certain villain named Nitro. That villain exploded and killed 600 people, including 60 children. And so right now you have the Skrulls playing mind games with Pennis to make him see a bunch of zombies of the dead people that he had killed, or basically helped kill. And so of course it's playing with his mind right now and messing him up. Now for Norman Osborn, that is the moment he does see a bunch of Spider-Men, because remember, when it comes to Norman Osborn at this point, he's taking medicine as a way to keep the Green Goblin persona locked away. But of course, now with the Skrulls kind of playing mind games with Norman Osborn's mind, making him see a bunch of Spider-Men, of course, that Green Goblin persona is beginning to pop out. And if it does, it could technically lead to more problems for the Thunderbolts down the road in this storyline. Now, getting into the third chapter of the Secret Invasion tie-in for the Thunderbolts, we actually do pick up with Norman Osborn just shooting up Skrulls left and right, because remember, they're trying to play a mind game on Norman Osborn as appearing to be a bunch of Spider-Mans, hoping to unlock that Green Goblin persona once again to make him go crazy and cause more problems for him and his team in front of the eyes of the public of Washington, D.C. Now, once you have Norman Osborn actually being able to get rid of these Skrulls, of course, he realized that there were no Spider-Mans in front of him. It was just a bunch of Skrulls shapeshift into Spider-Man to basically trick him. And he's able to kind of calm back down and lock away that Green Goblin persona once again. Now, getting back over to Moonstone and the twin sister of Swordsman, Andrea, you have to remember that Moonstone basically did knock out Swordsman to talk to Andrea because Moonstone believes that Andrea is actually a Skrull because Andrea has been dead and now she's here in front of the entire team. It has to be a Skrull. But that is the moment you have Moonstone find out that Andrea is actually not a Skrull. She is a clone. She's a clone body made by Armin Zola, which of course is a huge surprise for Moonstone. But this right here ticks off Andrea because one, Andrea watched her brother get attacked by one of his own teammates, and two, is now some random lady calling her a Skrull. And so you have Andrea use her powers to knock out Moonstone. Now, right after doing that, you do actually have Andrea getting ready to kill off Moonstone because Andrea is very angry at Moonstone. But that is the moment you do have Bullseye kind of giving Andrea the Elektra stab. And what I mean is that he stabs her right in the back, killing her off. And so that is the death once again of Andrea Strucker. Now, Swordsman has no idea how Andrea died because he's right now knocked out. And Bullseye and Moonstone are actually going to use this in their advantage. And the reason why I say that, because when Swordsman wake up, he's going to ask what happened to his sister. Moonstone and Bullseye can say that basically a Skrull was the one that killed his sister, not Bullseye. And they can also say that it was a Skrull who knocked out Swordsman, not Moonstone. And so this actually works out for Moonstone and Bullseye as they try to regroup with the rest of the team, carrying the body of Andrea Strucker and the knockout body of Swordsman. Now, this leads into the next part of Norman Osborn's plan, which is the radioactive man, because right now he's about to explode. And the reason why he's about to explode is because the Skrulls have basically shot him with enough energy to kind of make his powers go crazy. Now, remember, when it comes to the radioactive man, he's able to absorb a lot of different kinds of radiation, but at the same time, he's able to release a whole lot of different kinds of radiation. And so right now is him right now being a ticking time bomb. But the problem is, though, if he explodes, that's a lot of radiation just floating around in Washington, D.C. And so Norman Osborn going to use him like a bomb to blow up a bunch of spaceships of the Skrulls in space. And so you have Moonstone fly the radioactive man up in the sky, really into space, to blow up, to kill off a bunch of Skrulls. And then she's able to actually bring him back down to Earth because Moonstone is able to make her body kind of like Shadowcat and tangible, had a hard time saying that word, so that she can avoid the attack, grab the radioactive man and actually bring him back down to Earth. But then this leads into another thing for Norman Osborn. And so getting into the next part of Norman Osborn's plan is to basically use Swordsman. Now, the reason why, because right now some of the Skrull spaceships have some kind of shields around them. And so they need Swordsman as a way to break through those shields. Now, the reason why I'm pointing this out is because as soon as Norman Osborn is able to wake up Swordsman, you have Norman Osborn actually tell Swordsman that the reason why his sister died is because of a Skrull, not because of Bullseye. And so, of course, it's a way to kind of tick off Swordsman. Now, Swordsman is still upset with Norman Osborn because it was Norman who basically forced her to kind of help out the Thunderbolts in this battle. And so she technically died because of Norman Osborn. But either way, is Swordsman still mad at the Skrulls because he believes that they were the ones to actually kill his twin sister, not Bullseye, because we know it was Bullseye. And so this kind of leads into a bunch of pages where you actually do have the Thunderbolts just wrecking havoc. They are literally cleaning house of the Skrulls left and right. These Skrulls do not stand a chance at all against the Thunderbolts and Norman Osborn. Now, of course, this is Norman Osborn kind of setting up the idea that he should be the one in charge of protecting America, because right now is him protecting the capital of Washington, D.C. with his team. And nobody on his team had basically failed yet. Nobody on on his team has been taken over by the Skrulls yet. And so this is Norman Osborn showing the world that him and his Thunderbolts are a great team, but also is him standing in the middle of the capital of Washington, D.C., claiming this country as his, saying that he's going to do everything he can to actually protect his country. Now, the first few pages of the 4th chapter is really more of Norman Osborn using his success of saving the capital of the United States of America as a way to kind of push the idea that he should be the one in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. or be the one in charge of protecting America over Tony Stark. Because after Civil War, basically Nick Fury left S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony Stark was placed in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. And so this is Norman Osborn kind of using this moment as a way to paint the picture that basically he should be the one in charge. Now, in the main Secret Invasion storyline, it was told to us that thanks to Tony Stark's tech, the Skrulls were able to use his tech as a way to kind of move behind the lines without being detected by different kind of sources to tell the world that these guys are Skrulls. And so this is Norman Osborn saying that if the world had used Osborn tech instead of using Tony Stark's tech, then basically none of this would happen. They would have known that Skrulls were on the planet this entire time. And so this is Norman Osborn really using this as a way to tarnish Tony Stark's reputation. Now, you do have Norman Osborn tell his team it's time to go to join the rest of the heroes in the big battle in the course, the ending of the main story of Secret Invasion. Now, you do have the Thunderbolts actually go over to Manhattan, and that is where the big battle is actually taking place at, right in the middle of Manhattan. You have the Fantastic Four, you have the Avengers, you have everybody there fighting right now in the big battle between the Skrulls and the heroes of Earth. Now, with that being said, though, you do have Norman Osborn going to use this moment in his favor. And what I mean is that as soon as the Thunderbolts do arrive and they do fight against the Skrulls alongside the heroes of Earth, well, most of them. Bullseye actually tries to kill off Spider-Man and Daredevil because, hey, he saw Daredevil and he's all like, this is the perfect chance to kill off that guy right here and now. But either way, you do have the Thunderbolts actually fight alongside the heroes. But here comes the big problem, though, because we are actually going to use this moment as a way to wrap up this storyline, because you actually have Iron Man leave the battle. Now, of course, we know Iron Man is leaving the battle as a way to fix his armor, but you do have a camera actually pointing to Iron Man, and it shows the world right now, to their eyes, that Iron Man is actually running away. And of course, the American government actually sees that. They see Iron Man running away after putting Iron Man in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. And so it's kind of like the world's being invaded right now. America has been invaded, and Iron Man, their main guy who's supposed to protect America, is flying away. That is the problem. And of course, this right here, plus another moment that actually takes place in the main storyline for Secret Invasion, will help Norman Osborn actually be in charge of protecting America. Now, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up this video, but before I do want to tell you what else happens that basically helps Norman Osborn become in charge of protecting America, because he's the one who actually ends up killing the Queen of the Skrulls who were trying to take over Earth. And so with him doing that on live television, it kind of shows the American government that he should be the one in charge of protecting America. But with that being said, and so getting into today's video, we actually do pick up with Songbird right now with swordsman. Now remember, this is Andreas Strucker, the second swordsman. The original one died years ago. But anyways though, the second swordsman, Andreas Strucker, is only on the team for 2 reasons. Well, technically now 1. Because originally he was on the team for 2 reasons. 1, he was basically on a contract that kind of forced him to be on this team. And secondly, Norman Osborn did promise Swordsman that he'll make a clone of Swordsman's twin sister, Andrea Strucker. Now, of course, later on, a clone was made, but not made by Norman Osborn. That clone was made by Armin Zola. Now, that clone quickly died as soon as she reappeared or appeared in the run of Thunderbolts. And so with her death, Swordsman is technically only on the team because his contract that was given to him by the American government is forcing him to stay on this team. But right now, Swordsman wants to kill off Norman Osborn, but at the same time, he can't because remember, Norman Osborn is in charge of the Thunderbolts program. And these guys are mostly criminals. And so to make sure they fall in line, Norman Osborn did put nanobites in all of their bodies as a way to control them. And so if they try to hurt Norman Osborn, well, of course, Norman Osborn can just easily kill them. Now, you do have Songbird right now with Swordsman because right now you have Swordsman kind of having a funeral service for his twin sister. Because again, like I said earlier, a clone was made of his twin sister, but that clone was quickly killed off by Bullseye in the Secret Invasion tie-in that we covered. And so, of course, you had Norman Osborn and some members of the Thunderbolts lie to Swordsman and say that his twin sister was killed off by a Skrull, but in reality, she was killed off by Bullseye. Now, of course, this is him telling Songbird that she needs to watch her back. And the reason why, because Norman Osborn, like I said earlier, showed the world that he was the one who killed off the Queen Skrull. And of course, saved the world from the invasion of the Skrull race. And so when Norman Osborn did that, of course, everyone began to love him. And so this is Swordsman saying that right now, the world is loving Norman Osborn, not us, him, because he's the one who fired the bullet to kill off the Queen. And with him doing that, the world is loving him right now. And of course, the president is going to promote him. And when that happens, he's going to try to get rid of us and make room for something better that he actually likes. Because these characters that he has on his team right now, they were forced on his team. And so now it's Swordsman saying, with Norman Osborn having more power, he'll have the ability to bring in characters that he actually wants. Now, we actually do jump over to Norman Osborn, and we actually do pick up in Washington, D.C., where, of course, right now you have Norman Osborn talking to the committee that watches over superhero activities. And the reason why we have this committee, if you're wondering, is because right after Civil War, you had a law being made. Not right after Civil War, really right in the middle of Civil War. But basically, you had a law that was made saying that if you are a superhero and you have not registered or even worked for the government, you are breaking the law, and that means you are going to be put in jail. So like if you are a superhero being or just a being with powers and you're out in the streets and the government has no idea about your powers, you were breaking the law and you would technically be arrested and thrown in jail. Now, the Thunderbolts were originally a team made to go after people who were being superheroes, but of course breaking the law. And so you had the Thunderbolts go after those characters to capture them and lock them up. Now, that's why we have a committee to watch over the superhero activity. Now, the reason why Norman Osborn is here to talk to the committee is because it's Norman Osborn telling the committee, hey, listen, you guys failed. Now, really, he's here because they're kind of reviewing everything he did in the last few months as being the leader of the Thunderbolts, but also because what he did back in Secret Invasion. But at the same time, though, it's Norman Osborn telling the committee they suck. He's going to blame them. He blames Iron Man. And he blames S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, the reason why he blames Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. is because at this point in Marvel Comics, Iron Man was the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. He was running it. But the reason why Norman Osborn is blaming S.H.I.E.L.D., Iron Man, in this committee is because he feels like if these three characters were using his tech, the whole invasion by the Skrulls would have never happened. But because they used Tony Stark's tech and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tech, of course, the invasion happened and a lot of bad people were not bad people, a lot of good people were taken over or kidnapped or killed off. And so with that, you kind of have Norman Osborn saying, if I was in charge, if we had my tech, that invasion would have never happened. But of course, it did happen. It's your guys' fault. And look what happened. But don't worry. I actually have a meeting with the president. And when I meet with him, everything is about to change. Now, we actually do jump over to Thunderbolts Mountain, the base of the Thunderbolts, where we actually do pick up with Moonstone right now beginning the plan of Norman Osborn. And what I mean by beginning the plan is more of Norman Osborn getting rid of characters that he no longer wants at all. Because when Norman Osborn was put in charge of the Thunderbolts, he was giving these characters that was on his team. He did not actually pick them. And so now it's him saying, okay, I am now going to remove some of the characters I do not like, but keep the ones I do like. Now, of course, right now, you have Moonstone going after Pennis. Now, remember, Pennis was part of a team that I keep forgetting the team name, but basically, they were the reason why Civil War happened, because they were going after a character known as Nitro, and when Nitro blew up, Nitro killed 600 people, including 60 children. And so with that, of course, the public hated superheroes because 600 people died. On top of the idea that a lot of people lost their homes, their jobs, and so the public began to hate superheroes. Now, Pennis, who was on that team that basically led to Nitro exploding, well, Pennis began to hate himself so much that he made a suit that has nails that dig into his body anytime he wears his suit. And each nail is a way to represent someone who had died thanks to Nitro blowing up. So really 600 nails. No, sorry, scratch that. It's not 600 nails, it's 60 nails. And each nail represents a children that had died thanks to Nitro blowing up. But either way, though, you have Moonstone going after Pennis because over time, Pennis was getting better because he was meeting up with Doc Samson, of course, a therapist that was helping Pennis work through his problems. Now, Moonstone is trying to remove him or get him locked up. And the reason why she's doing that is because in an earlier video, Pennis actually knocked out Moonstone, and I mean literally knocked her out. And the reason why he did that is because Moonstone was attacking Doc Samson while Doc Samson was trying to give Robbie here some therapy session. And so this is really Moonstone kind of helping Norman Osborn, but also getting revenge because she got punched by Pennis. And so while she's talking to Pennis, acting like a therapist like Doc Samson, even though she is a therapist, she's a bad one, you actually have her put something in his drink to knock him out. And her game plan is to make it seem like he went crazy again to keep him locked up and locked away forever. And this is her just getting revenge against Pennis for what he did to her in an earlier book, because she was being controlled and attacking Doc Samson. And we come to find out that basically Venom is also part of the team that is trying to clear house. And the reason why I'm saying that is because right after Moonstone was able to get rid of Robbie, aka Pennis, she does go over to Venom and tell Venom, okay, it's time for you to go after Songbird. You need to kill her because Norman Osborn wants her gone. And Venom is down because remember, at this point in Marvel Comics, Venom was crazy. Venom wants to go around and eat people left and right for some unknown crazy reason. And so really you have him kind of like, ooh, I get to eat Songbird? Okay, I'm down. Let's go. Now, we actually do jump over to Songbird. Now, right now, you have Songbird technically right now packing things up and looking at old photos of the original Thunderbolts team. Now, Songbird really doesn't have an idea that right now Norman Osborn is clearing house, even though Swordsman did warn her like, hey, you need to watch your back. She's technically not really watching her back. But either way, though, right now, that is the moment where she is confronted by the radioactive man. Now, the radioactive man is actually a character who was on the team with Songbird on the last Thunderbolts series we covered before Norman Osborn's Thunderbolts. But either way, though, you actually had Songbird go to Radioactive Man for comfort, because back in the storyline we covered called Thunderbolts Breaking Point, where we were introduced to the mother of Songbird, at the same time we watched that mother died, Songbird went to the Radioactive Man for comfort. Now, of course, the Radioactive Man did not want to comfort her for two reasons. One, because he's radioactive, but two, he felt like it would be a bad thing for him to actually comfort her because she actually likes him and he likes her. But of course, these emotions were coming out at a bad time. But the reason why he's here right now in the present day talking to Songbird is because he's telling Songbird that he was recalled to China. Because remember, the only reason why he was on the team of the Thunderbolts was because China gave him over to the American government as kind of like a peace treaty thing, but to keep him away from China, because they're afraid that he would not be able to control his radioactive powers, and so they kept him over at America. But he's here to tell Songbird that he was recalled, and so he's leaving. Now, when you have the two characters actually go over to the jet that is going to take the radioactive man home, you would think that Songbird would try to actually show that she's going to miss the radioactive man because he's leaving. He's going to China. He's not coming back. She may never see him again, but of course, she's kind of like acting different where she doesn't care. And she keeps telling him, just go away and leave. And you would think that maybe she's still mad at the radioactive man from the Breaking Point storyline where she went to him for comfort, but that is not true at all. Because right after the radioactive man actually leaves to go back to China, now the reason why you had her kind of rushing the radioactive man off so quickly to get on the jet and go home, because Bullseye was actually right behind her the entire time, and the radioactive man couldn't see him because he was hiding in the shadows. But with him technically right there, she had no choice to make the radioactive man leave to save his life, because Bullseye is holding a blade to her back, to her spine. And so right now it's Bullseye saying, good, he's gone. And now I can technically begin the process of actually torturing you. And of course, Songbird knows that Norman Osborn told Bullseye to kill her. Because again, like I said, when it came to Norman Osborn, he's clearing house of characters that he does not want on his new teams. But on top of that, he wants to get rid of Songbird, especially because he hates Songbird a lot. And so this is him trying to get rid of Songbird by using Bullseye. Now, of course, when we jump into the second chapter of this storyline, we actually do pick up with Bullseye still holding that knife in the back of Songbird's back. Now, of course, you do have Songbird remind us that when it comes to her powers, she's able to make constructs with her voice and do a lot of different things with her voice as well. And so with that, she was able to scream, but to also make a construct of wings as a way to push Bullseye away from her. Now, of course, this actually does lead into a fight between the two characters, but of course, Songbird knows that she cannot take Bullseye on because Bullseye is a well-trained killer for one, but two, because Bullseye could easily kill her. Songbird is no way able to go toe to toe with Bullseye. And so you have her being able to escape through some service ducts as a way to get away from Bullseye. And Bullseye is very upset, and he does call up Moonstone to tell her that he basically lost Songbird, somebody who he did have right in his grasp, but of course he lost Songbird. Now, of course, you do have Moonstone actually call Bullseye back for a couple of reasons. One, because the duct system is a maze. And with it being a maze, of course, Songbird could easily lose Bullseye and try to escape the mountain, even though the mountain is on lockdown right now. But for Bullseye, the reason why he cannot go down there is because there's no cameras, and they have to watch Bullseye 24/7. This dude is a wild card. He's crazy. He loves killing. And so he could easily just kill Songbird and come right back and try to kill Moonstone, and also try to kill Venom, or possibly go after Norman Osborn as well. And so you have Moonstone send in Venom instead to go after Songbird, because Venom is able to easily track her and to hopefully locate her to basically kill her. Now, of course, you do have Moonstone try to trick Songbird by basically telling Songbird, hey, listen, don't worry. We were able to capture Bullseye. He's being contained. You may come out. Now, Songbird knows that Moonstone is lying, because Moonstone, throughout the entire series, has been trying to kill off Songbird or just get rid of her any way possible. And so Songbird knows that Moonstone is lying. Now, Bullseye does meet up with Moonstone to kind of think of a game plan. But of course, you didn't have Bullseye remind us, the readers, but also Moonstone, why not use your nanobites as a way to kill her? Did I really say nanobites? But nanobots, sorry. The nanobots that were put inside each member of the Thunderbolts as a way to control them. Because remember, these nanobots are technically used by Norman Osborn as a way to keep the team in line, because if they try to kill Norman Osborn or do anything else against their orders, those nanobots will go off that can basically shut someone down or technically hurt them really bad, to the point they feel like their body shut down, but technically they're just paralyzed for a brief moment. But either way though, you didn't have Moonstone tell Bullseye that those bots are no longer online, because when the Skrull Captain Marvel appeared back in our last video and he wreaked havoc in the base of the Thunderbolts, he destroyed that program that was basically controlling the nanobots in each member's body. And so for Bullseye, he's kind of like, wait a second, you're telling me there's technically nothing holding me back, meaning that I can go ahead and kill you, leave this place, kill Norman Osborn, and be on my way. But then you have Moonstone tell Bullseye, you don't want to leave, because if you do leave, you're going to miss something very special. Now, of course, we have no idea what she is talking about. All we know is that she does whisper something in his ears that he really likes, and he's down to continue to help Moonstone hunt down Songbird. Now, of course, you did have Moonstone realize that Songbird will go after her second harness to kind of help her fly out of this place. But of course, that is the moment you have Moonstone realize, where is the second harness? It's on the Zeus. And the Zeus is basically a jet that the Thunderbolts use as a way to get around to different places around the country, especially their missions. But either way though, you do have Songbird using the Zeus as a way to fight against Bullseye and Moonstone, but to also blow up the mountain so that she'll be able to escape, because the mountain is locked down. And so of course, with it being locked down, she just can't easily escape. And so right now, she's trying to use the Zeus missiles to take out Bullseye, take out Moonstone, but to also blow a hole in the roof to get out of this place. And so it does lead into a few pages where you have both Venom and Bullseye also attacking the ship, but at the same time, you also have Songbird trying to use a Zeus to blow off the roof of the mountain, which she was was able to do so that she can fly the jet out of the place. But of course, with Venom and Bullseye attacking the jet and basically ripping parts off left and right, the jet does begin the process of falling down and it crash lands. And so, of course, we're kind of left to believe that possibly Songbird could be dead, or the idea that all three characters, Venom, Songbird, and Bullseye, are badly injured. Now, right after the jet crashes, of course, we're going to find out Venom was knocked out cold. He's still alive, but he's knocked out cold. And you do have Songbird being able to crawl out of the jet. But right after she crawls out of the jet, that is the moment where she's confronted again by Bullseye. Bullseye comes right behind her and he's holding a blade to her back, where it seems like maybe Bullseye is actually about to kill off Songbird, because Songbird is badly injured. There's technically no one left to help her. Venom's out cold. The radioactive man is back in China. So now it's just Bullseye and Songbird in the middle of the forest, with Bullseye holding that knife in the back of Songbird's back. But then we forget about one character we have not seen since the beginning of this video, and that character is Swordsman. Because remember, Swordsman was with Songbird at the very beginning of this video outside the mountain, giving his clone sister a funeral. And so right now he comes right behind Bullseye and he knocks out Bullseye with a blast. And you have Swordsman tell us that technically he was part of the plan as well too. He was supposed to help out Moonstone, help out Venom, and Bullseye kill off Songbird. But for Swordsman, he's kind of like, I did not want to kill you off. And honestly, I don't care for this team. So I'm going to tell this team that you were vaporized when the ship crashed. So you can basically easily leave and go hide somewhere to stay alive. Because if they find out that I let you leave, they'll kill me, but still come after you. So if I lie just good enough to make them believe that your body was burned in that crashed jet, then they'll possibly leave you alone and leave me alone as well. And so you have Songbird just leave, because Moonstone is still inside the mountain right now, the base of the Thunderbolts. Bullseye and Venom are knocked out. The only person who knows that technically Songbird is alive is Swordsman. And he's saying, go away before they wake back up, causing more problems for you and me both. And that is where technically the book ends. Like, it really ends on that note right there, because after this, that is the moment you have Norman Osborn form a new team of Thunderbolts, because the characters that we saw that were kind of trying to kill Songbird, Venom, Moonstone, and Bullseye, they go on to join the Dark Avengers as Captain Marvel, Spider-Man, and Hawkeye. Now, of course, we know how Dark Avengers goes, but if not, go watch those videos as well. But either way, though, this is where we are going to last thing Norman Osborn has to do is to basically kind of have the president on his side. Because right now, the president is kind of believing that maybe Norman Osborn should not be in position of Homeland Security. That right now, Norman Osborn should probably be in jail. Now, there is a good reason why the president thinks that, but you'll see why here in a moment. But you do have Norman Osborn waiting for the president, because right now the president has asked Norman Osborn and Victoria Hand to fly with him as they fly over to Moscow. And as soon as the president arrives, you have the president say, like, listen, I understand you got rid of S.H.I.E.L.D. I understand you have a new organization called Hammer. I know your goal is to take no prisoners. But here's my thing right now for you, though. I feel like you were given way too much power way too quickly, because I'm hearing a lot of bad things about you right now. And of course, they're coming from one particular person. So if you're able to convince me that everything this person is saying is false, then you can move on with your job. But if you can't, I can have you removed from that power seat you're sitting in at the moment. Now, the one person who's basically having the president having second doubts about Norman Osborn is Doc Samson. And this this is huge because you have to remember Doc Samson was the one who was kind of like a therapist for one of the last team members of Norman Osborn's old Thunderbolts team, Pennis. And of course, Pennis did have a lot of problems. But when Doc Samson came by to see Pennis, well, that was the moment a lot of bad things happened at the Thunderbolts base, including Norman Osborn slipping up and turning back into the Green Goblin, something that he told the world that he had under control. But of course, with a tad bit of pressure, he lost that control and turned into the Green Goblin. And so it's now Doc Samson saying, I don't feel like Norman Osborn should be in charge of Homeland Security. Now, this is where we basically jump back 6 weeks ago, where, of course, this begins the process of us learning who is going to be on the new Thunderbolts team. And the reason why I say that is because we actually do pick up with some lady spy breaking into one of the Hammer facilities. And remember, Hammer is what Norman Osborn made as a way to replace S.H.I.E.L.D., to get rid of S.H.I.E.L.D. and have his own organization. Now, with that being said, this lady is able to break into the place, but of course she's caught by some guards, but of course she's able to actually take care of those guards. Now, after she does all of that, that is the moment she is confronted by Norman Osborn, where you have Norman Osborn tell us who is this super spy. And basically it is Yelena Belova, the second Black Widow. Now, I want to say she first appeared back in New Avengers, written by Brian Michael Bendis, the New Avengers series that came right after Avengers Disassembled. But basically, she is the second Black Widow. Now, of course, this is Norman Osborn saying, I want you to join my new Thunderbolts team, but I also want you to be the field leader of my new team. And so now we see one of the members of this new team. But getting back into the present day, we actually do pick up with Norman Osborn having a conversation with the president and Doc Samson. Now remember, Doc Samson is the one who's right now telling the president that basically he believes that Norman Osborn is a bad person, that Norman Osborn is too crazy to have in that position for Homeland Security. Now the reason why Doc Samson is saying this, because when Doc Samson came by for a therapy session, of course, he saw a lot of things happen in Thunderbolts Mountain, the base of the Thunderbolts. But one of the things that did happen was Norman Osborn basically going crazy. He went crazy, turned into the Green Goblin. He killed a lot of agents, and he almost killed swordsmen as well. And so, of course, it is Doc Samson saying, you have somebody who is literally insane. He is literally insane and shouldn't be locked up. He should be nowhere near this position at all, or any kind of position. Now, Norman Osborn tries to kind of play it off by saying that Doc Samson is lying because Doc Samson actually brought a weapon into the facility. Now, the reason why you have Norman Osborn bringing this weapon up is because a terrorist attack did happen at the same time Norman Osborn turned into the Green Goblin. Because that terrorist attack, it made Norman Osborn freak out. It made him turn into the Green Goblin. But what Norman is saying right now is that the knife that Doc Samson brought in could technically be a connection between Doc Samson and those terrorists as well. Now you have Doc say, no, the reason why I brought that knife in was part of my therapy session, and that is it. But while you have the three men talking to one another, well, that is the moment you have Norman Osborn hit a button on his sleeve. Sleeve. Now, of course, this begins the master plan Norman Osborn has as a way to convince the president that he is the best person to have in that position of Homeland Security, because that is the moment the jets that are flying near the president's jet, well, they get taken out of the sky just like that. Bam, bam. And the question is, though, what is taking them out? Now, remember, at this point, Right now, all we know is that the Black Widow 2 is the only member of this new team. We have not met the rest of the team just yet, but we are about to. Because in the cockpit, you do have the two pilots freaking out, but that is the moment we come to find out one of the pilots is actually Black Widow 2. And of course, she does take out the actual pilot who was flying the plane. But inside her shirt, and of course in one particular area of her shirt, you have the third Ant-Man appear. And this third Ant-Man is actually Eric McGrady. Now, Eric McGrady is a very interesting Ant-Man character because at first he is a bad guy, but later on he does become a good guy, quotation marks. But right now we come to find out that he is part of this new Thunderbolts team. Now, the next character is actually Ghost. Now, Ghost is a cool character because nobody truly knows his name. We do know pieces of his origin story, but basically, when it comes to Ghost, his suit he wears gives him the ability to be intangible, meaning that he's able to phase through walls or phase through things. And so he's kind of like Shadowcat, but of course a bad guy who needs a suit to be like Shadowcat. Also, he can somewhat fly as well. But either way, we see Ghost breaking into the plane of the president, taking out a few guards to get a certain kind of disc. Now, this leads into the next part of Norman Osborn's plan, because you have Ant-Man actually stick something in Doc Samson's neck. Now, remember, when it comes to Ant-Man, all of them, they can basically take their body and shrink down to size. And so you have Ant-Man 3, or Eric O'Grady, come on Doc Samson's neck and shoot something in his neck to, of course, make Doc Samson go a tad bit crazy. And so that is the moment you have Doc Samson go really crazy. Now, not to the extreme just yet, but to the point where Doc Samson's attitude completely changed, where he's more aggressive with Norman Osborn. But while the three men are talking right now, and you have Doc Samson saying something is happening right now outside the plane, but also inside the plane as well, well, of course, that is the moment their room gets blown up. Like the wall to their room gets blown open, and that is the moment you have the Green Goblin appear. Now, the problem is, though, Norman Osborn is sitting next to Doc Samson. And so the question is now, how can there be a Green Goblin right there if Norman Osborn is over there? That's the big question. But when we get into the next chapter, we actually do pick up with the Green Goblin attacking the plane that belongs to the president. It's a full-on attack at the moment. And with that happening, you also have Doc Samson beginning to go crazy as well. And so you have two different things happening all over the place. And the big question is, though, still, how can the Green Goblin be there while you still have Norman Osborn over there? That's the big question right now. But either way, you have Norman Osborn kind of tell us that he planned all of this, which of course we already knew by this point. But we knew Norman Osborn planned all of this because he knew that Doc Samson was going to try something very soon. Now, with that being said, you have Norman Osborn basically use some kind of device to knock out the president. But the president saw enough to witness that there is someone else as the Green Goblin and also Doc Samson going crazy. Now, with all that being said, you then have Ghost appear. And remember, Ghost's tech suit gives him the ability to become intangible. And so you have Ghost just grab Doc Samson and drop him. Just drop him out of the plane, and there goes Doc Samson. But the president has saw enough evidence to prove that basically Doc Samson is too crazy and wild, and Norman Osborn cannot be the Green Goblin if someone else is right now the Green Goblin. Now, this actually leads into the funny part of the book where you have Norman Osborn fighting against the Green Goblin. Now, you could have taken this story into the idea of, is Norman Osborn fighting against the Green Goblin in a way for the control of his body? But of course we know that this story is not about the mind of Norman Osborn. It's about the idea of Norman Osborn trying to prove to the president that basically he is a good person by doing this whole switcheroo idea. And so while you have the Green Goblin about to kidnap the president, you have Norman Osborn jump in to fight the Green Goblin. And their fight does last for a couple pages. And honestly, you can tell this whole entire fight is staged because it's Norman Osborn just beating down on the Green Goblin. And then he actually throws the Green Goblin off the plane. And so it's kind of like Norman saying, look at me. I took down a bad guy to protect the president, especially someone named the Green Goblin, to show that I'm, Norman Osborn, is not the Green Goblin. And you're kind of like, but we know you are the Green Goblin, dude. Like, we know you are. It's kind of obvious. But either way, though, you do have Norman Osborn being able to save the president. Now, of course, we do see the fake Green Goblin actually being able to land on a plane. Now, of course, that is the moment we kind of find out another member of the team, and that member is Paladin. Now, Paladin is a mercenary, and matter of fact, we kind of covered this character back in our Shadowland coverage, the entire Daredevil event called Shadowland. But Paladin was kind of part of that event. Not really. He had his own tie-in alongside with Misty Knight, but either way, though, Paladin is a mercenary, and of course right now he's working with the Thunderbolts right now, so he's part of this team as well. Now we do hear someone call the fake Green Goblin the headmaster or the headman, but either way, we kind of learning more about this team. Now, this is where you have Yolanda being able to land the plane, but after she does, you do have the president and Norman Osborn have a conversation with one another. Now, while they're having this conversation, it is basically the president saying, you know what, Norman Osborn, you know what? Maybe you should be in charge of Homeland Security. Maybe you are the right choice. Maybe I was wrong about you. And so Norman Osborn's plan worked. Now he has the president basically in his grasp. The president is on his side. And with the president being on Norman Osborn's side, that means Norman Osborn now has the chance to actually be able to have some support in the idea of him being the leader of Homeland Security. But of course, you did have Norman Osborn tell his Hammer agents to put out a warrant for the arrest of Doc Samson, because you have Norman saying Doc Samson tried to kill the president. And so right now, it's a way for Norman Osborn to lock up Doc Samson. And that right there is very huge. Now, of course, with the success of Norman Osborn saving the president, quotation marks again, you basically have the news playing it all over the world, where, of course, everyone is beginning to see Norman Osborn being this guy who was able to protect the president. Now, with that being said, though, you do have one ex-member of the Thunderbolts who are right now hiding out in the camp, a homeless camp, see the news. And when she does, it's her realizing what has happened to the team that she used to be part of, the team that she used to lead, the team that was all hers at one point. And that character is Songbird. Because remember, Songbird left the team, but only because when Norman Osborn got promoted, he was trying to clear house. And he took most of the team and made the Dark Avengers. But when it came to Songbird, he wanted her gone. He tried to kill her. Now, she was able to escape, but she now has to lay low. But it's her now seeing that Norman Osborn is doing all the right things to keep himself in charge. Now, we do kind of find out that basically Norman Osborn has moved the Thunderbolts team into a new location. So no longer Thunderbolts Mountain. Now they're in the Cube. Now, the Cube used to be a way to hold certain kind of criminals who had powers. But now the Cube's been shut down. It's basically being used as a base for the Thunderbolts. Now, of course, we get reminded of all the characters who are going to be part of this new team. So Black Widow 2, Ghost, Ant-Man 3, Headman, and also Paladin. This is your new Thunderbolts team. Now, with that being said, though, that is also the moment you kind of have the book tell us what we are going to expect next. And right now, the Thunderbolts, they do have a certain target. And that target is no other than Deadpool. we're going to have a Deadpool slash Thunderbolts crossover very soon. So here we go in the next video. But with that being said, the opening page of this storyline is basically Deadpool telling you everything I literally just told you a couple seconds ago. How right now he's coming after Norman Osborn for one thing, to get revenge. Because basically Norman Osborn took the intel from Deadpool to make himself look good. And Deadpool is very ticked off by that. Because Nick Fury was the one who gave Deadpool that intel to use. And so this is Deadpool saying, I had the chance to, one, get a fat paycheck, but two, make myself look great to the world. And Norman Osborn took both things. And of course, number three, he made Deadpool look like a fool. And so right now, it's Deadpool saying, I'm coming after Norman to make Norman look bad. Actually, to kill Norman. And so you have Deadpool just head over straight to Avengers Tower. Now, as Deadpool is basically breaking into Avengers Tower, that is the moment you have Norman Osborn sitting down in Iron Man armor. Now, remember, with Norman Osborn taking over Avengers Tower, basically means that almost everything in the tower technically belongs to Norman Osborn. And so he's able to use an Iron Man armor for the time being. Now, with that being said, it's Norman Osborn using the Iron Man armor as a way to communicate with Deadpool. Norman Osborn is not actually inside the Iron Man armor. Now, with that being said, this is Norman Osborn telling Deadpool that he knew that sooner or later, Deadpool was going to come after him. And of course, it's happening right now. And so this is Norman saying, hey, listen, you can try to break in, try to kill me, but I have all these different kinds of defenses made as a way to protect me from you. Because my goal today is not to die by the hands of you, Deadpool. Now, we are going to skip some pages because there are some pages where you basically have Deadpool kind of imagining things, or he's in La La Land, so he's daydreaming in the middle of this mission. And honestly, it's not that important. What really is important, and to also kind of move the story a tad bit forward, is because while you have Deadpool trying to climb the building, you actually do have Norman Osborn begin the process of trying to get rid of Deadpool. Because of course, he does not want Deadpool anywhere near Avengers Tower. On top of that, Norman Osborn does not want to die. And so this is Norman trying his best to use almost any kind of Green Goblin stuff he has left as a way to kind of help protect Avengers Tower. But of course, this is Deadpool. He's a trained assassin. And even if you try to kill him, Deadpool's healing factor is ridiculous. Not in a bad way, but honestly, in one heck of a good way. Now, of course, once Deadpool has basically dealt with all the different weapons that Norman Osborn was trying to use, well, that is the moment you have Deadpool actually be confronted by no other than, of course, the Thunderbolts. Now, remember, the Thunderbolts by this point in Marvel Comics are being led by Norman Osborn, but this is a completely different team that we saw in the earlier videos that we did when it came to Norman Osborn's Thunderbolts team. Because remember, once he got promoted, he cleaned house and brought in a new team. Now, remember, when it comes to the Thunderbolts, by this point, Norman Osborn has two teams, them and also the Dark Avengers. Now, when it comes to his Avengers team, Norman Osborn wants to make sure that his team look great in public eye. But when it comes to the Thunderbolts, he don't care. He's going to use them to do different kind of blackout missions, to take care of different targets, to kill people. And right now, the Thunderbolts are being assigned to basically kill Deadpool. Now, the first half of the second page is basically just Deadpool fighting against the Thunderbolts. Now, we do get a lot of pages like I literally just said. But of course, you have to realize it's Deadpool going up against a wave of different characters on a team who all have different kinds of power set, like Ant-Man, the second Black Widow, Ghost, the Paladin, Headman. You basically have different characters with different abilities trying to kill Deadpool. But of course, it's Deadpool though. This is a character who, 1, is a mercenary, 2, has a healing factor, and 3, it makes Marvel a lot of money. So Marvel is not going to kill off this character so easily in one singular storyline. And so with that being said, you do have the Thunderbolts try their best to actually kill off Deadpool. But of course, they keep failing. Now, here's the big thing though. You do have Deadpool actually being able to get into a certain laboratory. Now, of course, when he does reach this laboratory, that is the moment he does find a teleporter. Now, this teleporter is actually going to be very important. And the reason why, because of course, it now gives Deadpool the ability to teleport, but also is going to play a key role later on in this storyline. And also future books for Deadpool after this one right here back in the early 2000s. But either way, this teleporter is actually very important. Now, you do have Deadpool basically go back to his base after the battle against the Thunderbolts. Now, this is Deadpool realizing that he can't actually win against the Thunderbolts right now and then go after Norman Osborn. He needs a better plan, a plan to kind of get rid of the Thunderbolts, but also at the same time, kind of working his way to get to Norman Osborn right after. And so you have Deadpool actually call up somebody. Now, we have no idea who he's calling up, but of course, we're left to believe that this character is going to be very important, which it will be a very important character. But on top of that right there, it is a character we actually just covered a couple weeks ago. Now, of course, we actually do pick up with the Thunderbolts right now, heading towards Deadpool location, because remember what I said earlier, that teleporter is going to be a very important thing, because that teleporter has been actually tagged by the Thunderbolts. Like, they knew that Deadpool was going to grasp something that he found very interesting. And of course, it was that teleporter. And so, of course, you had the Thunderbolts tag it just in case Deadpool actually took it as a way to follow him. And so now they're heading after Deadpool to basically grab Deadpool, to kill him, and of course, give his dead body over to Norman Osborn. Now, honestly, Deadpool has no idea that the Thunderbolts are coming after him this quickly. Like, he has an idea they would come after him sooner or later, but in a different way, not actually coming to his base. Because the Deadpool, this place he's at right now, should be secure enough to hide him from the Thunderbolts. But of course, they were following him thanks to the teleporter that he has stole. Now, with that being said though, you do have the Thunderbolts actually set up shop right outside Deadpool's base. And so while you have Deadpool on the phone talking to his mysterious character that is actually going to help him later on in the story, well, that is the moment you actually do have the Thunderbolts actually attack the base of Deadpool. Now, this actually leads into the funny moment of the book, and honestly, it's hilarious because while you had the Thunderbolts actually trying to kill Deadpool, once again, they're having a hard time killing Deadpool because, like I said earlier, Deadpool is the merc with the mouth. He's a mercenary. 2, his crazy healing factor. And 3, he makes Marvel a lot of money. Marvel is not going to kill Deadpool that easily because, again, he makes them a lot of money. With that being said, though, you do have the team struggling to capture Deadpool. The team cannot get him. They're having a hard time. Now, throughout their battle, that is also the moment you have the Thunderbolts realize that this was a trap set by Deadpool. That the tracker they actually placed in the teleporter, Deadpool knew about it. So early when I said Deadpool had no idea, like he's pretending he had no idea, no, Deadpool somewhat had an idea here. Because even though Deadpool plays dumb, Deadpool is still a great mercenary. Now, with that being said, he does come right behind Black Widow, and we're left to believe that he's about to kill Black Widow off. Remember, this is not the first Black Widow. This is the second Black Widow. Now, with that being said, when you think that Deadpool is about to kill her off, you actually have Deadpool. No lie, it's hilarious. You have Deadpool tell this Black Widow that he finds her attractive and he basically wants to go out with her. Like, it's Deadpool being Deadpool, y'all. And so now the big question is, what's going to happen between Deadpool and Black Widow? With basically Deadpool telling Black Widow that he wants to date her, that he does find her attractive, that he actually wants to, do some things with her. Now, of course, you do have Black Widow kind of like, this is kind of weird. At first, she does that. But then as the early section goes on, that is the moment we come to find out that Black Widow does have a tad bit of a crush on Deadpool. And so honestly, it makes things very interesting because you basically now have Black Widow possibly want to say yes to Deadpool. Now, of course, this is kind of like a ruse where she's trying to keep Deadpool busy long enough so that basically one of her teammates can come behind and actually take him out. But at the same time, though, it is her still saying, yeah, I kind of like you. And honestly, wouldn't mind dating you. But after that moment right there, we actually do see Deadpool being able to actually get away. Now, with Deadpool getting away, of course, that means that Deadpool can now basically go to the person that he was talking to earlier to ask for help once again. And that person is no other than Taskmaster. Taskmaster was the character who was basically talking to Deadpool earlier, right before you had the Thunderbolts attack Deadpool's base. Now, with that being said, when it comes to Taskmaster, you have to remember, Taskmaster has the ability to just watch anybody fight, and he knows their fighting style and how to defend against it and how to use it for his own needs. Like, basically, this dude knows so many different fighting styles by watching other characters like Spider-Man, Ghost Rider, Shang-Chi, like the list goes on and on. Even Steve Rogers. Now, with that being said, it makes sense for Deadpool to basically call up Taskmaster. And the reason why, because Taskmaster is just like Deadpool, a mercenary. And if you want a job done, you call up no other than Taskmaster. Now, that is the moment where we actually do pick up with the Thunderbolts right now, basically trying to think up of a new game plan on how in the world they're going to capture Deadpool. Now, with that being said, you do have Norman Osborn actually calling up the team to see if they have a new game plan on actually capturing Deadpool. Because when it comes to the Thunderbolts, they had lost Deadpool not once but twice. And so right now it's Norman Osborn wondering if his new Thunderbolts team can actually capture Deadpool or not. But while the team are talking to one another, well, that is the moment we come to find out that basically Deadpool had hired a pilot to fly a plane in the area of New York with his number on a flag so that he can have the Thunderbolts call that number to talk to him. Well, really, Black Widow. It's Deadpool trying to get Black Widow to call him on that number, which of course she does. Now, here's the thing though. You have Deadpool right now tracking the call to hopefully find the base that belongs to the Thunderbolts, while you have them trying to use the phone conversation to track him. And so both sides are trying to track each other. And so you do have Black Widow stay behind while the rest of the team try to track him and go to his location. But it's also Deadpool tracking them as well and getting ready to go to their location. But here comes the funny part, because while you actually have the Thunderbolts right now, heading their way over to what they believe is Deadpool's location, they kind of find out that Deadpool never did hire a pilot. That matter of fact, the plane that's flying around in the sky that's holding Deadpool's number is actually Deadpool himself in the plane. And so while they were trying to leave and go somewhere else, you had Deadpool actually shoot down on their truck to take out some of the team of the Thunderbolts. And so now Black Widow is by herself left in the base while the rest of her team is basically pinned down thanks to Deadpool. Now, right after that, you then have Deadpool basically teleport right inside the base of the Thunderbolts. Because remember, earlier, Deadpool was able to get his hands on a teleporter. And so with him being able to do that, it basically means that Deadpool can now teleport easily. And of course, he was able to teleport inside the base of the team because he now knows their location. Now, Taskmaster is staying behind for something important down the road, but for right now is Deadpool confronting Black Widow. Now of course you do have Black Widow actually try to fight against Deadpool, and honestly it is a good fight, but this fight actually ends with Deadpool kissing Black Widow. Now Black Widow's all like, wait a second, why did you just kiss me? And you have Deadpool say, I love you. And you're kind of like, dude, that is a crazy way to hit on a girl. Now, with that being said, of course, remember, by this point, Deadpool is madly in love with Death. And Death is also in love with Deadpool. And so, of course, she kind of heard what he just said to Black Widow. And so she is kind of angry. Now, with that being said, though, you then have Deadpool over here, a conversation going on with Black Widow and her team, where basically now the plane being gone and them no longer being pinned, they're heading back right to the base to help support her to hopefully capture Deadpool, which means Deadpool has to leave now. Now, you do have Deadpool basically teleport right back over to Taskmaster. Now, when he does that, we kind of find out that Taskmaster is wearing a very similar outfit to Deadpool. And so right now, they look just alike. Now, with that being said, though, you did have Deadpool actually teleport right back over to the battle he was having against the rest of the Thunderbolts. Now, when they get there, you actually have Taskmaster teleport away to leave Deadpool to fight against them, while Taskmaster goes and try to talk to Black Widow to hopefully keep both teams busy long enough as a way to get closer to Norman Osborn. Now, Black Widow, she can tell that this is not Deadpool at all. Like, she can just tell that this is a completely different character. Now, this is Taskmaster also thinking that Black Widow actually does like Deadpool. And so with that, he's kind of hoping that maybe if he pretends long enough to be Deadpool and hopefully have Black Widow kind of go with the idea that she actually does like Deadpool and want to leave with Deadpool to kind of like possibly have some fun time, that him and her can just go ahead and get on a jet. But the problem is, though, as soon as Taskmaster, who is pretending to be Deadpool, gets on the jet, you have Black Widow close the jet down, and basically Taskmaster has been captured by the Thunderbolts. Now, when we get into the final chapter, you basically have the Thunderbolts thinking that they have captured Deadpool. Like, they have Deadpool right now in their grasp. That Deadpool is there. And that is huge. And Norman Osborn, he comes out to meet the team and he's like, you finally got Deadpool. Thank you. I'm so happy. Now, of course, when they try to wake up Deadpool because they feel like with the gas they use, they were able to time when he'll wake up, thanks to his healing factor, that he should be waking up right now, but he's not. And that's the thing. Because again, they don't have Deadpool. They have Taskmaster, but they have no idea they have Taskmaster because they haven't unmasked this Deadpool yet. And when it comes to Taskmaster, you have to remember he does not have a healing factor like Deadpool does. And so he's knocked out. But of course, you didn't have Norman tell Headman to go ahead and cut off Deadpool's head, because that's the one thing Norman Osborn wants. He wants the head of Deadpool. But of course, that is the moment you have the Thunderbolts find out they don't have Deadpool, because the real Deadpool appears right on time to basically save Taskmaster, who of course is the fake Deadpool. And so of course this actually does lead into a battle between the two Deadpools fighting against the Thunderbolts. And Norman Osborn, you can tell he is ticked off, because he really thought that his team was actually able to grab the real Deadpool this time, but to only found out they captured the fake Deadpool. And so of course now Deadpool has technically won 3 times. Now remember, Deadpool is doing all of this as a way to get revenge against Norman Osborn. That's his main goal. Nobody else, just Norman Osborn. And so of course we do get a lot of pages where you have the Thunderbolts actually trying to capture Deadpool and Taskmaster, but of course they're both failing. Not them, the Thunderbolts. They're both failing in capturing both characters. Now with that being said, of course this leads into the big moment where it seems like Norman Osborn realized his new Thunderbolts are not the same ones he had before. That these characters are a bunch of nobodies. Like literally they were before this book. And so of course it's Norman Osborn saying, I need to call in the Dark Avengers, because there's no way this team right here can actually capture Deadpool. There is no way. But of course you have Deadpool getting close enough to actually do the one thing he wants to do: kill off Norman Osborn. And so, of course, it does lead into a battle between Deadpool and Norman Osborn. Now, remember, Norman Osborn is not just your regular human being. He does have enhanced abilities thanks to him being the Green Goblin over the years. And so, of course, he's able to go toe-to-toe with Deadpool for a good period of time. Now, with that being said, though, while you have the two characters battling against each other, you do have some members of his Thunderbolts arriving to basically help Norman Osborn defeat Deadpool. And so this battle does last for a good few pages, but it honestly ends with Deadpool getting overrun. Like, there's too many different characters right now around him. You have Headman, Norman Osborn, Black Widow 2. They're all around him right now. And for Deadpool, unfortunately, it's game over, where you actually have Headman cut off Deadpool's head. And so remember, usually with Wolverine, Deadpool, and other characters who have healing factors, as long as you cut off their heads, they are technically dead. Now, to close off on this video, we actually do pick up with Deadpool right now meeting up with Taskmaster. Now, this is huge, because basically now you're saying that somehow somebody grabbed Deadpool's head and brought his head back to his body so that his head and body can just reconnect thanks to Deadpool's healing factor. But the problem is, though, you have Deadpool believing it was Taskmaster. It wasn't. Apparently, it was somebody else. And that is the moment you have Deadpool and Taskmaster both realize it had to be the Black Widow. And so with that, it's Deadpool really thinking that Black Widow actually cares for him. And so he's super excited for all the wrong reasons. And the book ends on that note. What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, guys, so we are basically going to continue our coverage over the Norman Osborn Thunderbolts era. So let me explain. So after Civil War, the American government made a law. that if you're going to be a superhero, you're going to have to register to be a superhero in America. Now, of course, you had some heroes who basically disagree with that law and some agreed with the law. The ones who did agree was Iron Man and his crew. On the other side, it was Steve Rogers, Captain America, and his crew who disagreed with that new law. Now, of course, you had the American government also make a brand new superhero team. Not really brand new, but a new version of it, and that was the Thunderbolts. Now, before the Thunderbolts and Civil War, they were basically a team being run by Songbird. But then the American government took over and basically handed the team over to Norman Osborn to be in charge. Now, after Secret Invasion, basically Norman Osborn took the kill shot on the Queen Scroll to basically save the world. And so when he did that, the American government promoted Norman Osborn into the role of Homeland Security. And so he got rid of S.H.I.E.L.D. and brought in Hammer, his own organization. Now, while he was doing all of that right there, he did also form the Dark Avengers. But when it came to the Thunderbolts, the team he was assigned to take care of, he got rid of every single person on the old team and brought in a new team to basically make the new Thunderbolts. While the old Thunderbolts went to make the Dark Avengers, or some just left the team completely. And so this is now Norman Osborn's new Thunderbolts team. A bunch of characters who are kind of like C-list characters who were brought together to work for Norman Osborn. But as this series goes on, we're going to learn a little bit more about each of these characters, especially the Black Widow on this team. And the reason why I say that, because this is Black Widow 2, not the first Black Widow that most fans care for. This is the second Black Widow that first appeared, I want to say, in the first storyline of New Avengers. Now, with that being said, Norman Osborn went out of his way to recruit her and basically make her the field leader for the team. So anytime the team is in the field, she is in charge. Now, right now, we come to see her talking to Ghost. And the reason why, because basically, she is meeting with every single member of the team, and Ghost, of course, being the last one she has to meet. Now, here's the thing, though. When it comes to Ghost, though, Ghost is very untrustworthy because basically he's very sneaky and very sketchy. Now, with that being said, it's also Ghost kind of having that past of being a character who basically no one can trust. And so Black Widow wants to know, why in the world is Ghost on the team? Because everybody else is on the team for some kind of strange reason. Power, money, and the list goes on. But for Ghost, she has no idea why he's on the team. But basically, you have Ghost trying to talk to Black Widow in a way like, yes, you can trust me. I'm not here to kill anybody, kill Norman Osborn. I'm here for my own reason. I just can't tell you. Now, of course, you do have Ghost and Black Widow show each other their cards, which basically means like they don't like each other and they don't trust each other. But of course, they have no choice but to work together because Norman Osborn did recruit both characters. But you have Black Widow tell Ghost that basically he should watch her back because all the food that he's been eating was containing nanobites that could basically shut his body down. And so with that being said, it's her saying, you think you have me, but I have you. So don't mess up because I don't trust you. But that is the moment you have Ghost tell Black Widow that basically he wants to meet with her boss and not Norman Osborn, her real boss. And so we're left to believe that this Black Widow is actually a spy for somebody else. Now, of course, we actually do pick up with a homeless camp. Now, if you have been watching all of my videos, you basically know where this is going. And what I mean by that is basically this homeless camp is right now being destroyed by Hammer. And remember, Hammer was what Norman Osborn brought in to replace S.H.I.E.L.D. when he basically got promoted to Homeland Security. Now, with that being said, though, this homeless camp is getting getting kind of destroyed by some Hammer agents. Now, while you have these agents trying to get rid of this homeless camp, that is the moment we see the return of Songbird. And that's why I say, if you saw my earlier videos, remember, after Songbird had basically fought against the Thunderbolts, she disappeared. She disappeared after Norman Osborn tried to kill her when he was basically firing her from the team. But of course, she escaped, but she stayed hidden from the world. And the way she did that was hiding out in homeless camps. But with this camp being under attack by Norman Osborn's new Thunderbolts, you basically have Songbird step up and use her powers as a way to kind of protect these homeless people. And of course, once she's able to actually take out these Hammer agents, she leaves. And of course, we know that basically now she wants to go after Norman Osborn for what he just tried to do. Now, we actually do jump over to Norman Osborn because remember, Norman Osborn is the one in charge of the Thunderbolts, his Black Ops team, the team he wants to use because sometimes you need a team to go do dirty things, and he does not want to use his Dark Avengers for those dirty things. Now, with that being said, we actually do see Norman Osborn bringing in another character. Now, this character is going by a different name for this story, and a couple more we're going to do after this video right here. But after a couple videos, we're going to learn the real name of this character, and that character right now, his name is Scourge. Now, of course, apparently his face is very, very messed up, and Norman Osborn gives him some kind of face mask to protect his face, but to also hide his face. And with that being said, you didn't have Victoria Hand walk in. Now, Victoria Hand is really kind of like Norman Osborn assistant, and basically she's here to tell Norman Osborn that, hey, someone saw Songbird. And of course, for Norman Osborn, he wants her dead because when Songbird was on the Thunderbolts with Norman Osborn, she challenged him. She gave him a hard time and made his days a living you know what. And so basically right now is him saying, ooh, Songbird's back. You know what? I think it's time for us to get rid of her. So Scourge, how do you feel about your next mission? And Scourge is down to go after her, to basically get rid of her. Now, we didn't actually pick up with Ant-Man and also Paladin. Now, this is the third Ant-Man, and this is Eric O'Grady. And Eric O'Grady is basically like your evil Ant-Man. Like, he's a bad guy Ant-Man, but he's always kind of tiptoeing on the borderline of being a bad guy, being a good guy. Like, he wants to do good, but he also does bad things. It's a very interesting character. Now, of course, this is right before he joins Steve Rogers' Secret Avengers. And so basically right now, with him being on the Thunderbolts, he's technically a bad guy. Now, with that being said, we do see him hanging out with Paladin. Now, remember, we have talked about Paladin a couple times on this channel. And matter of fact, we talked about Paladin back in our coverage over Shadowland, that lovely Daredevil event. But basically, Paladin is kind of like your mercenary. He's just on the team for the moolah, the money. But of course, this is him listening to what Ant-Man is trying to tell him, which is that basically Ant-Man wants to leave the team because Ant-Man feels like he's kind of over his head here, being here on this team. Because when he joined this team, he honestly did not realize what this team was all about. In reality, it seems like Ant-Man was thinking that this would be a cool gig to just take on to make some money, but to also kind of build up his reputation as a superhero. But now he realizing that this team is just a team full of bad guys, especially by this point when they just had recruited another character known as Mr. X. Now, Mr. X, he was not in our last video, and the only reason why, because between this video and the last one, there was a one-shot story we did skip where basically you had the Thunderbolts recruit another character known as Mr. X, this almost perfect killing machine character. Now, With that being said, though, it's Paladin telling Ant-Man, you're screwed. You're on this team until this team is somehow broken up, because Norman Osborn would not let you leave that easily. Now, right after that, you basically have Norman Osborn call up his team, where of course he calls his team together to tell them that basically their next mission is to go after Songbird. This is Norman Osborn trying to get his revenge finally, but to also finally get rid of Songbird. Now, on top of that right there, that is the moment you have the team actually meet their new team member, Scourge. And again, we have no idea what's the real name of Scourge yet, but of course we're going to learn that name down the road later on in later videos. But either way, once you have the team actually get on their jet, you do have Black Widow 2 go somewhere very hidden on the jet to make a call. And of course, the person she is talking to is her actual boss, which of course means that Black Widow 2 is actually a spy for somebody else. But the person she's a spy for is, of course, no other than Nick Fury. And this is huge because right now, Norman Osborn, one of his missions is to find Nick Fury. Like, Nick Fury has been missing from the world for a very long time. And so basically right now, it's Norman Osborn not knowing that Black Widow 2 is an actual spy for Nick Fury. And that right there is very huge. Now, the story does jump over to a character we have not seen in a little while, and that character is Ab Jenkins. But either way, this is Ab Jenkins, who used to be known as the Beetle, a villain who used to fight against Spider-Man and also the Fantastic Four. But then later on, he began to call himself Mach 4. Now, of course, the last time we saw Ab Jenkins, he was actually the leader of the Thunderbolts, the last Thunderbolts team before Norman Osborn had took over. And matter of fact, that team was known as the New Thunderbolts. It was a series that come out at the same time Marvel gave us the New Avengers. Now, with that being said, after that series ended, basically Ab Jenkins just stopped being a Thunderbolt. He was just your regular guy. And so right now, we actually do pick up at him right now with the Fixer working on a new suit, basically a new Mach 4 suit, so that he can still somewhat be a hero. But while testing out his new suit, well, that is the moment something does crash right into his building. And of course, that something is no other than Songbird. And this is Songbird coming to Ab Jenkins in the Fixer basically for help, because now she knows that sooner or later the Thunderbolts will come after her, which she is correct, because again, she did show the world that she was still out there. Now, that is the moment where we basically pick up with Mr. X and Headman. Now, remember, Mr. X is basically this perfect killing machine, and he joined the team over a storyline that we did not cover because it was literally just one book, and honestly, I feel like we should go ahead and skip it and move on to the next storyline. But either way, though, we actually do pick up with Headman talking to Mr. X. Now, remember, Headman is a guy who just basically flies around on a glider trying to cut off people's head. And so that's kind of like the reason why his name is Headman. But either way, you do have Headman actually challenge Mr. X in a fight. Now, like I said earlier, Mr. X is basically the perfect killing machine. He's able to read your moves very easily. It's kind of like him being a psychic. But either way, though, you do have Mr. X being able to actually defeat Headman and kind of almost kill Headman. But of course, Mr. X is stopped by Black Widow 2, where of course she does tell the two characters they need to come on and get on the jet because it's time for them to basically go hunt down Songbird, because that is their next mission, which is Songbird. Now, we do jump back over to Songbird, who's right now hanging out with Abe Jenkins and also the Fixer. Now, of course, this is her kind of asking for any kind of help that they can provide, which right now is not a lot, because with Norman Osborn controlling the Thunderbolts, controlling his own Avengers team, being Homeland Security, and also having Hammer, which did replace S.H.I.E.L.D., Norman Osborn has basically almost all of America covered up. And right now, really, heroes can't do much without running into one of many different Norman Osborn's operations. And so you have the Fixer tell Songbird, we can't do much for you because of Norman Osborn. This is his country now, basically. Like, we can't do much. And that is actually very true. Now, of course, this is not really Songbird saying, hey, you guys, get your outfits, help me out, we're getting the old team together. It's right now more of her kind of weighting her options, kind of figuring out what should she do next. Like, matter of fact, you have Ab Jenkins say, hey, listen, if you want to get the radioactive man who used to be on the team with us, I know where he's at right now. But of course, it's Songbird saying she's not ready yet to call everyone back together. But right now, she's just trying to figure out what in the world should she do next. She does kiss Abe Jenkins on the lips, which of course, that right there is actually very important, because in our last series we covered for the Thunderbolts, they did like each other a lot, but basically never kind of pursued their relationship. And so with her kissing him, it's kind of like, yeah, I still like you. And then she leaves. Now, we do see the Thunderbolts right now on their way to go find Songbird and to hopefully capture her, but we do get another page to just remind us that basically right now, the Black Widow 2 is actually working for Nick Fury, that she is a spy for Nick Fury to kind of spy on Norman Osborn to kind of hopefully bring him down from the inside out. And the following page is really more of Norman Osborn telling Black Widow that basically she better do a good job in capturing Songbird. Like, he wants her captured and locked away. He is tired of running into Songbird. And so right now you do have Black Widow 2 basically say, hey, listen, I'll do my job, I'll capture her. But of course, right now, we're left to believe that Norman Osborn has no idea that Black Widow is a spy for Nick Fury. Now, of course, you do have the Thunderbolts actually being able to find Songbird, where of course they try to use their jet as a way to bring her down. Like, they're firing all kinds of missiles to hopefully bring her down. And of course, Songbird is kind of able to dodge most of the missiles as a way to stay alive. Now, you did have Songbird basically take one of those missiles and makes those missiles crash into the jet that the Thunderbolts are basically using right now, which of course bring their entire team down to the ground. Now, Songbird was also caught in the blast, so she's also brought to the ground as well, thanks to her kind of bringing those missiles right back to the Thunderbolts. Now, this actually leads into one of the biggest surprise of the book, because after the crash, you have Songbird get up, but she knows she has to get out of here, because if she doesn't, basically the Thunderbolts are going to capture her. Unfortunately, she does run into Black Widow 2. Now remember, Black Widow 2's name is Yolanda, but this is where things get crazy, because you did have Yolanda actually wants to help Songbird get away from the Thunderbolts. And you have Songbird like, wait a second, why are you helping me? Like, are you basically working with the Thunderbolts? But Songbird has no idea that Yolanda is a spy for Nick Fury. She has no idea. But that is the moment we come to find out this is not Yolanda at all. That basically the person who's pretending to be Yolanda has been using S.H.I.E.L.D. tech that changes her body appearance completely. It means it makes her shorter like Yolanda, her face, her hair, all of that. But this is not Yolanda. This is Black Widow 1, Natasha. She has been basically pretending to be Yolanda as a way to join the Thunderbolts to bring them down from the inside by being a spy for Nick Fury. And you're kind of like, what? Now, of course, when we do get into the third chapter of this storyline, we actually do pick up with Black Widow and also Songbird trying to escape the forest that they're basically trapped in alongside with the Thunderbolts, the actual rest of the team of the Thunderbolts that has not portrayed Norman Osborn. Well, not yet. But of course, while you have our two ladies trying to get away from them, of course they do run into Mr. X. And like I said earlier, Mr. X is basically the perfect killing machine. He is able to read all your kinds of moves and know how to block them, defend against them, and to basically kind of get around them to attack you next. And so right now you have Mr. X trying to fight against Black Widow. Now remember, when we covered Taskmaster, that storyline takes place 11 years after this one in real world time. And in that book right there, it said Black Widow was the best killer in the world. But of course, now you're wondering, is that true? Because this book right here says Mr. X is also probably the best killer in the world. Who knows? Either way though, you have the two characters fight against one another, and of course you do have the rest of the team kind of getting closer to the battle, which means that if Black Widow and Songbird want to get away, they have to leave now and also lose Mr. X. And so thanks to Songbird power, she was able to kind of knock out Mr. X and help her and Black Widow actually get away. Now, right after they do get away, you do have them basically be confronted by Ghost. Now, remember, Ghost is still technically part of the Thunderbolts, but Ghost is also trying to bring down Norman Osborn. And so you have Ghost call up his team and tells his team that he does have Black Widow and Songbird, but in reality, he gives them a false location, which is 4 miles away from where they are right now, to hopefully give Songbird and Black Widow the chance to actually escape before the Thunderbolts come back around to actually capture them. And so, of course, you do have the two ladies being able to actually get away. Now, other two ladies are actually getting away. The big question is, though, what is their next move? Because they have to go somewhere to basically hide from the Thunderbolts and Norman Osborn. Where, of course, you do have Black Widow tell Songbird that she does have somewhere to go. And basically, it's just some kind of hidden safe house underneath some kind of baseball stadium that Nick Fury had built. Here comes the problem though. While you have the two ladies actually going inside the safe house, well, they didn't know they're being followed by Ant-Man, because Ant-Man is one of those characters that a lot of people forget about, and so he was able to kind of sneak around behind them to figure out where they're going, and of course, he now knows where their base is, which of course means he's going to tell the Thunderbolts. Now, of course, when they get inside the base, they are confronted by Nick Fury. Now, Nick Fury is not happy, and the reason why he's not happy is because he already knows that basically Black Widow and Songbird were followed. They were followed by Ant-Man. And so, of course, you do have Nick Fury tell both ladies they have to get to cover. And you have Black Widow like, what do you mean? And that is the moment the base does get attacked by the Thunderbolts because they were followed by Ant-Man. And of course, this does lead into a small battle, but this battle is very short-lived. And the reason why, because you actually have the Thunderbolts being able to overrun Nick Fury, Black Widow, and Songbird to the point there is a small explosion that basically knocks out all three characters. And this leads into the very important big thing about the storyline. And what I mean is that when you have Black Widow, Songbird, and Nick Fury wake up, of course, they all been bound to chairs, and Norman Osborn is there as well, because this is a big day for Norman Osborn. He'll be able to actually get rid of Nick Fury. On top of that, get rid of Songbird, somebody he's been wanting to get rid of, and then also kill off Black Widow. It's basically Christmas for Norman Osborn, a very early Christmas. Now, with all that being said though, this is the moment we come to find out that Black Widow had technically never talked to Nick Fury. And what I mean is that basically Norman Osborn has been pretending to be Nick Fury this entire time, because basically Norman Osborn had been sending emails to Black Widow believing that she has been talking to Nick Fury, which of course made her believe that Nick Fury had called her up and basically asked her to pretend to be Yolanda because Norman Osborn wanted a Black Widow. And so when Norman Osborn did recruit a Yolanda, even though we now know it never was Yolanda, it was Norman Osborn recruiting Black Widow and making her believe that she was working for Nick Fury this entire time, to basically have her as a way to lead him right to Nick Fury, because when her cover gets blown, she'll run to a nearby safe house. And when she runs to that nearby safe house and runs to a Nick Fury, well, of course, that'll give Norman Osborn a chance to find Nick Fury and capture him. And so this entire time, she never talked to Nick Fury. It was always Norman Osborn. Now, this is where things get even crazier, because then when you have Norman Osborn tell the Thunderbolts to take Songbird and Black Widow away, he turns around and shoots Nick Fury right in the head. And so then we actually pick up the next chapter, where basically you have right now the Thunderbolts getting ready to kill off Black Widow and Songbird, because Norman Osborn did tell his team to basically go ahead and cut their heads off, that he wants the heads of Songbird and also Black Widow. Now, of course, you had the Thunderbolts take the girls away from Nick Fury after he got shot in the head by Norman Osborn, but either way though, this is where you have the team kind of split in half, where Paladin and Ant-Man, they're not really okay with basically killing someone in cold blood. But when it comes to Mr. X and Scourge, and by the way, Scourge just got promoted to field leader since Black Widow was basically not a real member of the team, that those two characters are all like, nah, let's go ahead and cut their heads off. What's the problem? And so you have two sides right now kind of deciding what to do with Black Widow and also Songbird. Now, Headsman was told by Scourge to go ahead and cut the heads off of Black Widow and Songbird, because his name is Headsman. He wants to go around and cut folks' heads off, and this is the perfect time to actually do it. But of course, he gets cold feet because he feels really bad about the idea of actually killing off Songbird and Black Widow. And so that is the moment you actually have him decide that Paladin and Ant-Man were correct. And you have Headman take his axe and takes it right into the chest of Scourge, to come to find out that basically Scourge is a cyborg. And so now the big question is, who is this guy? Now, this does basically lead into the two sides fighting against each other, where you have Paladin and also Ant-Man and also Headman fighting against Scourge and Mr. X. And of course, while the two sides are fighting against one another, at the same time, you got to count Black Widow and Songbird, because they were there and they were about to get their heads cut off. And so, of course, they do join in the fight. Now, the reason why those two characters actually join into the fight is to basically break free, to break off their bondages and then to get away. And so, of course, that actually happens. Now, while you have everybody fighting against one another, you have to realize there is a character missing, and that character is going to be very important down the road. But while you have the two sides, including Black Widow and Songbird, fighting against one another, the ladies, they get away. Paladin and also, I want to say Ant-Man as well, and Headsman were able to actually defeat Scourge. Now, of course, Scourge does get knocked out. And the question is, though, can our three characters deal with Mr. X now? Because Mr. X actually agreed with Scourge by cutting the heads off of Black Widow and Songbird. And so with Scourge done, it's now kind of down to Paladin, Ant-Man, and Headman to deal with Mr. X. And of course, Mr. X is a perfect killing machine. And so right now, for these three characters, it's not a fair match. But of course, that is the moment our missing character does reappear. And that character is no other than Ghost. You have Ghost reappear and basically use his powers to knock out Mr. X. Now, You also have Ghost basically use his powers as a way to shock the mind of Scourge and Mr. X to cause short memory loss. So basically, they have no idea or remember what basically happened in this moment. And so, of course, Paladin and Ant-Man and Headman, they could basically lie to Norman Osborn and Scourge and Mr. X to say, hey, this what happened. This is how Black Widow and also Songbird got away. Is to basically keep Paladin, Ant-Man, and also Headman alive, and also keeps the team together. And Ghost, yeah, he's still trying to bring down this whole operation from the inside out. Now, getting back over to Songbird and also Black Widow, they have to get away. Even though the Thunderbolts have been basically taken care of, they still have to get away because the base they were supposed to hide in is now surrounded by Hammer. And remember, Hammer was replaced by Norman Osborn. And so right now it's them realizing they have to go. And so basically it leads to them kind of getting into a police chase style where of course you have Hammer chasing after them because Black Widow and Songbird basically stole a car. And so we get this police chase style chase, and of course they're trying to get away, but they're having a hard time getting away. Now there is a moment where their Jeep they stole actually blows up, and that right there is very huge because they were on a bridge and that Jeep does go over the bridge, and it does look like that basically they are going to die, but that is the moment you have Mach 4 appear. And remember, Mach 4 is Ab Jenkins, who used to be a Thunderbolt alongside with Songbird, and so he does fly in, grab Black Widow, grab Songbird, and they get the heck out of there. So Black Widow and Songbird get to live for another day. Now, we actually do jump over to Norman Osborn and also Scourge, because this is Norman Osborn very angry about the idea that basically the Thunderbolts failed and Black Widow and Songbird got away, especially Songbird. Now, with that being said, you do have Norman Osborn tell us who Scourge actually is. And we come to find out that this cyborg character, Scourge, is actually Frank Simpson, aka Nuke. And this is huge because remember, Frank Simpson was part of the Weapon Plus program. Weapon Plus was basically an operation that was made to kind of make different kind of weapons out of people. It all started with Steve Rogers, Captain America. After that, you basically had different weapons being made. And Frank Simpson was weapon, I want to say 7, because Wolverine was weapon X, aka weapon 10. But Frank was weapon 7. And basically they gave him like cyborg body parts, a second heart, and on top of that, pills to kind of make him feel a little bit different in ways. But either way, he was part of the Weapon Plus program. Now, he was badly injured before this storyline, and I want to say because of Wolverine. But of course, now we see that he's back and he's even more of a cyborg than he was when we last saw him before the storyline. And so basically now he is the field leader. But that is not the crazy part though. But here comes the big moment, because Norman Osborn says it's time for us to bring in some new blood, aka a Black Widow. And you're kind of like, well, you had a Black Widow. We believed it was Yolanda, but of course it was not Yolanda. It was Natasha. But either way, though, what do you mean it's time to bring in another Black Widow? And I really thought we were about to get a third Black Widow, but we don't. Instead, we see this entire time, Norman Osborn had Yolanda. He had her locked up and basically knocked out this entire time. And now he plans to wake her up and basically use her. And this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. So please, And so getting into the book, we actually do pick up at the Cube. And the Cube was one of the many prisons that were made to kind of hold different bad guys. Now, with that being said, though, we actually pick up with Luke Cage, Spider-Man, Wolverine, and also Captain America. Now, I do want to point out, this is not Steve Rogers. This is Bucky, because remember, after Civil War, Steve Rogers, quote unquote, died, and basically he was replaced by Bucky. And so this is Bucky, Captain America. Now, you do have our 4 heroes breaking into the Cube, which of course, they're here to save Iron Fist. That apparently somehow Iron Fist was thrown into this prison, he was locked up, and of course, he looks in very bad shape. The problem is, though, right after our heroes do release Iron Fist to hopefully take him back home, that is the moment you actually do have Iron Fist attack Spider-Man, Luke Cage, Captain America, and also Wolverine. And so you have Spider-Man killed off just like that. Wolverine, his head cut off. Really, his brain's cut off. But either way, though, Wolverine also dead. You also have Iron Fist killing off Captain America. And so just like that, bam, 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 you have 3 heroes dead that fast. And of course, it comes down to Luke Cage, because Luke Cage is the last one standing. Now, here's the thing, though. This is very important because Iron Fist cannot kill Luke Cage. I don't mean like if they go toe to toe, Iron Fist is going to lose to Luke Cage. I mean that because these two characters have a brother bond, that Iron Fist is not actually going to attack Luke Cage. But you do have Iron Fist tell us that something is wrong with his mind, and he wants Luke Cage to basically kill him. And of course, you have Luke Cage grab Iron Fist's face and just snap his neck. Bam. Iron Fist is dead. And you're kind of like, what just happened? Everybody just died in this room. And so that is the moment we come to find out that basically all of that was just a simulation. It was all fake because Norman Osborn and the Ghost are working on Iron Fist's mind. They're trying to fix his mind in a way where he will basically follow all the orders of Norman Osborn. And of course, it's Norman Osborn hoping that with the help of Ghost, that they can turn Iron Fist into another killing machine. But the problem is, though, with Iron Fist being a hero, they have to rework his mind to hopefully make him become a killer, because he is not a killer. And so that's their goal, to rework his mind and to hopefully make him into some kind of killer. And so with that being said, it's going to be a very long process, but of course that process could possibly kill Iron Fist off. Now, of course, you're probably wondering, hey, when did Norman Osborn capture Iron Fist? Because this story literally is starting off with Norman Osborn working on the mind of Iron Fist. So when did he actually grab Iron Fist? And so we actually do jump back 2 days earlier, where we actually pick up with Iron Fist walking into his office and getting ready for a meeting. The problem is, though, he is suspecting someone else. And so when he walks into the room, of course, he sees Norman Osborn. And, Iron Fist is like, wait a second, why is Norman Osborn in my office? What does he want? But that is the moment you have the Thunderbolts actually attack Iron Fist. Now remember, on this team you have characters like Mr. X, the perfect killing machine, Headman, a dude who just wants to cut off heads. You also have Scourge, you also have Ant-Man, you also have Paladin as well. All guys, no girls right now. And so right now you have all these guys just trying to capture Iron Fist. And so this fight does go on for a few pages, and you do have Iron Fist trying his best to basically get away from the Thunderbolts. Unfortunately, though, Iron Fist is captured and taken away by the Thunderbolts. And you have Norman Osborn tell his soldiers from his Hammer organization to go ahead and kill off anybody that had talked to Iron Fist in the last 3 hours. But that is the moment where we actually do jump over to the Cube. Now remember, the Cube is basically like a facility, a prison that holds different characters. Now right now the Cube is being used as a base as well for the Thunderbolts, but either way, though, this is the moment where you actually have the author of the story remind us that when it comes to this team right here, They do not work well together. And matter of fact, there is no trust between each other. And so there is no bonding at all between these characters. And so right now, when you have Ant-Man trying to bring everyone together to build that bond, you have Mr. X just walking away to remind us that this team right here, there's no bonding. There's no trust. They're just here to work, get paid, and go home. And that is it. And they do not like each other at all. Now, you do have Iron Fist also walk up to basically say that, yes, Norman Osborn is going to put Iron Fist on the Thunderbolts. Now, that is the moment where we actually do pick up with Luke Cage, because remember what I said earlier, this book is all about how Luke Cage and Iron Fist join the Thunderbolts. Now, with that being said, you do have Luke Cage right now at a diner waiting for Iron Fist, and usually Iron Fist is never late, but of course he is for a special reason. And reason why? Because of course it's now Iron Fist and the Thunderbolts coming together to attack Luke Cage, to basically attack Luke Cage and capture him. Now, you do have Luke Cage being able to actually defend himself for the most part. But what catches him off guard is when he sees Iron Fist. Because when he does see Iron Fist, he's all like, wait a second, Iron Fist, why are you running towards me, getting ready to attack me? We're on the same side. But you didn't have Iron Fist say, I'm doing my job. And that is the moment you have Iron Fist just knock out Luke Cage. But then you have the team go back to Norman Osborn's office to inform him that basically they were able to actually capture Luke Cage. Now, Norman is happy about it. Here's the thing though, why does Norman want Luke Cage for? Well, that is the moment we find out that basically in the past, there was a time where Luke Cage actually did spit in the face of Norman Osborn. And so ever since then, Norman wants revenge. And so all of this is just Norman being a jerk and trying to get revenge against Luke Cage and Iron Fist. But that is the moment where we actually do jump over to Luke Cage, because right now you have Luke Cage tied to a chair, like homeboy cannot break free. Now, of course, he's right now being watched by Paladin. Now, remember, Paladin is a mercenary. He just loves getting paid. But right now you have Paladin kind of upset with Luke Cage because when they fought against each other earlier, Paladin got his face badly beaten down by Luke Cage. And so, of course, right now, Paladin's face is kind of messed up. And so you have Paladin do the worst that he could do, which is release Luke Cage. And the reason why he did release Luke Cage because Paladin wants a rematch against Luke Cage, thinking that he'll be able to actually defeat Luke Cage. But then you have Luke Cage just beat him down again and escape. And so when the rest of the team arrive, they're like, oh my God, he's gone. He got away. Luke Cage broke free. Now, of course, you do have the Thunderbolts tell Norman Osborn, hey, heads up, boss. Luke Cage was basically broken free. Like homeboy is right now running around the base. And of course, Norman is not happy about that. And so you have Norman tell the team to go after Luke Cage and basically recapture him once again. Now, while you have the team trying to do that, you also have somebody talking to Luke Cage and actually helping Luke Cage get out of this base. Like this person knows where to go and how long he should go in that direction. And basically it's Ant-Man, because we found out earlier in this book, I just did not mention it, that basically Ant-Man is inside the body of Luke Cage, and apparently he's stuck inside the body of Luke Cage. And so right now it's kind of Ant-Man telling Luke Cage, if you want to get out of here, go this way, go that way. There are different ways out of here, and I'm going to help you get out of here by taking these different directions. But here comes the problem though. Now, that is the moment you actually do have Luke Cage run into the Scourge. Now, remember, the Scourge is basically just Frank Simpson, aka Nuke. Now, remember, Nuke was part of the Weapon Plus program. And of course, that was a program that made Steve Rogers, but also made Wolverine. Now, Frank Simpson, he was in between those two characters. I want to say he was 7 or 8, but either way, you have Frank Simpson right now being the Scourge, a completely different character, but he's also the field leader for the Thunderbolts. And so right now, you basically having him trying to stop Luke Cage. The problem is though, Luke Cage is just too good. And of course, this story also has to wrap up very quickly now. And because it is a one shot, and we're getting to the very end. And so you have Luke Cage being able to actually defeat Scourge, but to also defeat Headman as well. Because again, this story has to wrap up very soon here. Now, while you have Luke Cage still trying to get out of the place, he does run into Iron Fist. And of course, we all know what that means, that these two characters are now going to fight against one another. Now, with that being said, remember, this is Iron Fist right now being controlled by Norman Osborn. And Luke Cage can tell that something is wrong with his friend. He knows his friend. And so you have Luke Cage not really trying to fight back, but instead is Luke Cage trying to break free or break Iron Fist's mind free from Norman Osborn's control. And so while you have the two characters fighting against one another, it's really more of Iron Fist just beating down on Luke Cage, hoping that basically that Luke Cage words can break through to Iron Fist. And so while you have Luke Cage taking every single hit, you then have Luke Cage tell Iron Fist that basically Misty Knight is pregnant. Remember, Misty Knight and Iron Fist in comics, they do become a couple, and I think they get married too. But either way, it's Luke Cage telling Iron Fist, hey man, you have to break free. You have to be good again because you're about to be a father soon one day. And of course, that right there is all it took for Iron Fist to break free. And so that of course leads into Iron Fist and Luke Cage fighting against the Thunderbolts. It's now them two against, of course, the Thunderbolts. And so right now you have Iron Fist and Luke Cage working together to basically escape. Now, of course, you still have Ant-Man inside Luke Cage. And of course, it is Ant-Man still helping Luke Cage out by telling him, hey man, if you go this way or that way, you'll basically get out of here. And so you now have Iron Fist and Luke Cage having to use the words of Ant-Man to actually escape. Now, yes, Ant-Man is technically on the Thunderbolts, but Ant-Man for the last couple videos has shown that he doesn't really want to be on the team at all. That right now he's kind of forced to be on the team. But either way, you do have Luke Cage and Iron Fist being able to find an exit and get out of the place to basically get away from Norman Osborn. Now, of course, later on in that day, you do have Norman Osborn call for another meeting with his team. And of course, he's very upset and he feels like somebody on the team is trying to ruin him. The problem is, though, he has no idea who it is. Now, we have an idea who it is because we know it's Ghost. Ghost told Black Widow in our last video that he has been plotting to get rid of Norman Osborn to show that his whole ideas and everything are basically complete failures. And so right now, as soon as everyone leaves the meeting, including Norman Osborn, you have Ghost and Paladin stay behind. And apparently Ghost told Paladin to release Luke Cage. And the reason why, because it's Ghost and Paladin now working together to make Norman Osborn look bad, to show the world he cannot be a hero. And that's how messed up this whole thing is, actually. But the book does end on a very high note where basically you do have Luke Cage and Iron Fist go to dinner. And of course, they do have food with one another. And Ant-Man was able to finally get out of the body of Luke Cage, just not in a good way. But either way, the book kind of ends on that note right there. So with that being said, please leave me a Now, of course, with Iron Fist and Luke Cage being able to escape from the Thunderbolts, one of the team members is very bothered by it. And that person would be, of course, Mr. X. Now, Mr. X is basically one of those characters out there in Marvel Comics who's known as like the perfect killing machine. And that's really it. Like, there's no need for us to kind of sit down and actually go through his entire origin. all you need to know is that he fought against Wolverine and Iron Fist over the years, and one of the things he wants to do is kill them. Now, while he's kind of sleeping and having a dream about killing Wolverine and Iron Fist, well, that is the moment you have Ghost kind of watching over him. Very creepily, dude. Very creepy. Now, as soon as Ghost does that, you do have Mr. X wake up. And of course, you have Mr. X wanting to kill Ghost. Now, here's the thing about Ghost, though. Thanks to Ghost's suit, he becomes very intangible, meaning that he's kind of like Shadowcat. Nothing can technically touch him once he's in that form right there. And so, of course, Mr. X can't actually kill him because right now Ghost is intangible. Have a hard time saying that word. Sorry, guys. Either way, though, of course, you have Ghost explain why he was watching over Mr. X. And for Ghost, he said that he believes that Mr. X's mental state is not good right now. Because with Mr. X and Iron Fist having a past already, and Iron Fist getting away once again, on the last mission, well, basically it's Ghost saying that he feels like Mr. X is very angry about the idea that he was unable to actually capture Iron Fist like he wanted to, and so now he wants to kill Iron Fist. But it's Ghost saying that he's kind of wondering if the mental state of Mr. X is in a good position. Now, of course, you do have Mr. X tell Ghost, like, first off, get the heck out of my room, but secondly, like, dude, do not worry about my mental state. It is perfectly fine. Leave my room now before I kill you. Now, of course, that meeting right there between Ghost and Mr. X is going to be very important. And here's the reason why. Because we actually do pick up a Paladin and also Ant-Man. Now, remember, this is the third Ant-Man. The one who kind of rode the line between good and bad. Don't ask why. But basically right now, he's kind of joined the Thunderbolts for money. Now, of course, he's in the break room right now watching TV. Of course, you do have Paladin walk in on him. But while the two characters are talking to one another, well, that is the moment you have Scourge come in and basically shoot the TV. Which, honestly, I feel like is a huge thing to do. Like, for no good reason. Like, hey, I got a mission for us. Let me shoot this TV to basically get your attention. Like, you could have just walked in and told us normally, my dude. But either way, you do have Scourge say, hey, listen, we got to go find Mr. X because he basically left the building without permission. He used one of the many teleporters to leave, and of course, without permission. And so now their next mission is to go capture Mr. X. Now, that is the moment we come to find out that basically right now, when it comes to Mr. X, he basically teleported to the borderline of Venezuela and also Colombia. Now, the reason why he went there because one, they're kind of at war with one another, and also because there's soldiers out there kind of guarding the border. But on top of that, though, it's also Mr. X just going out to kill people because he wants to kill people because that is his character. He is the perfect killing machine. He has to be out there to kill. He's kind of like I want to say a weaker version of Bullseye. And what I mean is this right here, because Bullseye was on the last Thunderbolts team, and Bullseye was that amazing killer, but he was a crazy killer. Like, basically, he had to kill each day to kind of feed his hunger for killing. And so for Mr. X, it's kind of the same thing where he has to constantly kill to feed that hunger, that mental state of his where he thinks he has to kill every single day. And so right now he's kind of out there in the middle of the jungle, just killing off a bunch of soldiers for the two countries and just having fun, killing people left and right. Now, you do have the Thunderbolts also arrive at the scene. Now, Mr. X, he's long and gone. And so, of course, they're basically trying to follow his trail to hopefully find him. Now, of course, they do find a trail. It's called a bunch of dead bodies and blood everywhere. Follow that trail, you'll find Mr. X. But either way, though, while you have our characters right now trying to find Mr. X, they kind of do run into some more soldiers that belong to both countries, which means that our characters here have to basically get rid of them, which, of course, they do. You do have the Thunderbolts being able to actually get rid of both sides of soldiers to kind of end the day. But, of course, their main mission is still find Mr. X. Now, there is something else I do want to mention, and that is the character Scourge. Now, Scourge used to be known as Frank Simpson, aka Nuke. And of course, he took the name Scourge when he joined the team. Now, here's the thing about Frank Simpson, though, because he was Nuke and he was part of the Weapon Plus program. And of course, Weapon Plus was a program that basically made a lot of different weapons for the world, like Steve Rogers as Captain America or Logan as Wolverine. Now, with all that being said, when it came to Frank Simpson, he was Weapon 7, I want to say, Project Homegrown. Now, with all that information right there, the reason why I'm bringing this up, because when it came to Frank Simpson, basically his project was that back in the Vietnam War, they gave him some cybernetic body parts to kind of enhance his abilities, but also gave him pills. Now, these pills would basically control his mood. Now, those pills also caused a lot of mental problems for him down the road. And the reason why I'm telling you all of this right now, because right in the middle of this mission in the present day, he begins to hear voices. And those voices are people he used to fight alongside with. And of course, they're all dead. But of course, their voices, his past, they still haunt his mind till this day. And so, of course, he's haunted by images of the war and also his past missions, but he didn't have Ant-Man kind of wake him up out of this nightmare he was in. Now, of course, this does lead into the point where you do have the Thunderbolts being able to actually find Mr. X. And of course, it does lead into an actual battle. Now, this battle, it does go on for a few pages, but this battle is trying to show you guys and me, myself, a lot of different things. Like starting off with the idea that basically it's them saying like, hey, when it comes to this team, this is a team that should have never been put together at all, because this is a group of characters who are all basically C-list characters who don't work very well together. And of course, they were only brought together because of Norman Osborn, and that is it. And so with that being said, this is a very trash team. They cannot work very well together to even capture one of their own. And of course, Mr. X being that perfect killing machine, he's basically playing around with them right now. He's just playing games with them. They're all trying their best to stop him or even slow him down, and they can't even do that. Now, of course, while they're fighting against one another, they did cause a lot of attention to basically be brought on themselves. And of course, that intention brought in the armies from the two countries that they're in between right now. And so, of course, it does lead back into the idea that, okay, they have to be a team again. So Mr. X basically does help his old team out. And of course, he does rejoin the team, which honestly, I'm kind of like, that is ridiculous. And this entire storyline is kind of weird and strange, but hey, let's move on. And so, of course, you do have our characters now working together as a team again to basically get rid of this army that's attacking them right now. Now, once they're able to get rid of this army, of course, that is the moment you do have Norman Osborn call up his team and say, hey guys, I have another mission for you guys. And of course, I need you guys to go right now. Now, before Norman Osborn does give out their next mission, you do have Norman say, hey, listen, I figured out that someone on the team is trying to ruin this team, but also ruin me as well. They're trying to get rid of me. Now, of course, the reason why Norman is saying this is because he said when it came to Mr. X basically leaving the base, it was not an accident. It was on purpose. It seemed like somebody on purpose left out a teleporter knowing that Mr. X will basically find it so that he'll be able to actually escape the base and go out in the world on his own. Because when it came to this team, they were not allowed to leave their base at all, especially Mr. X. And so, of course, he escaped. And the question is, though, how he escaped. And now we know how, because it was a teleporter, but it seemed like somebody had left that teleporter out for Mr. X to find. But either way, you do have Norman say he has no idea who on the team right now is trying to ruin him or the team, but he'll figure it out very soon. Now, we all know who it is. It's Ghost, because Ghost did tell Black Widow that he is trying to bring down Norman Osborn and also this team from the inside out. But either way, Norman does not know that yet. Either way, you do have Norman say, you know what? For the time being, I am going to give you your next mission. And your next mission is, of course, to go after the Atlas Foundation, because apparently they had just broken a deal with Norman Osborn. Now, the Atlas Foundation was basically a huge retcon. And what I mean is that when Marvel came out with the Atlas Foundation, they told us that they were a secret society that kind of stayed hidden from the world for a very long time. I want to say 1400s, but even longer than that probably. But either way, their main goal was kind of control the world or to do things behind the scenes to kind of have the world change for their betterment. And so, of course, they kind of did a lot of bad things. Now, in the present day, they're trying to be good guys. And so in the Atlas Foundation, you have a group called the Agents of Atlas, which is kind of like a group of characters who kind of go out of their way to make sure things that the Foundation wants to happen actually does happen. Now, with that being said, back in Secret Invasion, you had a storyline where the Atlas Foundation and the Agents of Atlas basically hold the Skrull invasion off in the West Coast. So there were a lot of bad things happening in the West Coast, and the Atlas Foundation kind of dealt with Skrulls in the West Coast. Now, with all that being said, though, the reason why Norman Osborn wants to get revenge against the Agent of Atlas is because they were supposed to make him a bunch of weapons. But of course, they did not. And so now it's him sending in his team to basically get revenge for not getting those weapons. But when we jump into the second chapter, we actually do pick up with the Thunderbolts getting another team member. And this character is Grizzly. And guys, Grizzly is one of those characters you can say he's a C-list character. I mean, literally, look at this entire roster. Maybe not Scourge and maybe not Ant-Man, but the rest of this roster is C-list characters. And so when you throw in Grizzly, who's honestly a D-list character, it makes things even worse. Now, Grizzly was a character, I want to say he first appeared back in Amazing Spider-Man, but I could be wrong. But he was a character who just literally wore a grizzly suit. No lie. That was who he was. And matter of fact, he would go around and fight heroes in that grizzly suit. And he had very intense super strength. Now, with that being said, he does have some intel on the Agents of Atlas. And so that is why Norman Osborn had brought him in to basically say, hey, he's going to help you on his next mission because he knows a lot about the Atlas or the Agents of Atlas. Now, of course, you do basically have Grizzly explain the different characters on the team of the Agents of Atlas, starting off with James Woo. Now, James Woo used to be a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, but of course, he did jump over to the Atlas Foundation. Now, the next one up is Namora, and Namora is the cousin of Namor. So, yeah, she's kind of powerful, but not as powerful as her cousin Namor. Up next is Ken Hao. Now, Ken Hao is the Gorilla Man. That's all you need to know. That basically, he turned to gorilla. Moving on. Up next is Robert Grayson. Now, he is their science guy, and usually he kind of he drives their ship they use to kind of fly over the world. And on top of that, he is a telepath. Up next, you have M11. There's a cool robot dude. And last but not least is Venus, who is kind of like a siren. But besides that, that is basically your team of Agents of Atlas, who is going to fight against the Thunderbolts in this storyline right here, which of course does make for a somewhat interesting battle. Now, you do have the Thunderbolts basically attack one of the many bases that belong to the Atlas Foundation. Now, the reason why I say one of their many bases because this is one of their smaller bases that is basically located in Louisiana. Now, this location is really only used to make chemicals. Now, of course, we're not told what this chemical can actually do, but of course, it doesn't really matter. The reason why they're attacking this base is because when it comes to the society, of course, they're a secret society. You can't really find them. And so, of course, you have to attack the smaller bases that you know about to kind of bring out their main group, the Agents of Atlas. And so that is why they're attacking this base in Louisiana, because they know if they get rid of this place, of course, the main group will come out to basically figure out who is attacking their bases. And so you do have the Thunderbolts kind of get rid of the location base in Louisiana to bring out the main team. And so, of course, you do have the Agents of Atlas arrive. And of course, it does lead into a battle between the Agents of Atlas and the Thunderbolts. Now, when it comes to this battle, it is honestly not fair, because when it comes to the Agents of Atlas, they were basically put together to be that team, to work together, to actually function as a team. When it comes to the Thunderbolts, they were forced together, and of course, it's not a good function team. They're falling apart every single mission. And so, of course, when it comes to the Agents of Atlas, they're just whooping this other team's butt. Like, the Thunderbolts do not actually stand a chance. Now, you do have a lot of different things happening throughout this battle. I mean, there is moments where you do have Mr. X being able to kind of hold his own here and there, but he does get taken out as well. But either way, though, what happens in this fight when it comes to basically Venus? Because remember what I said earlier, Venus is kind of like a siren. And so, of course, usually when she sings, men kind of like get very attracted to her. They begin to go towards her. They want to be with her. But when she used her song on Scourge, aka Frank Simpson, the guy whose mind is already messed up, he gets angry. It's the opposite of what she really thought would happen to him. Like, she did not expect that at all. And so, of course, the question is, why is he full of rage? But as the battle goes on, something big happens here. And of course, you have Scourge actually go a little bit too far, because their main goal was to basically capture the Agents of Atlas, not kill them. But of course, Scourge, with him being now full of anger, well, he does get his blade out and he basically kills one of the team members, Robert Grayson, the psychic, the person who's usually unseen because he's always in the jet just waiting for the team. But of course, he came out and he got cut across his body. And the Agents of Atlas, they can't believe that Scourge just killed one of their own. Now, you do have the battle basically continue right after that, because basically now you have the Agents of Atlas kind of upset about the idea that one of their own was just literally killed off. Like, he was just cut across his body. His gut is hanging out. He is dead. And so, of course, you do have the Agents of Atlas begin to attack the Thunderbolts. And their battle does go back and forth, back and forth. But again, it all comes out of the idea that basically right now, they begun to kill each other. As soon as death is involved in a battle, now all hands are off. Basically, you can go ahead and just kill people left and right. Now, this does lead into the moment where you do have Venus find the dead body of her teammate. Now, I'm not really for sure if Venus actually does have a crush on the dead character. I don't really know, to be honest. And honestly, I don't really care. It's just, I'm covering this storyline because this is part of the Thunderbolt series. But basically, you do have Venus begin to cry and use her siren screams to kind of affect the other members of the Thunderbolts. Because remember, guys, when she screams, she's a siren. And so, of course, it makes men go crazy. Now, most time, the men begin to kind of fall in love with her. But this time, it's going to affect them in a different way, where basically her siren ability begin to give each member of the team some kind of nightmare flashback. So like, for example, Headman, he remembers a time where his dad killed his dog. Yes, you heard that right. This man's father killed his dog because his dog basically kept snapping at his father. And so his dad killed that dog. And of course, it was one of the worst moments in Headman's life. And so he's having that flashback right now because of Siren. Now, when it comes to Paladin, guys, I'm not going to lie to you. I have no idea what in the world is going on with his nightmare. Like, it literally confused me a whole lot. But what it seems like what's happening right now is that basically when it comes to Paladin, I guess he's kind of upset about the idea that he originally joined the team for money, but now he can't leave the team. And so, of course, it's basically bothering him. That's what I took from his nightmare. Now for Grizzly, it's Spider-Man, because Spider-Man and Grizzly fought so many times in Marvel Comics that Spider-Man kind of put fear into Grizzly. And so that's kind of Grizzly's worst nightmare. Again, it's weird as heck. Now for Mr. X, his nightmare is really more the idea that he is unable to actually defeat Wolverine. Like, him not being able to actually defeat Wolverine really bothers him a whole lot. And so with that, you kind of have Mr. X very upset with the idea of seeing Wolverine in his nightmare and Wolverine actually defeating him. And for Scourge, he gets more rage because he begins to remember all those past missions that he was basically sent on by Weapon Plus or while being in the army. Now, there is one person on the team who is basically not infected by the siren screams, and that would be Ghost. Apparently, once again, Ghost suit protects him from almost anything in the world. I call plot armor, where you basically have Ghost being able to kind of get rid of one of the characters of the agents of Atlas, which is M11, the robot. But of course, after that, he doesn't really do that much. But I just love the idea how Ghost literally has plot armor in this entire series. Like, this dude should have been captured, killed in so many different ways in his entire series. And for some strange reason, this dude is like, nope, I'm good once again because I'm Ghost and I have plot armor. Now, that is the moment we come to find out that basically Robert Grayson did not die. He actually survived because remember, he is a telepath. And so he used his abilities to kind of put a mental image to everyone's mind that he basically died. But in reality, he did not die at all. And so, of course, now with the Thunderbolts kind of being affected by Venus' siren scream, to the point where most of them are knocked out except Ghost, you do have the agents of Atlas agree it's time to go. It's time to leave now because they're unable to actually do anything at all to this team. And so basically it leads into them kind of getting away while you have the Thunderbolts passed out. Now, you do have Agent Wu actually stay behind with Robert Grayson because he wants to use Grayson's powers one more time on the mind of Scourge, aka Frank Simpson. Now, the reason why Agent Wu wants to play with the mind of Frank Simpson with the powers of Grayson is because basically when it comes to Frank Simpson's Scourge, his mind is completely messed up. You have to remember, this is a dude who basically fought in the Vietnam War. In the middle of that war, Weapon Plus came in, took him away and turned him into Nuke. And so, of course, his mind was really messed up. On top of that, this is a dude who had fought a lot of different characters. And of course, every time he fight those characters and did different missions and of course got badly injured, his mental state just got worse and worse. On top of the fact he was taking a lot of drugs as well that basically affected his mood. And so with that being said, this dude's mind is on a total different level of messed up. Now, this is the moment where you basically have Agent Wu say, listen, I'm going to plant a mission in your mind and basically make you a sleeper agent. Because when you see Norman Osborn next, I want you to kill him. I want you to kill Norman Osborn. Now, the way Wu did this was that he had Grayson kind of portrayed them as like high-ranking soldiers so that Frank Simpson can actually believe that they were some high-ranked soldiers who basically outrank him and they are giving him a mission to kill Norman Osborn. But again, he's now a sleeper agent. And so for now, he'll act normal until he sees Norman Osborn. And then when he will see Norman Osborn, he will kill Norman Osborn. Now, after that, you do have the Thunderbolts actually wake up. And when they do wake up, they're very upset about the idea that basically they have failed another mission, which of course is kind of like this entire series. Every single time they have a mission, they basically fail the mission. The only time I could say they had actually accomplished a mission was when they killed Deadpool, because of course they did cut off Deadpool's head, but somebody kind of resold or sewed his head back on. Either way, Deadpool did not die. And so of course it's kind of like, yes, you did kill him, but then he was saved. So did he actually die? Did you actually complete the mission? Who knows? But either way though, they're ticked off right now because the agents of Atlas was able to actually defeat them once again. Now, we do pick up with the agents of Atlas one more time, because right now you kind of have them heading back home. Now, on their way back home, you do kind of have them trying to recover from their injuries, because they did get their butt kicked a lot, but they did actually win the battle against the Thunderbolts. And so, of course, they have to recover from their injuries. Now, while they're doing that, you actually do have Robert Grayson realize that he detects another mind on his ship. He's all like, wait a second, someone who's on this ship right now should not be here. And of course, that character was Ghost. Now, remember guys, Ghost was not affected by Venus Siren Scream, and so he was able to kind of move on. Again, plot armor. But what he did was he snuck onto the ship because he wants to get some more advanced tech to basically add to his own. Now, this book does end on one heck of a note. And what I mean by that is basically what happened is you do have the team arrive back at their base. Now, of course, that is the moment you do have Norman Osborn contact the team. Now, this is not him actually live in person or in the actual call. It's actually a pre-recording where basically is him giving the team their next mission, where of course right now they've been assigned to kind of help out with a certain kind of mission. And of course, this is leading into Siege, the big crossover event that we did a while back. But basically, you have Norman Osborn telling the team that they have their new assignment and they need to get ready. Now, this moment is huge because remember, when it came to the agents of Atlas, they played with the mind of Scourge, Frank Simpson, and they basically told him in his mind to be a sleeper agent, but when you see Norman Osborn, shoot him. And so, of course, when he does see this hologram of Norman Osborn, he's all like, oh, target in sight, I must kill Norman Osborn. Except he shoots through the hologram and he shoots and possibly kills Headman. So of course we're left on a cliffhanger, but this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. So please What's going on there, YouTube, and welcome back to another comic book video. Okay, so we are going to wrap up our coverage over Norman Osborn's Thunderbolts team, where we pick out a story that ties in to the Siege event, where it wraps up everything that has been happening in Marvel Comics since Civil War. Remember, Civil War was a storyline where basically the American government made a new law where if you're going to be a hero in America, you need to register and work for the American government. And if you don't do so, you would basically be arrested. Now, America made a lot of teams to go out there, way to basically to arrest people who were breaking the law. And one of those teams was the Thunderbolts. It was being led by Norman Osborn. Now, while leading the team up to Secret Invasion, you had Norman Osborn kill off the Queen of the Skrulls. After doing that, he was promoted to be the leader of Homeland Security, and he disassembled his first Thunderbolt team and made a new one. Now, his first Thunderbolt team wasn't completely gone. They were just promoted to become the new Avengers team, known as the Dark Avengers, while he put new characters on his Thunderbolts team, and they did other Black Ops missions while the Dark Avengers handle other things. most of the characters are C-list characters, and this is going to be their last adventure, but also our last video for Norman Osborn's Thunderbolt team era. Siege was a storyline where basically you had Norman Osborn wanting to arrest Thor, and so he goes to Asgard and tries to arrest Thor. Remember, Asgard at this point floats over Oklahoma, and with that happening, Norman felt like he has the right to arrest Thor because it is on American soil. Now, at the end of our last video, we have to remember that basically Scourge, who is actually Nuke, had killed off Headman. He was shot and killed by Scourge because in our last video, you had some agents of Atlas basically do some mind games on Scourge, where if he sees Norman Osborn, he was told to kill Norman. So when the Thunderbolts arrived back at their base and was getting debriefed by Norman, but it was a recording in a hologram. Scourge tried to shoot Norman and the bullets went through the hologram, killing Headman. Of course, with this death, you do have some team members not okay with the death of Headman, like Ant-Man and Paladin. Paladin being a mercenary, and this is the third Ant-Man. So not Scott Lang, not Hank Pym, this is Eric, an Ant-Man who was riding the line between good and bad. Now, of course, when we actually do pick up with the Thunderbolts right now, they're going on their next mission. Now, their next mission is basically them right now heading over to Asgard to basically help Norman Osborn win his battle against Thor. Now, it's not going to be a team up with the Dark Avengers. No. What Norman wants his Thunderbolts team to do is to basically sneak in the backside of Asgard to find a very powerful weapon. And that weapon is the Spear of Odin. Now, here's the thing though, the Spear of Odin has no safeguards like Thor hammer does. And so really anybody could use that weapon. And if they do, it could make them a very powerful threat. And so what Norman Osborn wants is that he wants his Thunderbolts team to basically steal the Spear of Odin to give him an edge over Thor. Because it is right now Norman just trying to arrest Thor and any Asgardian who's working alongside with Thor. And so that is the new mission for the Thunderbolts. Now, right before we are actually able to see them go on this mission, we can basically tell right now Norman Osborn has no idea what happened to Headman. Because remember, Scourge shot Headman, but apparently there have been so many things happening right now with the Dark Avengers that Norman Osborn has not really checked up on his Thunderbolts team. And so the death of Headman kind of been swept under the rug, which honestly is messed up, but of course it did happen. And so with that happening, of course, right now, again, you have some team members very upset with the idea of what Scourge did. And of course, it's Scourge not having any kind of punishment, but also no remorse for what he did to Headman. Now, there is another character missing right now, and that character is Ghost. And Ghost was this character who basically joined the Thunderbolts when the new team came in after the first team had left to come the Dark Avengers. Now, with that being said, Ghost has been doing a lot of different things. Like, for example, he was trying to basically bring down Norman Osborn from the inside out. On top of that, Ghost was also trying to add new tech to his old tech to make him better. And finally, between this story and our last story, Ghost was trying to kill off Tony Stark. Now, with him trying to kill off Tony Stark and failing, Tony Stark had basically sent Ghost over to Asgard. Now, when Ghost arrives at Asgard, Ghost basically gets an update on his next mission. Because remember, his team is on their way there to Asgard to basically steal the Spear of Odin. And so with him already being there, he gets the new mission update, and of course he freaks out because he knows if his team is able to hand over a weapon that powerful to Norman Osborn, it could lead to bad things happening. And so you have Ghost say, I have to call in help. I have to send this information to somebody to basically help me. Now, Ghost does call in teams that you would think he would call in. First, he calls in Tony Stark, and of course, Tony has him blocked. He calls in Fantastic Four, that's a no right there. He calls the X-Men, also a no. And so right now, when it comes to Ghost, he's kind of like, who can I call? Because right now, if the Thunderbolts are able to get that spear and hand it over to Norman, it's game over for the heroes. Now, luckily for Ghost, that information does get to somebody, and it does get to Amadeus Cho. Now, Amadeus Cho is actually one of the smartest people in the world. Now, I want to say he's right underneath Reed Richards, Dr. Doom, and also Valeria Richards. I want to say he's 4th or 5th. I could be wrong, but I do know he's up there. Now, with that being said, right now, he's kind of part of the Mighty Avengers. And so, of course, with him getting that information from Ghost, he's kind of like, oh my God, if his team is able to get that Spear of Odin, Norman will be unstoppable. And so this is Cho saying we need the Mighty Avengers to make sure that right there doesn't happen. Now we do jump over to the Thunderbolts. Now right now you do have this team on their way over to Asgard. Now I do want to point one thing out. This team has no trust at all in one another. And matter of fact, when it came to both teams that were basically being led by Norman Osborn, there was no trust. I mean, you had some trust in the first team, but this team right here, the trust is even lower than the last team. And so right now you have a lot of characters hating on Scourge. One, because Scourge did kill off Headman, but two, because Scourge is literally unstable. Like, his mental state is not good right now. And of course, it does freak everybody out. Now, on their way to Asgard, they are shot out of the sky by an Asgardian arrow. Like, this dude shot an arrow and blew up their entire jet. But either way, though, you do have this team being shot out of the sky, and of course they have to fly down, or really parachute down, into Asgard. Now, luckily for them, they do land near the hall that will lead them over to the Spear of Odin. But on their way there, you still have this team arguing with one another. Because again, there's no trust. They hate each other. They hate Scourge, but also they hate each other as well. Now, actually, you can say that Paladin and Ant-Man kind of do like each other, but the rest of the team, no, you cannot say that. There is no trust in this team. Now, after all the arguing and fighting and all of that, you do have the team basically continue on with their mission. And of course, they go down the hallway that is going to lead them into the room that is holding the Spear of Odin. Now, on their way there, of course, they do see different things that basically intrigue them. So like powerful weapons, or of course, money, jewels, these things that basically intrigue a lot of people. Now, of course, they want to take these weapons, or take the gold, or take the jewels. But of course, you have Scourge say no, because to him, they're on a mission. He looks at Norman Osborn as like this great, amazing man, this general. And so, of course, when your boss or your general gives you a mission, you have to follow that mission. And that means not being sidetracked by different things that you are intrigued by. And so, of course, he does tell his team, hey, listen, put everything down right now. We have a mission to go through right now. Now, of course, as they're walking down the hallway, and of course, they do find the chest that is basically holding the Spear of Odin. And so, of course, right now, their first half of their mission is accomplished. Now, they must get this spear over to Norman Osborn. But right after finding the Spear of Odin, of course, they have to get that spear over to Norman Osborn. But while they're trying to leave, of course, they are confronted by an Asgardian guard. Now, this Asgardian guard is nobody important. It's not like he's one of those main characters in the Thor comics, so no one cares. But of course, he was there to guard the Spear of Odin. And so, of course, he's here to stop them from taking the spear over to Norman Osborn. Now, you do have Mr. X being able to basically just kill off this Asgardian so that him and his team can go ahead and move on and give the spear over to Norman Osborn. But while you have the Thunderbolts trying to leave, well, that is the moment they do run into the mighty Avengers. So like US Agent, Stature, and also Vision. Now, of course, there is one more team member, but he's not there at the moment. But of course, this new mighty Avengers team is going to try their best to take on the Thunderbolts. Now, with the Thunderbolts, we actually do pick up with them fighting against the mighty Avengers as we dive into the second chapter. Now, getting into the second chapter and them fighting against one another, it does give us some very interesting battles. So, for example, you do have Cho battling against Mr. X, which honestly made a very interesting battle because when it comes to Mr. X, he's a psychic. He's able to read your mind and know what you're going to do next as a fight move. And so, of course, with him knowing that, he's able to usually counter that. But when it comes to Cho being a genius and Cho constantly thinking of different things left and right, Mr. X was unable to basically read his mind, and Cho was able to take out Mr. X in a very unique way. But you do have other battles like Ant-Man and also Stature. Now, Stature hates Ant-Man because remember, this is not Scott Lang. This is not her father. Remember, Stature is the daughter of Scott Lang. She is Cassandra Lang. But either way, though, when she does see Eric in the Ant-Man suit, it does bother her because her father was Ant-Man. And you have this Ant-Man basically just ruining the name of Ant-Man by being a bad guy and working for Norman Osborn. Now, you do have Vision basically chase after Paladin because right now you have Paladin going for the Spear of Odin. Now, of course, you do have Vision actually try to reason with Paladin. And the reason why, because even though Paladin is a bad guy, in this storyline, really, he was a good guy at one point. And matter of fact, I want to say Shadowland does come after this storyline right here, and Paladin does become a good guy again, and he does help out Misty Knight. But it's also Vision saying, you used to be an Avenger, like for a short period of time, yes, but you are, or you were, a good guy. Why are you helping these guys out when they're trying to do bad things? Now, in reality, Vision is right because Paladin has shown us that he is a good guy. Yes, he loves to get paid because he is a mercenary, but he has shown us a lot of times that he is a good guy deep down. But for right now, he's not. And so you have Paladin grab the Spear of Odin and actually use it on Vision. Now, luckily for Vision, Vision was able to phase through the attack. Well, most of it. And you see what I mean later on. But either way, with the spear being used, it does cause a lot of damage. Now, right after the spear was basically used by Paladin, it did get teleported somewhere else. And so now you have two teams trying to basically reach the spear because they see how powerful it is. And of course, if that spear does fall into the wrong hands, it will lead to a whole lot of problems. And so, of course, it does lead into a second round of fighting. Now, with the second round of fighting, it does lead into a very interesting battle. And to me personally, it is a very good battle. And that battle between the US Agent and also Scourge. And that fight is actually between the US Agent and Frank Simpson. Now, this fight is actually very important. And the reason why, because when it comes to these two guys, they're hardcore Americans. Like, let me explain. Scourge was known as Frank Simpson or Nuke before this identity, but basically he was part of Weapon Plus, and with them being part of Weapon Plus, he was one of the many projects they done over the years to make different kinds of weapons for different kinds of reasons. So like, for example, Weapon 1 was Steve Rogers, Captain America. Weapon X or Weapon 10 was Wolverine. But between those two weapon projects, you had Weapon 7, which was Frank Simpson, Nuke. And basically that project was more the idea of giving people cybernetic body parts to enhance their strengths. and how they fight in the field. Now, Frank was the only one who has survived that experiment. And of course, they also gave him pills that kind of controlled his mood. So that kind of helped him in the field. Now, he was a hardcore American, and honestly, he would take any orders a hire would give him in a heartbeat. Now, U.S. Agent is a tad bit different. So, U.S. Agent felt like what Steve Rogers was a fake. When Steve Rogers was Captain America going around saying America, U.S. Agent felt like Steve Rogers was a fake American and should be replaced. And so, of course, you had Jonathan Walker, aka U.S. Agent, go to the power broker to basically get some powers. And of course, it was like super strength and other superhuman abilities. But either way, he actually tried to replace Steve Rogers multiple times, and of course he failed. Now at this point right here, he is a good guy and he's known as the U.S. Agent. But basically, these are two guys who believe how America is in a different way. Now, by this point, you could technically argue that the U.S. Agent kind of felt like Steve Rogers' ways was the correct way. But either way, though, while the two characters are fighting against one another, you do have the U.S. Agent actually able to defeat Scourge. Now, we actually do pick up with Cho and Vision. And right now, you have Cho trying to fix up Vision. And the reason why, because earlier, even though Vision did phase through the attack that was done by Paladin when Paladin was using the Spear of Odin, that attack still did some kind of damage to Vision. Now, of course, right now, Vision needs to be fixed up by Cho. But while you have Cho trying to fix up Vision, well, that is the moment they are confronted by Ghost. And it seems like Ghost has the opportunity to basically take out both Vision and Cho. And so while that's happening over there, you do have the rest of the characters still trying to race to the Spear of Odin. And of course, it does lead into more battles happening in the middle of Asgard for this spear. And so it's honestly a crazy battle. Now, with that being said, while you have the two teams racing towards the Spear of Odin, that is the moment you have parts of Asgard begin to fall apart. And the reason why, because of the Sentry. Now, we don't actually get to see the Sentry in this storyline, but in the main siege event, the Sentry went crazy. And when he went crazy, he began to wreck Asgard. I mean, literally wreck Asgard. And so right now, they're feeling that attack as parts of Asgard is falling apart. And so, of course, while both teams are trying to grab this spear, they're also trying to stay on their 2 feet as Asgard is falling apart. Now, luckily for U.S. Agent, he does land right next to the spear, which honestly is a great thing. And the reason why, because now with him being near the spear, he'll be able to end this battle against the Thunderbolts now and hopefully keep the spear away from Norman Osborn. The problem is, though, while you have U.S. Agent pick up the spear, somebody comes behind him, knocks him out, and then cuts off his arm. And of course, the person who does that is Scourge. And earlier, Scourge was defeated by U.S. Agent, but of course, Scourge came right back around for round 2 and literally took out U.S. Agent. And so now Scourge does have the opportunity to hand that spear over to Norman Osborn. Now, getting into the 3rd chapter, we actually do pick up with Norman Osborn on the verge of actually being defeated by Tony Stark. Like, Tony Stark is literally standing over this guy. Like, you are about to lose, Norman Osborn. It's all over. But that's the moment you have Norman calling out to his Thunderbolt team saying, I need you guys to bring me the Spear of Odin to save the day right now, because I'm about to lose. And of course, you do have Scourge call up Norman and say, hey boss, don't worry. I basically do have the spear, which he does, and I'm on my way to you right now. And remember, that spear in the wrong hands could lead to basically the Avengers losing the battle. And so right now you do have, Scourge kind of like, okay, you know what? It's time to go save the boss. So let's go. Hey, everyone else, fall behind me, it's time to go. We had defeated the mighty Avengers. But remember what I said earlier. This team has no trust. And you also have some team members who don't like Scourge. And by this point, you also have some team members who don't like Norman Osborn. And so while you have Scourge kind of like, okay guys, it's time to go, let's go ahead and save the boss. Well, that is the moment you have Paladin just get a gun and shoot Scourge right in the face. I mean, this dude literally loads bullets into this guy's face, a whole clip. You're like, dude, chill out. Now that is the moment where we actually do pick up with Cho, Ghost, and Vision. Now the last time we saw these characters, it did look like Ghost was about to kill off Cho and Vision. But in reality, it was Ghost trying to save the life of Vision, because Ghost realized if the spear falls in the hands of Norman Osborn, it could lead to a lot of problems happening down the road. And so basically it's Ghost saying, I want to make sure the Avengers win, which means I need to help you fix up Vision. Now, while you have Ghost doing that, it's also Ghost wondering, where is the rest of your team? Where is Hercules? Where is Quicksilver? Now, for Hercules, I forgot what happened to him at this point in Marvel Comics. But for Quicksilver, he's just on the other side of the world. And the reason why Chow was unable to actually contact Quicksilver is because basically Chow is using a Game Boy that he had fixed up to contact different members of the Avengers. But with Quicksilver being on the other side of the earth, Chow was unable to actually call him up. And so you have Ghost boost up the Game Boy so Chow will be able to actually call in Quicksilver. And so Quicksilver on his way to help out his team. Now getting back over to the Thunderbolts, right now you basically have the team fighting against one another. Because right now you have Paladin and Ant-Man saying, we are no longer part of this team. We feel like this team should be stopped. We feel like Norman Osborn should be stopped. And so right now you basically have Paladin and Ant-Man fighting against Scourge, Mr. X, and also Grizzly. Grizzly, honestly, to me, is so not important because this dude only joined the team in the last storyline. But either way, he's here as well. But you do have them fighting against one another over this spear of Odin. Now, with Paladin and Ant-Man basically leaving the team, it does look like they're going to help out the Avengers to stop the Thunderbolts from handing over the spear of Odin over to Norman Osborn. And so it does lead into some interesting battles. The problem is, though, the spear does fall into the wrong hands, and honestly, the worst hands to fall in, and that would be Mr. X. Because remember, when it comes to Mr. X, he's literally the perfect killing machine. He's able to read your mind, read your body, and say, oh, I know what you're going to do next. I know what kind of moves you're planning to do on me, and I know how to dodge those moves. And so he becomes like the almost perfect killing machine. On top of that, now he has a godly weapon in his hand. Like literally, this is the worst thing that could happen right now in this storyline. But here comes the life-saving person, and that person will be Quicksilver. And let me explain why. Because Quicksilver at this point was a mutant, and he's known as the fastest mutant, but either way, because Quicksilver is really fast, for Mr. X, it's too hard for him to basically kind of read the mind of Quicksilver to know what he is going to do. And so even though Mr. X does have the spear in his hand, it doesn't matter. Because unless he knows where Quicksilver is going to be so that he can use a spear on Quicksilver, it's a pointless weapon. Quicksilver is just too fast. And so you actually have Quicksilver just defeat Mr. X in one of the craziest ways I've seen in this entire series. Like, this dude broke almost every single bone, I feel like, in Mr. X's body. Now, right after Quicksilver was able to actually defeat Mr. X, you do have the Avengers go ahead and defeat every other member of the Thunderbolts. So like Ghost, Grizzly, not really Paladin, not really Ant-Man, because those two characters were able to get away. Now, of course, even though Ghost did help out Vision earlier, it's also Vision saying, oh yes, I know he did help me, but before this storyline right here, this man tried to kill Tony Stark. And that right there is not okay. And so even though Ghost did help out Vision, Ghost still needs to pay for his crimes. And so Ghost, Grizzly, Scourge, and Mr. X, they all have been captured, except Paladin and Ant-Man. Now, you do have Stature tell the rest of the Avengers that Paladin and Ant-Man can go ahead and leave, because those two characters basically did turn side over to good to kind of help the Avengers defeat the Thunderbolts. Now, while you have the Avengers go ahead and leave to go join the battle with the other Avengers who are fighting against Norman Osborn and his Dark Avengers, you do have Paladin and Ant-Man say goodbye. And honestly, these are two characters where if you were reading this series, you could tell that these two characters were slowly building some kind of bond, a brotherly bond, because these two characters were the only two characters who really felt like everything Norman was doing and the rest of the team was doing was basically wrong. And so either way, you do have Paladin and Ant-Man say goodbye, but you do have Paladin tell Ant-Man, do not tell anybody that I had basically helped the Avengers, because again, I am a mercenary. If they find out that I had helped the Avengers, it is going to hurt a lot of my future jobs down the road, or me being able to get future jobs down the road. Now, this is where we basically see, Jeff Parker, I want to say it was Jeff Parker, who wraps up the Norman Osborn era of the Thunderbolts with two more sections. Now, the first section is really more of Ant-Man kind of going over to the brother of Headsman, because remember, Headsman was the guy who basically died in the last story, who was killed off by Scourge. Now, with Headsman being dead, this is Ant-Man going to the brother of Headsman and saying, listen, your brother died, and he died trying to do some good at the end of his life. But of course, he's now dead now. And I want to make sure that you have the things that he left behind. And it's Ant-Man kind of leaving on a good note. And honestly, it's Ant-Man kind of giving the brother of Headsman the idea of becoming a hero down the road. Now, the section that basically does wrap up Norman Osborn's era is when we actually do pick up with Luke Cage and Jessica Jones. And honestly, this is the moment we come to find out that Luke Cage is going to lead the next Thunderbolts team. So if we do cover more Thunderbolts books, we will actually do pick up with Luke Cage now running the team, which honestly seems like a very interesting idea. But of course, it was a way to kind of make sure the book continues on, but also give Luke Cage something to do. Now, with that being said, this is where we are going to end today's comic book video. And so if you did like today's comic book video, please leave me a like down below and subscribe. But guys, I'll see y'all next time. Later.